Liquid.
Group C as well. We've been calling this the group of death all day long. We, of course, did do our match of Evolution Power Gaming up against Inner Circle. Unfortunately, Inner Circle kind of the odd one out in the group of death, whereas every other team is insane. Although Baisha did make very quick work of Team Falcons.
Not to leave out Group D, as we saw Team Stallions barely making out alive against Na'Vi. It is going to be in the winner's bracket with all gamers of all teams, and Virtus.pro and Na'Vi has to fight tooth and nails to stay alive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup presenting CROSSFIRE here for day 2. We are getting ready for yet another great day of action.
Pulling back after complete aggression, and they're not missing a beat regardless. Under the staircases, VNC finds a double, and now they've got a real opportunity at trying to find their first round here in this upper bracket. VNC rather has gone down. It leaves it all up to Silva in the clutch, and now you can see a little bit more noise.
9U in middle, still maintaining that position. C4 is on its way to B. Twisted Minds have got no idea where they're going. They've got players on A, they've got players on B, and I think that's helped out because King Zero also have no idea where Twisted Minds are going. Horus is the X factor in this round. Elvin's dead. And maybe Yobib as well. Let's see if Horus can win that duel too. Horus! From Horus.
Make that another kill for 1-2-2. And JJ trying all he's got. Fighting tooth and nails to make an equalizer. He does find the first kill. Needs to find 2 more.
Tap is good onto the first for JJ. He'll get a bomb plant out of this as well. But he's being wrapped by 12-22. Real opportunity at this one in the 1-on-2, especially considering how split up they are. Now they join hands though. 54 HP now remaining for JJ as he continued to encroach upon his position. Still finds one, and he spotted out 12-2-2, and he's got the 1-on-2.
Yeah, and they're just going to try to push and overwhelm them. They are able to do just that. 1-1 trying to provide that covering fire. Misses the opening shot. Now going to be knitted out of position. Taking down 2 HP. Still able to fight back for 1, but his luck is just running out there. DRF now last 1.
Stallions and all gamers have a really good chance of going 3-0. Deuce brings out a quick triple kill.
Damage avoided. Frag grenade. Find a tiny little sliver, but JRK is now going to be taken down. And oh my god.
Tries to go in towards A, it seems to be. Oh, and the kills from Duo and ZUI is good enough, leaving JJ all alone to the bomb site. But does all gamers realize that information has been passed down now? 1-2-2 gets the kill and gets the drop to C4, walks into the bomb site.
And there you go, ZQ chiming in, ZY as well. Series point found for AG.
Today, again, 4 teams were eliminated, and this was our first one. Twisted Minds battling hard, very, very hard throughout the 3 maps, but they couldn't get the job done over King Zero Esports. Group B, where we had yet another team move on and another team get eliminated.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually very, very happy for Rock Esports, considering, they're using the right guns. But, at the same time, I feel like this is a team, just like what Neo said, is going to have a rough start to the group stage, and they're going to slowly come back into the group.
Now, Group C, Group of Death, was definitely interesting. It's been interesting since the very start. I know exactly what you guys are looking at. Neo, Baisha Gaming falls down. Evolution Power takes them out.
The rematch for tomorrow, right? We got that Baisha Falcons version 2, of course. First time out, Falcons get decimated.
Group D, and it was Team Stallions who take the L to AGAL. However, it was a well-fought battle.
Yeah, for sure. Especially that Eagle Eye in that first map was very, very impressive. I'll admit I was actually paying more attention to the Team Stallions game because,
of course you were.
Filipino pride and everything.
Right. And welcome back, everybody, to CROSSFIRE at EWC 2025. This is day number 3, the final day of group play.
Just spotting the pixel line, has seen those players push their way out. Flash is going to come through, he'll peek off the back of that. YSH couldn't see anything, now he needs to get out, or maybe just go down, swinging Raffen for 3. And the rotations come across, this might still be winnable for Cayman if Spoxy hits his shots, if they don't check Dezane. The first did not occur, but the second did. Dezane for 3.
Utility going to get thrown. YSH now goes for the first point of contact. He does spot some players. Good flash, blinds them. Can he be able to capitalize on the kills? Indeed he will. Make it 3. Oh my goodness.
Is King Zero. XN thinking about going through though. The flashes are popping. They want to preempt this plan from Game and Gladiators, and that's worked out really nicely. Trades through. YSH gets it done. That's just too much, it seems, for Rock to handle. Rio's out in a bit of a one and done position, but he gets away with 2, and that's a huge problem for Rock as they're still trying to fight their way in. Slayer solo 1v3. is now back to a 1-on-2. He could make this happen. The timing again.
Finding the contact that he's looking for. Duck one up and over the top, but on the re-swing, Shady will be able to find it. So now they know that both players are going to be there, but they've got no way to try to flush them out. Just Xiao swapping the weapon, draws down with that EBR, but he cannot get it done. So that's going to be GDSC now taken down. Akash needing to try to work in conjunction, worlds apart here with ADRF. They get themselves back into this one. Drags across, gets the transfer, finds the second kill, and that's going to be the cleanup coming through. Watching the angle, opening shot. I'm finding the value there. Counter swing around the corner. Akash is able to go ahead and quickly deal with 3. No will find the first. He gets himself a second, and suddenly Na'Vi have to pump the brakes. Gosh, he's aware of this at all. No, he is not. He's continuing to now go on the approach here. Out at main. Shots now flying. A swap over onto the pistol. No. Looking to try to finish the job that he just started and clutch out this round. A bit of ring around the rosy, but no. Gets it done. Free fire on the smoke. Now dissipating. Spot out. Just hugging here at the back. Can't find that second kill. JJ Hay now with everything to do. The swing getting ready to come through, and he manages to find them both. What an incredible hold.
Alcatia versus Team Stallions. Their job gets even more difficult. Stallions have to go up against Alcatia, who performed so well throughout their group. But I'm looking at Q9 versus Baisha.
Yeah, for me, this is the key matchup that could really decide how this bracket goes.
Evolution Power Gaming, who did upset Baisha in Group C, that group of death, going against Rock Esports, who now have to pull off an even bigger feat than they did during their group play. AGAL will then play against King Zero Esports. And welcome back, everyone, to CROSSFIRE EWC 2025. This is day number 4. The group play has concluded. We're moving into playoffs. Things start to get serious. There's no more second lives. Best of 3s all the way through until grand finals, which will be a best of 5. So if you lose, you are done.
Now, this is kind of a dangerous position that he's playing because, again, he has to hope that they don't clear him, or maybe if they just swing one-on-one, and indeed they will.
Oh my goodness. And
he's been able to sneak his way through. He's thread the needle. Found MG, and it's down to action on 1 HP. Loy is going hunting, and he is finding 10 and 8 for Stallions. Map 1 will be secured. ALP gonna take an aggressive line here. Shotgun sniping, it'll work out the USP. Now it's 577's turn to have a bit of a crack. He will get a pivot from Leah. The push comes to shove, but 577, 2 gnarly headshots.
Yeah, they're not even going to go for the plant either. It's actually dropped. Oh, man, a YDSS. Oh, YDSS, okay. Still has to get the plant, still needs to get some kills, and why not?
Shot going wide. Able to line that one up there on Domino. Trying to find that leg shot, trying to get the finisher in, but hasn't been able to find it quite just yet. Draws out over to the pistol, finds the first, and he's got Mino so very low, and he's got him dead. Up into the smoke. Tonson gets a jump. YCK going to be taken down. Shot here from Snare. It's a bit of a whiff. Looks for the re-peek. Cannot find it. Gets it on the follow-up. He's now all by himself. The 1v1 here versus Mino, and he's got it done. Made just to be lobbed in here by XN. C4 still trying to get brought up the stairs, but 1222 able to hold his own for 1, turns away, and will end up losing his life. Get another double, now a triple.
Doesn't seem like...
What? Really start to believe that he might just be able to get this over the line. A little bit of a rough go of it for Shui, and YF, he has it.
We got our bracket, though, whenever it comes to the overall scheme of things, and all of our quarterfinals have been concluded. We had 2 hot 2-0s for the top of the bracket, but at the bottom, highly competitive, went to game 3 each and every time. We now know who our semifinals are. Team Stallions versus Baisha Gaming, Evolution Power Gaming versus AGAL. After 4 days of competition, it leads into the final day 5. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to CROSSFIRE EWC 2025.
Nothing is granted and everything is earned. And it's their time to earn their names in history of CROSSFIRE.
Yes, it is. This is a best of 5. Who will be the CROSSFIRE EWC 2025 champions?
They can't seem to win the frag department. Oh. It's just Baisha that's able to do it.
Baisha are just deathmatching at this point, and they are running through AG. That's the end of map 1. Blink and you'll miss it. Shots need to be hit by Baisha on the way through. 1 for 1 from the two snipers, but 577 and Leah have some space with that smoke. ZY low, scared, sitting underneath that window. The shot's coming through. It's ZQ to try and hold on. Solo, he drops back down. Timer factor.
No way!
AG have to be perfect. Shao in the window. They're not checking the angle. Shui, luckily, gets it done in time, and Shao will try to deny the bomb plan, but can't. That is that. 10 and 4, and all gamers will secure map 2. It is ripped away from them unless Leo can do something pretty impressive here. He's got to work his way through the smoke. 1, 2, 2, 2. What is he called? That was crazy. Looks like it's going to work out. ZY, this time with an opener. Leah looking strong for the shot through the smoke, but again, you just look at the kill feed and it lights up in the favor of AG. That is that in the blink of an eye. Again, another round goes their way. You can see why he's put in such a pivotal position. Here comes Shao.
No way!
For 2. He's got it. He's got the double. Leah, will he chance the plant? 1, 2, 2, 2 has now been spotted out. Leah almost taken down. Shao here to back him up. 1, 2, 2, 2, trying to hold on for AG. It's looking like map number 3. Timer factor certainly, but it's not going to be enough, and Baisha will push it through to a 5th.
Does he want to lead the charge on this? No, it's going to be 577 instead. They're actually going to cross into mid, but look at CQ. He's able to get the kill, able to run away, and 1, 2, 2, 2 at least can find one before he goes down. And they have just annihilated this competition here in round number 9.
Jump spotting, he spotted out Leo's going to tuck himself behind the box. That gives time for ZY to come across. They're going to have to fight him together. ZY, where's the swing? Maybe it's not required. In fact, it is. It's 2 from both. And 1, 2, 2, 2 will finish it off with a 3rd. Your champions of the Esports World Cup, all gamers.
Hello everyone and welcome to EWC Hardcore Trivia. Today we have the gentlemen from Core joining us, Stable Ronaldo, Jason the Ween, Adapt, and Marlon. And today we're gonna figure out which one of them is the smartest. Just by looking at you guys, I don't know.
I had a 2.1 GPA. It's not bad.
I got an associate's degree of arts.
4.0.
You graduated?
Oh,
high school.
My God.
Graduated high school with a dual credit degree.
I didn't even think that was possible. Either way, this is how it works. You guys have already figured out the buzzers. We have a couple trivia questions here for you. Now, for round number 1, each one of you is going to be able to answer one question, and you can pick your category by ringing your buzzer, which you can begin now. Stable, well, no, honey, that was just a skill diff. Stable Ronaldo, go ahead and choose your category first. And I
Food, I want food.
Food? All right, food. Name the bitter compound in oversteeped Darjeeling tea.
What? What the Easy, yeast.
Oh, okay. Maybe the answer was yeasty, but not really. Answer is polyphenol derived tannins.
That was my next guess. That was my next guess. That was actually my next guess.
Minus 30 points for Ronaldo there.
Oh my God.
Oh, it says minus 30. Right?
And feel free to buzz in to choose your next category.
Guys,
Marlon, for you.
I'm gonna go geography. You're
Geography.
geography.
All right, we like geography. What is Gland Switzerland's official 2025 population within 100? We'll give you 100.
Gillies. You don't know this? Switzerland. Population
We were just
by
talking about this.
100.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, so obviously that's a city. Obviously.
Facts.
Well, it is 168,000.
168,000.
It's close.
It's close.
That is fairly close, but is it within 100?
Come on, 100.
The correct
We
answer
can say
is
100,000 maybe in between.
13,700 residents.
Oh, you're close. You're close.
I mean, that's not bad. That's not a bad answer.
You were right there.
All right, now between Jason and Adapt.
Oh, bang.
All right, Adapt.
Movies.
Yeah, I'll do
There's no oh, there is movies. I can't read for a second here. All right. In the movie The Lion King, what kind of animal was Simba?
What the? No.
Gotta be
this is.
this is.
Okay, so everybody got like Einstein questions.
I got.
and
Yeah.
then we got that 3rd grade question.
Damn. I'm gonna go lion.
And the answer is actually a lion. That is correct. A point for Adapt on the
How do
board.
we get like the hardest question of mankind? Yeah, go ahead.
Jason, and your final question for history. This gives you the opportunity to tie up with Adapt. Name Henry VIII's 3rd cousin executed in May 1541.
I think I know how this is gonna go.
Oh, no.
I think I know how this is gonna go.
Darren Watkins.
No, it's Samir Woods.
Ronnie Nets.
Was that just like a honorary degree that they gave you?
You don't know
Oh my
Darren
God.
Darren Watkins Jr.?
You don't know Darren Watkins.
Clearly, you don't know Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury.
Oh, Jason, dude, Mark, come on. Of the Salisbury, yeah.
Disappointing, incredibly disappointing first round for everyone besides Adapt. Now, Adapt, as the winner of this round, you get an incredible opportunity here. You may eliminate one player from entering round 2. You have 5 remaining seconds. 5, 4, 3,
Jason to win.
2.
Jason to win.
Jason, you're gonna have to stand there in sorrow, sadness, and silence.
No.
For round number 2, you will be answering questions in the same category, so buzz in whenever you're ready. And Ronaldo is first. What is the escape velocity of Earth?
Oh my God, that's so easy. 32,000 meters per second.
Ooh, I'm sorry, but we are actually looking for 11.2 kilometers per second.
I mean, honestly, not bad.
Right there.
It was actually right there.
You were fairly close.
I was very close.
But that is incorrect, and that's another minus 300 points for you.
Oh, God.
You got him on, yeah.
Are you like delayed or something? Like, what's going on there?
No, you got it.
Okay.
Your question. What is the third closest galaxy to the Milky Way?
Oh, that's so easy.
Third closest galaxy. You got the Milky Way. You then got the Segway.
The Segway.
I'm gonna go that way.
Yeah,
That way?
I'm gonna go that way. Yeah.
And while you were close, the answer we were looking for was Tucana 3.
Oh my God.
Bro, the Tucana.
Now wait, Adapt. What do you
Bro, Dad, come on, bro. Lock in, man.
We also would have accepted Safeway.
Oh.
All right, and Adapt your question. What is the bright yellow object at the center of our solar system?
Oh, bro. What?
Some may perceive it as orange.
I feel like it's the sun.
And the answer is the sun.
Wow.
Adapt, that's another 300 points
Fire.
for you.
Gotta respect him, man.
Yeah, you two are kind of struggling. For the third and final round, Adapt, you get to select who your final opponent will be.
We'll give Marlon a break, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me stable.
You were right. All right, even though he's at like negative 300
Yeah.
points.
No. He plays the next round, me and him one-on-one.
Marlon, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna have to take your buzzer and you must stand there in sorrow, silence.
It's okay, Marlon.
Shame,
Welcome to the team.
suffering. And for our third and final round of EWC Hardcore Trivia, we have 2 potential categories for you to choose your question from.
Oh, who gets the pick first?
Adapt does because he is currently in the lead.
I see you go for the.
I'm gonna challenge myself. Let me get gaming.
Okay.
Gaming? All right. We're going to go to you first, Ronaldo. What landmark particle was discovered by the LHC in 2012, proving the existence of an invisible energy field?
I mean, bro, come on. We had a conversation about that on the bus.
I'm going I think this is like a trick question. I'm gonna go dark matter.
Dark matter.
Yeah.
And the answer is the Higgs boson.
Okay. I mean, not too far. Not too far.
Close. You were right.
Minus 47,000 points
my God.
for
I don't
Ronaldo.
know if that matters.
And the final question for you for the win. What color is Mario's hat?
I'm gonna go red.
And the answer for the win. Red. Adapt has won EWC Hardcore Trivia. A round of applause from all of his competitors. Nothing but salt
Smartest.
from Ronaldo, unfortunately. Tell us how you really feel.
This is. Okay, give me a gaming question.
All right, your gaming question is, what was the release date of the first video game console ever commercially released?
Yeah, go yourself.
Unfortunately, this seems like a skill diff for poor Stable.
Adapt doesn't know this. What is it?
Listen, I already won. I got nothing to prove.
Would you like your question? If you get this answer correctly, not only will you have bragging rights over these 3 for all of perpetuity,
Go ahead and ask it, bro.
they will have to sit in economy on their flights home.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Would you like to take the risk?
I mean, take the risk, bro. What is the?
What do I got to
first
lose?
letter
Let's
of
hear it.
the-
Might as well, bro.
All right. Partially built right here in France, the LHC has led to breakthroughs in particle physics. Though not intuitive, the first letter of both particle and physics are the same. What is that letter?
P. It's P.
And the answer is P. Gentlemen, I hope you brought your comfy neck pillows, sweats. You're sitting in economy, or rather, maybe in the cargo hold. Adapt, anything that you'd like to say to your losing
No, I
colleagues?
knew I was gonna end up on top regardless.
Core, thank you all so much for joining me. And Adapt, when can I be expecting my check in the mail?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm gonna connect you with Griff, and we'll sort it out after that.
Fantastic. All right. Make sure those 2 extra zeros that we discussed. Thank you all so much for watching the EWC Hardcore Trivia.
Appreciate it, y'all.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here. I wish Avli cared about esports more than anything in the world.
That's a candy bar.
It's worth a shot. Avli, what are you doing?
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world? So you can cover STC Arena?
I'm gonna cover it all.
That's great. Well, let's get you over
I
now.
want a key.
No, you can't have a key. Keys are only for clubs. Yeah, okay. We'll figure out your key.
Great, let's go.
Okay. Avli, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so much.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask about getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
How did you... Can I see that?
Mm-hmm.
Avli, did you take this from somebody?
No. No. No, no,
Okay.
no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 don't do that! We were having such a nice tournament! Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament!
Okay, it's your key. It's your key. Probably would have got crushed anyway.
This week, we witnessed what years of dedication and practice can lead to.
The best of the best have come here to Paris to fight for the ultimate prize in esports.
Leading the pack this year is AGIL, playing for more than just a tournament victory.
Because it's week 7 of EWC, and we're about to find out who will emerge triumphant in the club championship.
Here on esports' biggest stage, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
This is CROSSFIRE at the 2026 Esports World Cup. Welcome to CROSSFIRE, the Esports World Cup 2026. Live in Paris, France, we have 16 of the world's best teams, all with one goal in mind, to be the champion. With the prize pool of a whopping $2 million and the ultimate glory of being the best CROSSFIRE team in the world, they will give it their all. Let us introduce this year's contenders. Team Stallions, Execration, Team Liquid, Na'Vi, Rock Esports, Team Vitality, Team Nemesis, Team Falcons, The Vicious, GK Esports, Baisha Gaming, King Zero Esports, Evolution Power Gaming, Q9 Club, and the defending champion, AGAL. Teams, get ready. It's time to find out who is the best CROSSFIRE team in the world.
And welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. It's the final week of EWC, the final chance for the orgs to get those club championship points. $7 million up for grabs in first place. But more importantly, we saved the best for last. We're coming in with CROSSFIRE, baby, and it's gonna be a great time. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Kyle, as well as Sneaky Frog. Good to see the both of you. Kyle, we're back.
Yeah, excited to be back here, expecting an intense week of competition here. And of course, everyone's eager to see if the defending champions can do it once again.
Can they do it back to back? That'll be what, $1.5 million in total price earned over the past 2 years. Sneaky, we're talking about a big price, but one of the biggest, $2 million up for grabs.
Yeah, of course, and I think anyone would be happy about $2 million, especially if you run it back twice if you're AGAL.
That's right, $2 million, $750,000 for first place. Kyle, that's a lot of money that you can use for your organization, your team, or even your life.
Yeah, it would be insanely massive for any team to walk away with here. And honestly, it's going to be more intense than ever for who might be able to take that all the way.
That's right, all the way. And the competitors are going to have to go all the way. It's 5 days of competition. You got group play. You got a little bit of everything. It's going to be a gauntlet to lift the trophy, but a gauntlet that every team, every competitor must travel down if they want to try and lift the trophy and earn $750,000 for first place. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let's get you caught up to speed with the format.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris to earn their right to be crowned the next CROSSFIRE champion. But before that, here's how the tournament works. The tournament starts with the group stage, where the 16 teams are split into 2 groups and also seeded according to their qualifications. Here's how the teams have been seeded. The teams will go through a double elimination bracket consisting of best of 3 matches, and only the top 4 teams from each group will advance to the next stage, the playoffs. The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining 2 lower bracket teams, also from the other group. The playoffs will be a brutal single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches for the quarterfinals and best of 5 matches for the semifinals, third place match, and of course, the grand final. Time to witness greatness, upsets, and everything in between right here at EWC 2026.
5 days of competition, and the players are arriving for day 1, getting ready to go. Q9 entering the building. They'll be taking the stage later on today to face off against AGAL. But what a day it's going to be as the competitors arrive. And that's when it really starts to hit home, right? We're at EWC once again, and we've got to do our best to try and get the trophy.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of these teams here, they've been working hard all season long leading up to this. You've got a lot of newcomers in the mix as well. I believe there's 12 first-time international players coming into this event, so definitely a lot on the line to prove themselves today.
Yeah, and at the same time, the storylines from the local leagues have been so great. You have the Falcons era in Vietnam, SDS with C Masters, and you also have Vitality for West League. It seems like every single team, not just the first seed, is actually trying to go for that trophy, which is very exciting.
Yeah, exciting indeed. I'm seeing a lot of waves, right? They're happy to be here. They're excited, but watch out. The big dogs are walking in.
Yeah, I mean, nothing but veteran status here when you look across this lineup. They've proven themselves time and time again, and I'm excited to see them take the stage later today, but a lot to prove in this one to do it again.
Yeah, a lot to prove indeed, right? For AGAL, they're going to have to dig deep to take this championship once again because the Stallions are looking to take it away from them.
Yeah, of course, Stallions looking really good off of C Masters, just dominating absolutely everybody, and despite some trips in the group stage, it seems like they quickly fixed it, and even KLP has seen a massive improvement in this year.
But talk to me about Vitality. They're on home turf. They might even have the super fans walk on in, banging the drums, cheering them on. Vitality, we're hyping them up, and for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I think, are the dark horse of the event. They're the best team out of West League, 2 seasons in a row champions, and they're basically undefeated in their region coming into this one, so I think they have a lot they can show us.
All right, talking Group A first. So many heavy hitters on this list, arguably one of the toughest groups to get out of.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you really don't have to point at the first seeds. I mean, even just Team Liquid, right? They also won the prior season of CFBL before Rock dominated the next season right after that. So there is already proof in the pudding that these teams know how to win big games. So it's going to be a very exciting Group A, that's for sure.
Who's TL got that we're definitely looking out for? Because Goken, I think, is at the top of the list.
Yeah, of course. I think if you are going to be talking about Team Liquid, you're going to have to talk about Goken, right? One of the best snipers ever in the in the entire history of CROSSFIRE. But I would want to point a spotlight as well for Y on Team Liquid, because I think this is one of his best seasons ever, going into the local scene and now going into international. Obviously, we've already seen Y in international competition, but I feel like the form that he has right now, he could perform like 2 times or 3 times better.
Sure, absolutely so. Q9, list goes on and on when it comes to Group A. We take a look at Group B, equally as stacked, and it's going to be tough to make it out of this one as well. Baisha, come on. You just start there. I mean, a tough roster that is always a storied conversation when it comes to CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, I mean, Baisha, no strangers to lifting the trophy. They also came out of their regional league on top, so I think a lot on their shoulders to prove themselves coming into this event, because last year at EWC, not the best performance from them. I think people expected a lot more from this team, and they were looked at as the potential winner going into last year.
Yeah, and they got the legend N9 on the roster too, and you know, when he takes the stage, he's got the aura, and he's going to be, of course, bringing his A game. We take a look at the other teams that have made it in here. Na'Vi on that list. Na'Vi, another one when it comes to the club championship race, looking to gain some points.
Yeah, they actually just trip and fell barely in the CFBL playoffs, right? I think me and everyone at home was expecting that Na'Vi was going to be going a bit deeper in CFBL, but obviously the competition is really stacked in the top 2. But I still think that Na'Vi can go far in this tournament, especially knowing how good the players are mechanically.
That's right. Now for Anubis, okay, they are in fact still going to be in the bracket. However, they are going to have to forfeit their game number 1 against Baisha. Okay, so Baisha will automatically move forward. There were some travel issues. Now, we do expect them to still be here, however, but at least when it comes to their opening match, they unfortunately had to forfeit. Like I said, Baisha does move forward. So for Anubis, if they do arrive, they will be starting in the lower bracket, but don't worry that they will still be competing. At least we hope so. For Anubis, a talented roster, we want to see them take that stage, give it their all, because they worked hard to qualify. They deserve the opportunity to prove what they're made of when it comes to the EWC stage. We've got a lot of contenders, and to talk about them is Valdez and Laz.
Hey guys, we're here at EWC 2026, and we're going to talk about our top 3 teams for CROSSFIRE at this tournament. Laz, take us through your top number 1.
Look, I feel like it's a no-brainer. I think we got to go with AGAL. I mean, defending champs, they're coming back. They want to get a second run. I feel like it's a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, absolutely would agree. I do think that in internationals, they're so good at placing really highly. So even though those results recently weren't the best in China, they're still a top team in my mind. I'm also going to go with Team Stallions. Yeah, I do think that they've had a fantastic 2025, and into 2026, they're only developing more. A very young roster. I think they have what it takes to hit top 3.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to finalize it here and just say another Chinese team is going to be Baisha. I do think that, again, they were the number 2 contenders. They've been able to prove that they can play internationally. Again, I just think it's wide open for both these Chinese teams to, dominate.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think Baisha's been on a roll here at the middle to end parts of 2026. They have a lot of room to make some splashes. I also want to say Rock Esports have a pretty good shot from Brazil, kind of running their region, and I think they've got a pretty decent shot to make it into top 3. So looking forward to their run as well. But guys, we're done here for now. Let me know what you think, and let's go back to the desk.
Thank you, Valdez and Laz. A lot of great teams mentioned there, and giving you all a heads up on maybe who you can vote for your EWC Play Tournament Pick'ems. Who do you think is going to win the entire event? This is your chance to put it on the line. Scan that QR code if you haven't already to get involved. Super curious who you think is going to win. Will it be AGAL, back-to-back Stallions, somebody else? Let us know. Scan that QR code to get involved. A lot of great names mentioned there. I don't know. What was the greatest one, you think?
Honestly, I'm here for the underdogs this year. You've got Rock Esports, who, had a bit of a shaky fall out of last year's EWC, but now coming into this year, I feel like they look better than ever, and I love seeing those underdogs rise to the top.
Rise to the top. Let's see if they do. Underdog stories are always fun. I felt like Stallions was an underdog in a way last year, but top 4, now look at where they are.
Yeah, and I reckon that other than AGAL, right, I feel like Stallions has one of the biggest chance to win this entire tournament. Even though that they're no longer the underdogs in this tournament, there's a lot of a bigger target on their back, considering that a lot more teams are more aware of how good that they can play. But at the end of the day, Stallions are still Stallions.
That's right. Stallions are Stallions. They're looking to go all the way. We've got 2 streams. This is Stream A, but did you know we also have Stream B? There's going to be CROSSFIRE matches happening all day long. Make sure you pull them up on 2 phones, 2 monitors. I don't care how you do it. Get both streams up to stay informed of what's happening on the EWC stage when it comes to CROSSFIRE. To talk the B stream update and the matches they got today, we've got Gaskin and Paladin.
What's going on, guys? Gaskin and Paladin here from the B stream, but I like to call it the side stream because we have premium matches on our screens, on your screens, and we start off with Falcons versus Na'Vi, a very important one for the Club Championship. Falcons trying to repeat their success from last year at the Esports World Cup. But talk to me about the matchup in itself. How are Falcons going to do?
Falcons have a very difficult time on their hands. I think Na'Vi is definitely a formidable squad. Thinking about how they need to start off on the right foot, I think this matchup is very key for them.
A closely contested match, but then we move into Rock versus Nemesis. Maybe this one will be a little bit more one-sided?
Yeah, I feel Rock is the team to beat from Brazil. They showed a lot to me last year, and I think this year they've got a little bit more in the tank as well.
A little bit more in the tank for them. But then we have Liquid versus Execration as our last match on the side stream today. Perhaps that one is going to be a little bit closer. Please tell me it will be.
I'm not sure. I mean, Liquid really feels like the team to beat, but Execration, they're happy to be here. Maybe they can cause an upset, but I don't think it's likely.
Fingers crossed, Execration can cause an upset and make something happen here on the B stream. Anyway, that's going to be our games for today. We're going to look forward to them. You should look forward to them. Check them out. But for now, we're going back to the main stream.
Thank you, Gaskin and Paladin. B stream, side stream, however Gaskin wants to call it. He kind of went back and forth during that piece. But either way, they're going to have a lot of great matches. They talked about some of them. Make sure you're tuning in not only there, but also here on the A stream. I mentioned it. It's week 7 when it comes to EWC. The final week, the final chance, last dance for the clubs to get some points towards the Club Championship trophy. And it's getting very close at the top, a battle between Falcons and AGAL, which means we need a Club Championship update with Trav powered by Aramco.
Last week was a decisive one in the Club Championship, with AGL leading the majority of it, but they were edged out at the final whistle by Team Falcons with a massive and needed victory in Rocket League. AGL didn't manage to get a win across the line, with their best placement being second in chess with Denis Lazovic. As the leaderboard stands, it's Team Falcons who sit at the top, with 4,400 points. They're playing in all 4 games this week, so it's going to be extremely hard to take that spot from them. AGL, however, still partake in 3 of our games, and they sit on 4,100 points, and are the tied-on favourites to take the crown in CROSSFIRE here in the Allianz Vault. This should bolster their title charge. The only other teams that stand a chance of Club Championship glory are Na'Vi, who are on 2,450 points, and Vitality at 2,400. They'd need to win pretty much every game they're partaking in to stand a chance of making it to the very top. All of the top 4, however, are taking part in at least 3 games, meaning we could really end EWC with a bang. Elsewhere this week, we have CS2, Trackmania, and Fortnite. And all of these 3 games should really get us going towards the end of the week in the Club Championship. Stay tuned, because this week, we crown a winner.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Thank you, Trav, for the update as always when it comes to the Club Championship race. Falcons leading, but AGAL hot on their heels. This week matters a lot for who's taking it. Falcons back-to-back or AGAL stealing the trophy for themselves at $7 million. We got an action-packed day. Let's take a look at our schedule. A lot of great matches to go down, and they'll be underway in just a moment's time. Starting on stage is going to be Stallions versus GK. That's going to be a fun one. But let's go a little bit further. We'll have time to talk about that in just a little bit. King Z Zero and the Vicious ready to throw down as well. AJL versus Q9 arguably could be our match of the day. And then we got Vitality versus EP, Evolution Power Gaming. Which one excites you the most when it comes to A Stream?
Honestly, it's going to come down to AGQ9. I feel like everybody's ready to see if the defending champions are going to come into this event in full form. So I'm excited to see if they can rise to the occasion today.
That's right, but King Zero have been looking incredibly strong. Vicious are going to have to fight hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is going to be such a big test for Vicious, right? Because granted that KZ is also running a rookie on their team in the name of Ice. You know, that Ice kid is really frying absolutely everybody. And I feel like it's going to be easily transferable in international. But I do trust Vicious. You know, they have one of the most unique setups when it comes to the Vietnam region. And I believe that there is a possibility for a comeback to form for a specific Ice Cube.
So comeback to form, that ties right into our PS5 story of the day. We got the reigning champions and they're out, they're back. And they're out for revenge. And the reason why is Q9 took them down right when it came to CFPL Season 28, knocking them out 3-0. A bit of a different format, but the reality is, in this matchup, Q9 could very well take the stage and take down the champions, knocking them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but they're looking for revenge. And I feel like every time All Gamers is looking for revenge, they come out with just a massive vengeance in how they play, and they rise to a new level of performance. And not only that, they've got arguably one of the best duos in the game in ZQ and ZY. These guys know how to play under the maximum pressure.
Yeah, DOO first and foremost, F MVP from last year EWC, and then you got ZQ coming out of retirement. That story was phenomenal last year, then going on to win CFS 2025 Grand Finals over in Chengdu. He ended up being the F MVP as well. You've got a lot of talents on this roster.
Oh, for sure. I mean, one of the most talented rosters that we've seen all time. In all honesty, I feel like that the entire, rumor mill that ZQ was coming back because he was trying to fix the team from behind the scenes, but he just said, hey, what if I just joined the team? So, and it worked out for them. And AG is now possibly in the best form that they had in 2025. There is a bit of questions in 2026, but it's kind of hard to question AG, especially when it comes to international, because they play a whole lot better.
Yeah, they play really, really well right when they take the stage. They've got that aura. Plus, it's their home turf. I mean, they are the reigning champions, not only CFS, but also EWC last year. The money they've been racking up is truly phenomenal. And again, just to put it into perspective, if they go back to back, that's $1.5 million earned in just 2 years when it comes to EWC CROSSFIRE. When we talk about numbers like that, Kyle, I mean, it really puts into perspective how special not only this event is, but also AJL.
100%, especially when you look at how much they've won, and they're still hungry to win more on top of it. And that's what I love about this team. Some of these guys like ZQ playing for almost a decade at this level of competition, right, and that hunger is still there.
Almost a decade is pretty crazy to say the least. That's nearly all of my career, and he's been competing at the top level. That's not easy. Don't you laugh. What are you doing, man? No, hey, I see you over. We'll have a conversation whenever we send it to the stage. Either way, for all of you out there, EWC Play, you can get involved and let us know who you think is going to be not only the tournament favorite, but also the match favorite. Scan that QR code. We'll love to pull up your predictions throughout our broadcast and see which way you're leaning. In this case, would you be leaning AJL? Would you be leaning Q9? That's a big match to start the day. But of course, to start the day is a really, really nice matchup. You've got Stallions coming in, going against GK. Now, this matchup means a lot, especially when it comes to showing the form that Stallions are currently in, because from what I'm hearing, they are in tremendous form. But today matters a lot, and it does come down to who, if you move forward, you're just one series away from moving on to the next stage. You lose, well, you've got a longer road. You've got to go through the lower bracket, and that's never easy to do when your key is on the line, potentially being crushed, or you're out of the tournament. Either way, today matters a whole lot. It is the start of EWC when it comes to CROSSFIRE. We've got $2 million on the line, $750,000 for first. The best in the world when it comes to CROSSFIRE are ready to take the stage.
AGL have been one of the driving forces in the Club Championship for nearly the entirety of the Esports World Cup. Last week, it was Denis Lazovic who managed to get second place and for most of the week put them at the top of the leaderboard. Prior to that though, they didn't really manage to get much done and we were expecting more from them in PUBG Mobile, but they couldn't get any points across the line as they got knocked out in the survival stage. Just a couple weeks before, it was Mzubair who really got them going with the 1,000 points in Tekken with one of the best performances we've seen in a final all of Esports World Cup with a 15-minute 5-0 in the grand finals. Other than that, they've managed to get second in Free Fire and second in Honor of Kings, and we can't forget about their performance at the Allianz Vault in TFT where they managed to get third place and get some real points on the board. On Sunday, they were sitting right at the top of the leaderboard, but towards the end of it, Team Falcons managed to get a win in Rocket League across the line and overtake them and now lead by 300 points. AGL are the favourites going into this competition in CROSSFIRE and they're looking to go back-to-back as they managed to get the win last year as well. If they can get that done, they'll be right back at the top of the leaderboard where they belong. We'll see if that happens and keep you updated.
And this stage is the battleground where the 16 best CROSSFIRE teams on planet Earth are going to be battling it out for their share of the $2 million prize pool that is up for grabs. And even more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final week of the Esports World Cup. And y'all know right here is all about that club championship where the top team is going to walk away with a whopping $7 million. 16 best teams in the world, but in the end, there can only be one.
Only one team will be crowned champion at the end of the week, and 15 teams will have to go through the grueling process that is the key crush. Each team eliminated must set their key right here to be destroyed along with their hopes and dreams for a title at the competition. Only one key will remain intact and inserted into the trophy at the end of the week. AGAL are the defending champs and they're looking for these 1,000 points to keep their dreams alive at the club championship, but the other teams from China are trailing, or who knows, Team Stallion as well, looking to be the first winner outside of China. 16 incredible teams are coming up. It is time to introduce our teams at CROSSFIRE for Esports World Cup 2026.
Ready to leave it all on the stage. Q9.
Another Chinese powerhouse, Evolution Power Gaming.
Second in the Chinese point standings, King Zero Esports.
And last year's runner-up looking to win this year, Baisha Gaming.
New roster, new look, same aura, GK Esports.
Formed recently all the way from Vietnam, The Vicious.
Dominating the CFVL, Team Falcons.
Looking to put a name on themselves, the rivals, Team Nemesis.
This org started right here in France. They're ready to take it all the way. Team Vitality. And next, ladies and gentlemen, taking it all the way, Rock Esports.
Another Brazilian team looking to climb the rankings, Navi.
One of the top teams in the CFBL, Team Liquid.
Fourth last year and maybe the strongest underdog of this competition, Team Stallion.
In the C Master Summer finalists, Execration.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome the title defender. One of the most successful teams in CROSSFIRE history, led by last year's MVP. They are coming from a challenging season, looking to clear every single doubt around the team and get their back-to-back trophy. coming up to the stage. They are here to represent the team that is standing second on the club championships. So this is much more than a tournament win. Please welcome to the stage the defending champions, AGAL.
And just like that, all of our teams are ready to do battle. In the end, there can only be one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for EWC!
EWC 有一个很强的狙击手嘛，但是对我们不会有太大影响，我们还是会把他们拿下的。别太紧张，输给我们不丢人。
I think EB is a really good team. Played against them last year. We almost beat them, and I think this time they need some luck to win us. Let's see who has the best mechanic.
AG 因为也是我们国内比较顶尖的队伍嘛，然后我们在我们国内的话也是交手过很多对手，大家都互相了解，所以说希望打得精彩一点嘛。虽然你们很强，但是遇到我们肯定也不会给你们好面子的。
All the players have arrived. The stage is now set, and our first matchup about to go down. It's Stallions going against GK. A great opening matchup that means a lot, showing, of course, not only what GK can do in our tournament, but more importantly also what Stallions are looking like this year. Are they looking like the Stallions they were last year? Are they looking even better? Well, we're about to find out. Boys, this matchup is going to be a fun one. Stallions, GK. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I believe we do have a vote as to where the community is leading when it comes to their prediction. Do you all know ball? Let's take a look. And heavily favored to GK, right? 81%. Wow, okay, community. All right, we see you. What do we think about the vote?
I think they're wrong. I mean, Stallions, there's no doubt in my mind this is their game to take home. They're coming in here ready to be a top 4 team once again. And for GK, this is an uphill battle.
Yeah, maybe the ball knowledge is still questionable for the community, but because Stallions, as we do know, they're the heavy favorites going into this series. Granted, GK has some very talented players on their side, but still Stallions at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, now this has happened before, to at least their credit, where they have gone this way. We disagreed on the desk, and then they ended up being right. They are the collective mind after all, right? So GK, still a very, very talented roster, and when it comes regionally, number 3, right? So they are bringing a lot of firepower to the table.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this team has a lot of experience still, but they have kind of a weird formation. They have a lot of the runoff from former Falcons players kind of coming into the mix a little bit later. Not as much time to prepare as some of these teams throughout the years, whereas Stallions, they've been building this powerhouse for a long time here, and every time we see them take the stage, it's just getting better and better for them.
Oh, man, Stallions, again, just to reiterate, 4th place last EWC. We weren't expecting that, but it made you very happy when it came to it, Sneaky. I know you were losing your mind, losing your voice at times as well as you were cheering the boys on. But then they did better. They go to CFS 2025 Grand Finals in Chengdu, and they end up getting 2nd place just behind AGAL. And that was a great Grand Finals, too, especially given their first real experience in front of that massive crowd on home turf when it comes to AGAL. But now taking on GK, it's going to be tough. But for Stallions, man, so proud of everything they've accomplished. But what is their form looking like this year?
It's looking way, way better compared to last year, right? That's for sure. I was just talking about KLP, right, in the earlier points, and obviously KLP was touted as the quote-unquote weak link of the team, but now, he's kind of figured out his performance issues, especially up against better snipers, just like PM maybe, and yeah, that's looking really good.
Looking good indeed. Let's take a look at the map vetoes and see what that is looking like. The votes are in, and we need to know where they're going. Where are they playing? Kyle, what do we see first? Eagle Eye is now banned.
Yeah, GK getting rid of Eagle Eye. This is a smart move if they did their homework from the past international events. It's a very strong map consistently for Stallions, so no surprises here. I would be surprised to see Mexico make it through, but actually Black Widow from Stallions, Sneaky. What are you thinking they're going to go for picks now?
I mean, we're going to state the obvious, right? I feel like if they're going to go full try hard in this series, we're going to see that sub base first and foremost. But I've seen Stallions prioritizing Ankara actually as of recent it is a GK picking Ankara instead, and Ankara is actually not too bad for the side of Stallions. They have a pretty good win rate when it comes to Seed Masters, and obviously Loy, one of the best hotel players in the world. You're going to have to be looking forward to that. But sub base, of course, that's a no-brainer, man. We already know that Stallions would love to run that every single time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they look like one of the best sub-base teams in the world. So, like you said, no surprises there. I am surprised to see GK pick Ankara, though, because from looking at their regionals, this was banned from them quite a bit. So I do worry a little bit for them going into this one. But New Mexico being the second ban there, very, very standard for a lot of teams here. I feel like as a whole across this event, you're going to see New Mexico probably the #1 on most teams' ban list.
Oh, they're fired up. I like the battle cry. As we see, the decider is New Compound.
Yeah, New Compound is definitely a good choice for the side of GK. New Compound, obviously, granted that we haven't seen Stallions struggle too much when it comes to the local side of things, but when it comes to international, New Compound is actually one of the few maps that you can kind of freeze their very, very fast pace, and you're kind of forcing them to play some very, very, let's just say, smart crossfire instead of the hard entries that we usually see from them. So it's going to be interesting to see if we make it to map number 3 and how GK is going to operate on that.
Let's find out for sure. I remember last year you pumping up Ductwan, right? And we expected a lot from him, and Ductwan this year around comes onto the roster of GK. Looking at him to kind of be the leader here when it comes to the GK roster on Stallions. Hard to pick. They've got a lot of stars for sure. A lot of attention gets put on No, but who are you looking to truly shine for the Stallions today?
And it's the second guy on the team that is going to be a bit hidden, right? Everybody's attention is on No, but people should really notice Loy in this team, because Loy was doing some very hard carrying for Stallions when No was getting actively targeted. We have seen No have had some very low scoring games, and you see the other players stepping up to the plate. So Loy is definitely going to be the guy to beat for this one.
Loy, plus, got a smile, man. Love that guy's smile. Stallions look great, and maybe they'll be smiling after this one. It's Stallions versus GK. Stallions trying to right the wrong of last year. Lift the trophy for GK, looking to take the powerhouses of the Stallions. Let's send it over to the casters for game number 1. It's Selfish Guy and B-Dog.
Thank you very much, and really excited to jump straight into this one, Elfish. We're here already on Ankara, GK's pick. The Stallions starting on the attack. They're looking to get very aggressive, very quick, immediately with the first fights going their way.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're going to be seeing from Stallions as well. It hasn't quite ended up panning out. Botcute and Ductwan for a couple, and a little bit of a resurgence there for Stallions, cut short again at the hands of Botcute and Kimbum. So far, so good for GK on that defense. Again, though, that explosiveness out of Stallions, just overrunning the site, and they'll get the plant.
Which is incredible, because it really felt like with the player disadvantage there, with the split, the hold that GK had, that there was no way through for Stallions. They've immediately put it back into this 2-on-1. It's going to be really difficult for people to make this happen. Trying to isolate these gunfights is the key priority, and to be fair, could have a chance on No. That's a first strike. And look at KLP, incredibly low HP, but you know exactly where PM is. KLP can just take his time, maybe just try and find this cross. And bait, time, spam, not quite connecting. PM knows exactly where he is. Can he figure it out? He can, immediately. We get this defuse in. Is there just enough time for it? It's going to be very close. And no, not yet. So even though the clutch comes through, Stallions hold on just.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's just no time to talk about anything when it comes to Stallions in the server. I was going to say, as soon as we went into the game, we're going to be expecting those kinds of faster plays out of Stallions, and that's exactly what we get. Opening round, you know, they're basically just full sending it, and there's no stopping. So I think that's, again, what we're going to very much be looking forward to from the Stallions when they are on the stage. You'll probably see a little bit slower gameplay out from a bunch of the other teams that we do have here at EWC CROSSFIRE, but at least when Stallions are on the stage, they'll be a team that likes to move quickly, likes to try to get on top of their opponents, and very much able to do so in that opening round.
Look at No. No's just already in mid by himself. That nade is hefty onto that chip, as we've got a fairly standardized setup here. Two players lean towards the A-bomb site, having a little poke and prod towards the extremities, smoking off the corner. They're really anticipating Stallions to go into this bomb site immediately. But that's not going to be the case. Instead, this double nades over the top onto Botcute. Just keeping them aware, keeping at least these players anchored whilst they all look to group more towards B.
And Datchip in a pretty important position right here. KLP is going to be watching him with that sniper. Datchip just had to make sure he doesn't, at the very least, go down without picking himself up a kill. In the end, he does decide to just back off, give that space. I think that's a wise decision for him. A lot of Stallions players headed in that direction. Now the wrap back across from Stallions. They're trying to toy with the rotates of GK here. Hasn't necessarily worked out. You've still got that triple stack over towards the A site, and it is pretty difficult to bust into that site when there is 3 defenders.
Well, here comes the commitment. Kimbum already. Oh, lining it up, but they can't get it. Immediately, the entries are so good at Stallions, and the swing's even better. 3 players here, and it just doesn't matter unless Botq can hold on. That's a triple out of absolutely nothing. And suddenly KLP has to be the guy to do it all. Swaps to the sniper, but can't hold on. So GK, they've got 3 on the site, but they only need 1.
Yeah, and I think that might be, you know, again, a little bit of hubris coming through from Stallions. You get those 2 opening picks, and you think, okay, we've got the site, but you know, you're not always typically expecting a 3rd player set up there, and in this case, Botq does a really good job to find himself that triple. I think you can still, in some cases, be a little bit critical of that round for GK. They had 3 players there. You had a couple of isolated duels from the player in Vent and the player at main, but at the end of the day, Botq saves the day. Story's going to change here into round number 3, though, as we do get a little bit of an early stoush back and forth, the 1-for-1. No out of the picture is a big scalp to find for GK.
I love how just varied these have been, and this is great. You get the pick on A, and you've immediately just committed into the site, and meanwhile, in middle, picks are just flying back and forth here. Advantage still maintained for Stallions. It's going to be a tricky retake for GK, but getting picks on the way through will help.
Yeah, KLP in a really strong spot, though, and that's exactly why, able to pop his head back up and delete ducked one, got the information off of that kill onto Loy. So we still have that numbers advantage for Stallions for now, holding on to the A site pretty comfortably. KLP is making it look easy with that TRG in hand. That chip down leaves Kimbum alone so far, yet to frag in the opening match of EWC 26. KLP, not too many problems for him. Finished off nicely, Stallions 2-1. Good lead to get underway with.
And that round is just all KLP. Gets the opening pick, and what's better in this round compared to the last of Stallions is it's decisive. It felt like hubris is the perfect adjective, where it felt like they wanted to fake out whatever they did. They expected GK to bite down on it. They've got the experience of playing these guys before over CROSSFIRE Stars 25, and it just feels like very good. And again, just aggression out of nowhere. You get 1 round, it just builds the confidence, and all the kills flow in. That pistol nade combo has found the triple, and immediately GK on the back foot once more.
Yeah, sooner or later we're going to get to that point where Stallions is just going to start to disrespect GK if they can get rounds like this over the line comfortably time and time again. You know, you're going to see them just continue to run at GK, and I think there is very much a bit of a firepower difference in the server, or at least that's the expectation coming into this matchup, and it's kind of what we're starting to see. Stallions are overwhelming GK, and if GK can't find a way to answer that pretty quickly, we're going to have to see, presumably, a timeout from them, and hopefully a little bit of a change up in the setup.
If your sniper's already on double digits, and the fact that round starts and ends with a nade and double pistol combo in the first 10 seconds, then yeah, I'd really agree with you. There's a massive firepower mismatch, and now they're just all grouping together. Here's that snowball that you're describing. 4 in, down middle, a little bit of a split towards A, but they are more than happy to try and take these fights. PM completely isolated with this sniper. Now needs to try and hold on, but just kidding, Stallions, they go in A yet again. And this is going to be really tricky for GK. The good news is they've got 3 players here. The bad news is they might not for long.
Yeah, and 3 players here might not be enough either. That's the issue when you're going up against Stallions, a team that can really bust these kinds of sites open. You got Loy setting up some flashes, and there they go. GK immediately lose 3. I mean, how easy is that for Stallions? You're walking into a heavily stacked site that's not always going to have 3 players on it, and they still just all get deleted anyway. I mean, this is looking, I have to say, a little bit too easy for Stallions at the moment. GK are just outclassed on the stage right now.
It's so scary how you've gone from, oh, there's 3 here, oh, they've all evaporated in the space of 2 seconds.
I mean, the flash coverage had to have been fantastic there from Stallions. You can see that was a set strat for them. That was some kind of execute, maybe not something that GK are prepared for. And again, I think, you know, there's some nice layers here for Stallions where they're playing quickly in some rounds. They're playing a little bit more methodically in a couple of other rounds, and then they're also hitting the sights with some execs here and there. So really keeping GK thinking.
They threw a nades that really distracted the sniper as well and just anchored the rotate for an extra half a second. So sure, even though you've got 3 players here, you've got KLP that is essentially uncontested. Look at GK, just straight in. That's such a necessary kill for Datchip. Finally an opening kill in a round for GK2.
The trouble is, though, you've lost hotel control, so Stallions are still just going to scale their way into this B site, and if Datchip goes down, now it's 4-on-4, and the site is taken. PM at least denying KLB the cross to the sniper's nest, so that, at the very least, is something. Flank coming through from Loy, and his success is limited. Buys a bit of time, opens the door up for No, but now a 1-on-3 for KLP, and if anyone can do it right now, it is KLP.
Needs to get the C4 and plant. That's the danger right now. And I like this out of GK. They've actually just completely disengaged. They're already going on the flank. KLP, what's his eternal timer looking like? He's already spotted the first. Not quite the second. Can grab the bomb, can maybe relocate, and he's running all the way back to A.
Wants to try to look for the fight by the looks of things here. Expecting the peek, and Duck1 just goes straight into him. Botcute not spaced correctly. There's a leg shot. KLP, he gets it done, of course, for Stallions. I mean, what can you really say about this game right now? Nothing is going right for GK.
And that's the confidence, right? The fact that he's alone with the sniper, picks up the bomb, goes, oh, by the way, guys, I'm going to run all the way to this other bomb site. Just kidding. Spacing, unfortunately, not there for GK, because how can you expect KLP just to be standing, holding the angle in that situation?
I mean, I think these are the kinds of things that you have to be playing around, though, at this level, right? Like, GK are potentially just not up to scratch in regard to a game against a team like Stallions. And I mean, let's not forget, this Stallions lineup is arguably a top 2 team in the world. They did top 2 at CFS last year, and that's the biggest tournament in the world for CROSSFIRE. So I think it's very fair to say that this is probably a higher level of competition than what GK is used to facing in their domestic matches. And Stallions are really starting on them at the moment. I mean, especially obviously KLP, like 14-2, he's just having an outstanding individual performance on the stage to kick things off, which is exactly what we want to be seeing from Stallions. I think we all love to get behind this team because they are such a fun story. And it seems like that story from last year is continuing into this year. 1-for-1 as we start things off in round number 7. A little bit of control outside of A, but the fight in towards middle here will be a big one for Stallions.
Oh, that was the important kill, though. You really needed that one over towards the site, but the bomb's been dropped, and that's the main thing. That chip trying to occupy middle. But it's the players on A that I'm really worried about. The fact they're not really helping Datchip here, that's allowed Stallions to get the bomb, and they basically just got free real estate towards this B bomb site. Datchip's completely isolated, and these players aren't moving.
Yeah, he was cooked. There was nowhere he could go. He was completely stuck. And eventually Stallions were going to find him. No, also now just with that headshot onto Botcute, making the odds look even better for Stallions. PM,
that's the bomb again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the bomb's doing floating around in mid on its own when Stallions are trying to work towards A, but end of the day, you'd think this probably shouldn't be a massive concern for Stallions. They'll be able to retrieve it pretty comfortably, and if they want to, they can go and plant over on B for free. Instead, maybe coming back towards A, and PM is being pretty active.
Okay. Just jumps around with the pistol, then follows through. GK! They get this clutch because of PM, but also Stallions, they're just so brazen.
I mean, yeah, I think you really have to look at that one as Stallions and say, what are you doing there, guys? Like, that was something, I mean, both teams can look at in that round to sort of find a bit more success. But end of the day, Stallions are going to be that team that, like I said, they come in and they play with a bit of hubris. They sort of back themselves on an individual level. And, you live by the sword, you die by the sword in some cases. If this is a timeout right here, I assume it is coming through from Stallions, and that will be Tanks, the coach, kind of having a bit of a chat with them and saying, guys, like that was an unlosable round for us. We should be at a 6-1 lead. We should be dominating. We are still dominating, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here, because you can't be losing a 3v1 on a stage like this one. I mean, there's $2 million up for grab at EWC CROSSFIRE. That's life-changing money for everyone, especially for these young kids. You don't have a long career necessarily always in esports. So these are the kinds of mistakes that we can't afford to be making. Maybe we can afford it in a series like this. But later on down the track in the bracket, we're going to be playing against the top teams in the world. We're going to be playing the AEGs, the Baishas, those kinds of names. That is not a round that we can afford to be losing in those kinds of games. So I think it's really great that there's the opportunity right here immediately for Stallions to reset. And I think that's one of the big assets that this team has, is a coach like Tanks.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because what you got to remember is Stallions come in as the youngsters. They come in with a point to prove, a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I suppose, in terms of results haven't always gone their way when it comes right down to the crunch point. And you're going to get that with a team that is just as young as they are. But you're right, that this makes a lot of sense. Actually, get this discipline in now, whilst you still got the opportunity to do so, because you're right, this is the best of 3 that you can definitely get away with it on, but further down the line, you don't want these mistakes to creep in, because that was quite egregious. There was so many ways to win that round, and yet for some reason we picked a lot of ways to lose that round too. The good news is that we're back on the server. Timeout's been taken. Looks like another set play here. The Stallions are at least dropping the nades, putting the pressure in on A, and they look to reset middle. And what's interesting here is that GK are completely off this site. They're a lot more forward-facing. Maybe they can catch off Stallions for at least one, but the trading should be fine here.
Yeah, I mean, the setup isn't even really going to be fantastic, though, because Stallions are just going to work through this B connector and get their way straight into B for free. This is more of a retake setup, actually, now for GK than anything else. It'll be a question of maybe whether or not PM can find himself a pick here with that TRG before the plant goes down. He, though, has been spotted out and now dealt with by JJ, so really, for Stallions, this is, again, looking pretty routine. They've got that late lurk of Loy in middle as well to try to cut off the rotates. That one does catch KLP. But again, trades are there. Stallions, their spacing is so good and their firepower always up to scratch. A 3-on-2 in the post plant, and again, it should be Stallions up to 6.
It should be, because look, they've also taken deep space behind them now, so they understand exactly where these players are coming in from. Kimbum left completely by himself. That's a good fight onto the first, but no, he's ready for the immediate trade. It's also the trade, it's also just the recognition of what's going on in that round. You walk under connector, you've not actually received any resistance coming onto this bomb site, apart from a player that's just playing just off of it, and it's like, okay, well, where are these defenders realistically going to be?
I think, yeah, I mean, I think obviously Stallions at this point are a very experienced lineup, you know, so they're going to be pretty cognizant of what that setup potentially does look like. You saw that they had the coverage where they needed it to be, and making short work of GK at the moment on this pick of Ankara. A little bit of a slower and steady around here, but it'll be that B split again out from Stallions. PM, his timing not looking fantastic, and No's already found the entry elsewhere onto that chip, so PM's position becomes quite untenable now. He's trying to hold on to that sniper's nest, and there's just nowhere to go. As you can see, he's dealt with Botcute, again finds a multi-kill. C4 dropped on that side, he might have a chance, but again and again and again, Stallions just finding those trades where they need them. 7-2, and I have to say, this is blistering pace for a Crossfire game. I mean, I know you're coming in a little bit fresh, B-Dog. Yeah. It's not usually this quick. This has been phenomenally fast from Stallions and dominant as well. And that is exactly what we had all hoped to see from them coming onto this stage.
I've been really impressed with just the coordination of the splits and how fast they've been, especially over towards this B bomb site. It just feels so direct, and it just feels like everything's deliberate. You're getting the mid contact just to keep these players off. And look at A. There's 4 players pushing down this side of the map, and they are being rewarded with the kills. At least there's trades, but JJ just keeps on pushing. Another double kill, and you can't even get out of spawn if you're GK.
Yeah, and that's just the brand of Crossfire that Stallions is going to bring to the table, and that's, again, why we love watching them so much, because they're so exciting, they're so fast, they're so fun, and I do wish that some other teams would sort of take a leaf out of Stallions' book and kind of play this very proactive style and sort of back themselves, because there are a lot of talented players and teams in the world of Crossfire. But it seems like not that many of them are confident enough, I think, to play this kind of style, because this is very much a confidence-based style. You have to be okay with taking early aim duels and fights. And yeah, maybe not everybody's going to get away with it to the same success of Stallions, but I think it sure is fun to watch.
It's a good regroup in here. I was scared that we were just going to get isolated kills over and over again, especially when you're in a retake setup. Botcute just tucked in, and Kimbum already on the flank. The sniper has found success, and there strikes the flank. So GG Hayes left alone. Had to do it all early, and now has to try and close. I've got a good understanding of where he is because of that flash. And now trying to work things out. This timer is ticking down so low. Hasn't got really the time to work with. Wallbang, decent, but kill not fatal or found. And now you swap to the pistol. You're able to find the first, but Botcute is just tucking in, now playing Ring Around the Rosie. GG Hay can't do anything, and GK has been able to get this first round.
Yeah, that's a good effort from GK, managing to push it back a little bit to start things off on this BL side. Does come down to the 1v1 just at the back end there, although I would say, fairly comfortable in the end for GK, at least closing that out. And we'll see now, whether or not they can make any semblance of a resurgence here in this second half. Again, you kind of see the mentality of Stallions where they're coming in and they're wanting to just dictate how this game's going to play out. And they're going to do the exact same thing. This time, though, over towards the B side of the map, a bit more of an aggressive hold from them. Just having the 2 players set up over on A, KLP. Unable to land the connection onto Botcute. And that is not a line that you're going to be peeking again if you are GK aware that TRG's on the other side.
You've seen an instant reaction as well out of GK. They've instant smoked this choke point over at A from doors, and now they're using it to scale and work towards the middle of the map. Stallions, they just ran at them. This time we're using a little bit more utility to kind of get this control. No has got a lot to do with not a lot of help.
Well, he does sort of to an extent have that B player watching. Loy, kind of has a little bit of a line in here. What No's going to try and do is just duck back and see if he can draw the peak, the commitment in. Loy, he's got a lot to watch, though. He's got to watch Hotel as well. He's got to see if he can, maybe help out. No. Rotate coming through from GK into the B connector, and that's another aspect that Loy's going to have to be kind of keeping an eye on. So looks like he, at the moment, is just going to be jiggle peeking that. Spots out the info. Gets his util down, and now looking to try to set up that crossfire with KLP, who has that hotel control. The time is a bit of a factor here right now for GK. If they can manage to wrap their way in behind, KLP is going to be done. But the question is, can Botcute get there in time? And the answer is no. KLP just decides to activate, and in the end now, GK just kind of calling the cancel back and forth. It seems a bit like they don't know exactly where they want to go, but then again, Stallions are questioning that as well. Duct One's going to go down, isolated peek up onto the site, and that might not be good enough. Stallions looking good to hold on to this round. They do get themselves up to 8, and that round was, coming together, I thought, for GK, but just maybe didn't quite get their timings right.
Yeah, it's really clear they had a fundamental understanding of what they wanted to do in the mid-round. And I think Loy plays such a experienced role in this round and is really the X factor, because not only is he jiggling to see the hotel peak and also the connector peak, as you're saying, but he then spots Botcute, immediately rotates back, and is just grouping with his team, never gives a free fight, also understands the burden of time in that round for GK, the fact they had such limited space. It was very impressive to watch, and it's just going to show that these guys, whilst they're young, they still do have the experience. Loy then follows through again, just as we're giving good comments to him, and is just destroying them now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is probably the second or third year that Stallions have been able to play on a stage like this one. The expectations are growing, obviously, as the team is growing as well. They're answering those expectations pretty nicely. This round, though, maybe starting to sort of come into question a little bit. A missed shot or two there from KLP. Bomb hasn't quite yet been retrieved, but he needs a bit of backup, and he might just get a dat chip, though, on the swing. Will be traded back down by KLP, who now finds himself alone. Bomb's going to be picked back on up, but PM just goes walking straight into KLP's line. You knew he was in mid, could have taken the safer route. There's a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, but instead decides to take that fight. And now we're down to a one-on-one, which is super winnable on either side.
It is, and HP is also a factor for both of them. Whoever spots the other one first surely is going to win. It's difficult for Kimbum, though, because you have to go and get this C4, and KLP can be anywhere. And in fact, KLP can even be off of the site, and he has. He's locked in and holding this angle. It all comes down to timing. This feels really uncomfortable. Ooh. If you're Kimbum, but KLP's turned back the other way and then resets the situation. Stallions can do no wrong. Even the timings are now going in their favor.
Yeah, KLP's read him like a book there, but again, you have to look at that as GK and say maybe a little bit of a mishap on the fundamentals, right? You're in a 2v1. The bomb should not be crossing middle like that on its own, especially if you're going to try to cross mid. You know there was a guy there like maybe 5 seconds ago. Bring the other player across, see if you swing it together, maybe you trade it out, but in the end, you give up that bomb control, and that's exactly how that round falls apart. Now, a fight in towards middle from Stallions. They wanted to get it done here and now, but GK say no. It is not done just yet. Loy can't even manage anything from the backside there, so it's just KLP here, and this round will be a bit of a foregone conclusion, as I'm sure you can imagine. In the 1v5, KLP would need an absolute miracle to win it. Has managed to find himself that kill onto Duct One, but flanked and eventually finished off there as well. GK will go to 4. They restore a little bit of pride, but the reality is they have just been utterly decimated on the stage in this opening map, and it's just a matter of time, really, before Stallions finish it off.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. And if GK, you're just hoping to grab a couple of rounds, so not only does it look cosmetic, but you also feel competitive in your own map choice, because it feels like Stallions have been in control from start to finish. And I love the fact that Stallions, even though they get pushed back a tiny bit in the previous round, they're still pushing. Like, KLP is taking the most aggressive line out of a sniper I've seen in a hot minute. That nade does a lot of damage. There's plenty of players on this A bomb site. Kimbum has to try and clear these corners, but under the stairs lies the monster. GG Hay able to get a double. Trades are immediate, but the advantage still with Stallions. They look to close this game. It's a jump frag. It's one back from PM, but he can't hold on. Stallions will take it down dominantly.
Yeah, very, very comfortable win for Stallions, as I think we all knew was kind of coming off of the outset there. It's a super solid performance from them. And, you know, I think obviously coming into these international tournaments to kind of kick the year off on the international stage of CrossFire, there's always going to be these kind of questions, you know, is Stallions going to be able to follow through from what they delivered last year? It's the same conversation we had at this point last year about Falcons, about 2024, and they weren't quite able to deliver. But at least as far as what we're seeing here from Stallions today, it would seem the indications are positive that they'll continue their performances through from 2025 into 2026 on the global stage.
It's nice that they haven't changed their style of play either. Like they've not come in to completely change the mold. We got the Stallions we expected, and the Stallions that we got was very aggressive, very dominant. That's what we wanted to see out of them.
Well, the Stallions are off to a phenomenal start, taking down Game 1 10-4, now one game away from closing out the series, moving forward in their group and being that much closer to moving on to the next stage. It was a quick game for sure. Stallions are looking in true form, arguably getting incredibly aggressive, but they knew they could because they could punish GK. Let's break it down. Great game for the Stallions overall. For GK, a lot of adjustments needed.
Yeah, honestly, a scary position to be in, especially considering this was GK's pick. You would have expected a little bit more, and now sub-base is on the horizon. That is the best map for Stallions in the map pool, but you got to hand it to Stallions. The individual play in this first map just lights out. I mean, KLP alone starting with 10 kills in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, KLP's lane control was phenomenal and really hurt GK. I mean, it seems like everywhere they go, they were getting their head popped.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, KLP, new and improved. You know, he's going to be the one starting to play sometimes, and he's going to be the one clutching in this situation. And I'm very happy that it is now translating into international play, because we already saw what happened last year. But it seems like we are getting a KLP 2.0, some might say.
KLP 2.0, well, you said they did, in fact, upgrade, and the Stallions are, in fact, looking incredible. Did get a little bit loose at times, but I think they were just throwing things out there and, again, having fun with it. That's one of the things that makes Stallions so unique when they play on stage is, you know, they're a relatively younger roster. They like to have fun. That was something Tanks, you know, their coach actually mentioned. The fact is, look, they're going out there just playing good CrossFire. If they're having fun, they're playing well. And obviously they were doing that here in Map 1.
Yeah, definitely some very loose play style. At moments, though, it did hurt them. You think back to that 1v3 from PM where they're able to capitalize on those moments, and that's where Stallions still has to know when to reel it in, because later on in this tournament, plays like that could come back to bite them a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're going up against like a team like AGAL or maybe like a Baisha Gaming, and you do play a bit too aggressive, of course, they're going to find a way to punish that. But I feel like Stallions is very well aware of the limits that they have, especially up against those teams. But I mean, I'm not underestimating GK, of course. I feel like Stallions is still looking at them as a formidable opponent, but at the same time, this is not, you know, the main matchup that they're looking at. And I feel like GK, you know, despite how good they did back at home, just like what I said, time and time again, it's Stallions.
Yeah, Stallions looking great. Obviously, on the side of GK, they did have PM, who at times was the hero. You mentioned that 1v3, but it takes a lot more to win than just a solo performance.
It really does. That's where I think we saw the major difference was the team play. You think back to those A executes that we saw from Stallions, the utility game, just a cut above what GK was able to bring to the server. It felt like they couldn't win the 1v1s, but even strategically, they were getting outclassed when it came to executions.
Yeah, that was actually one of the main focuses for the side of Stallions going into 2026 because they had a bit of a reputation of being just a team that just rolls over everybody. They don't have strats and all that. And of course, knowing Tanks, he kind of took that personally. He's like, all right, let me cook up some strats in the offseason and try and see if we can apply it for Stallions. So it is now a bit more in terms of macro. They're a bit more deep in terms of that. And yeah, they're looking really, really good. And hopefully, that type of macro would be benefiting them up against one of the stronger teams as well.
Yeah, Kano, I know there was a mention or a point at least during that game one, Ankara, where you mentioned he was getting a bit too aggressive, maybe getting a bit too loose. Yeah. Granted, he was one of the leading slayers, of course, in conjunction with KLP. What do you mean, though, when he gets a little bit too aggressive? Is he one of those guys that loves to just fly off the handle at times, push fights whenever he shouldn't?
I mean, that's the entire playstyle of Kano, right? That's kind of how he came up in this league and in this entire CROSSFIRE scene. I mean, he does hit this like kind of flow statey kind of play that we do see him from time to time. Like, for example, in TB, he just starts peeking absolutely everybody and the ego peaks are there. And of course, we already know the no plot armor is really, really strong, despite the peaks being very dangerous, he still somehow finds a way to hit the shot. So, despite Kano being maybe a bit too aggressive, but I think he just let the kid play it out.
Yeah, again, he's just having fun at this point, right? They understand the opponent that's in front of them. They haven't reached AJL yet, right? So right now for GK, they got a good understanding of it. Great game number one, however, for Stallions. For GK, they need to come back, and we're also going to be back in just a little bit. But as we leave you, hey, check out EWC Play.
One is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Stallions currently lead 1-0 over the side of GK, who now needs to come back. It's only a best of 3, which means you lose 2, you're done and dusted. For GK, they now need to go back-to-back, win sub-base, win new compound, but first they've got to focus on the task at hand, sub-base, which is going to be coming up very next. Now, Kyle Stallions are a great sub-base team. They're going to be feeling more confident than ever, even more so than on Ankara.
Yeah, I feel like sub-base is the perfect map for Stallion's play style. It's very scrappy, it's very aggressive, and it's a map where you're supposed to take those early fights, and it plays perfectly into their hand, whereas GK, they're going to have to bring something, I think, a bit unique into this one to win it.
Oh, for sure. And this is exactly the map that they actually came up with back in 2024, right? Remember when the Matt Brown and Hangzhou, when they went undefeated back in subbase, when they were still named Ubek Maniac, and now they're still bringing that same fire on subbase, maybe a bit more strategy going into 2026. But, 9 times out of 10, it is going to be Stallions just taking it on subbase, just like what he said, because of the proximity of the fights, and they love to fight.
Yeah, and they love to get aggressive. I mean, obviously, Kano, we were just talking about that KLP. I mean, like, just lights out when it comes to the lane control. But for GK, there's got to be something they can do to punish the over-aggression of the Stallions.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's actually going to come down to PM on that sniper. I feel like being able to control the early fights is so key on subbase, and if he can find a way to challenge KLP, take him out early, I think that's going to be one of the things they can do to really unlock this map.
Yeah, I'd like to actually see, despite what happened in GK going into map number 1, I'd like to see more risks coming in from them, especially because you're just giving so much map control on the side of Team Stallions. One of the main ways that Team Stallions actually wins their games is they really take that aggressive map control and they realize, oh, the A side's free, the B side's free. They kind of take them on the other side. So, I want to see some machine room pushes, maybe some wooden doors pushes coming in from them, and maybe even coming into passage. So, looking forward to seeing what GK can offer in terms of aggression, because if they cannot play the risky game, you're just going to drown.
But that sounds so scary. I mean, you're already down one map, and now you're saying they should get riskier, which arguably makes it even tougher for them to control the pace of the map.
Yeah, I think it's the key, though. I think Sneaky's right. I feel like you have to push this team. Otherwise, they're just going to push you even more aggressively. We saw it on map number 1, especially thinking back to that GR side. Stallions rushing out A-long with 4 players, taking that hotel control. But you look at what GK did on the first map. They would get that early info and just fall back every time. And if you allow yourself to give up that much space consistently, it's going to hurt you on a map like Subbase. But I am curious your thoughts, Sneaky, on the vent control we're going to see in this one, because for Subbase, vent control is always so important.
Yeah, especially knowing that it can split the map in 2, and you can kind of play that little game back in control room, right? You can also get that control on that second mid area and possibly going into jail. And if you do get constant vent control, that is going to be something that is going to be very annoying for Stallions, especially because you're going to have to assign a player, and you know all 5 is going to be needed for them to operate properly in this map.
All right, it's Subbase map number 2. Stallions are knocking on the door of winning their first series against GK, who now have to come back and win back-to-back maps. Let's see if they can do it without Fish Guy and B-Dog.
Rightio, welcome back on in for map number 2. Team Stallions looking utterly dominant on Subbase, and I think GK, I mean, you know, coming into this map, I really got to imagine they're feeling a lack of confidence. That has to be fair to say after that first map. We'll see how things do play out, though, as we get underway nice and quickly once again. Stallions looking to take that early fight here into Machine Room, and it's a 1-for-1 there. Loy backing off after that kill on PM.
He really wanted to try and find another kill instantaneously over there, but instead does the smart thing, backs out immediately. For GK, they've got one destination in mind, that's that B-bomb site, deep range. Again, nets in another trade, 3 versus 3, but Bot Q on the flank, able to find another, and that means that they can plant safely.
JJ and KLB, though, on their way through into jail, having to just battle their way forward. This is going to be a tough retake. There is such a kind of fish in a barrel type situation when you're stuck like that. So no wonder GK able to get through that one nice and easy, and that's a good start. Good little change up after that opening map where you didn't really feel like GK were too competitive at all. So, you know, they'll want to be dictating things early on here in Subbase.
I really like the fact that they actually take half a second and they breathe in this, because you know that Stallions are going to be pushing. The desk have already said it. This is their specialist map. This is the map that they love to show their authority on, which means they're going to get aggressive. They're really going to try and take the initiative. If you can just sit back, especially if you PM with the sniper and just hold on, like, you're going to get opportunities. That was so close.
Yeah, even this from KLP, it's a pretty forward hold. He's managed to make his way all the way through vents. That's a strong position to play from. He can rotate to either side quickly if need be. Getting to see maybe a little bit more out of the BL side here from GK after we didn't really get much from them on Ankara. But a very, very slow approach in this round. Happy to just take that machine room control now, maybe start to work their way over towards Wood and have a little bit of a look there with PM having gone on through the doors. KLP, this is what he's waiting for. Bokut not going to commit to the vent push just yet, but you'd think he's probably going to come here at some point.
Well, maybe not. You still got to get the bomb. Finally, that's been scooped up by GK. And they feel like, look, we've got all this space. But Stallions haven't really gone searching and securing. There's been a very patient round, one of the most patient rounds we've seen all series.
What, are you sending the bomb through the vent?
Please don't do that.
Surely that's not going to be the case.
No, he's just dropping the smoke. It's okay, but timing doesn't quite work out. KLP doesn't drop the bomb. We're all fine. It's okay.
They've seen it, though. They know. Bokut, I mean, there was that push starting to come through from Stallions. They're trying to capitalize on that and collapse, and in the end, Nosebat able to find himself a couple. Bomb is still on its way in towards B, but it is isolated away from Datchip, who's working through lockers. KLP really looking for Bokut at the moment. They know they're on the hunt. They're trying to find him, and eventually they do catch up with that bomb. So it's just such a questionable decision from GK to send that bomb forward alone, and Stallions recognizing that and punishing it.
They did everything right except where the bomb was going.
Yeah.
And we saw that on Ankara as well, where you see where the sniper is playing, and yet you still decide to commit against the sniper when you've got the bomb. It's these mistakes that add up, and they add up very quickly, and you can't do that, especially against a team like Stallions. And I understand you're on the big stage, you're under the bright lights, but these mistakes are going to get punished. KLP is now just immediately answered the call. He was so good on Ankara. He's had another opening pick here with the sniper on Kimbum.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse for GK because they're now having to play this round out 4-on-5. Paying a little bit more attention to the vent this time around, as you can see, but this time Stallions have no one set up there. That's now been cleared out. The rest of the puzzle pieces needing to be put into place here by GK, but they just don't have a whole lot of map control. Sure, they've got machine room, but you don't have a whole lot of presence there in towards middle. Bokyu's got vent. JJ just going to jump spot that, aware now that GK are potentially probing in that direction. But, if you take a screenshot of this round and look at the map, you don't really have an indication of exactly where GK are going to go. There's no obvious way forward. They need to take mid or they need to take lockers. And right now, they haven't got much.
The issue you've got as well is that you've actually got such forward space on A. If you're Stallions, you can start pushing these stairs at any moment. And with GK, not really satisfied. They've actually dropped the bomb back to take information forward. So Loy, again, is in a powerful position. They can smoke off all this bomb site, but maybe you can't smoke off Loy. He's taking his time. He's looking to peek at a moment's notice. Still over a minute left on the clock. You can still change your mind, or instead you can follow forward. Loy will drop, and there's no immediate rotate.
Bomb's not committed. I don't know if this is really a committed push, but in the end, everyone's going down anyway. Duck1's gone back to try to get the bomb. And in the meanwhile, Doubtchip and PM have just died. And Stallions will take themselves another round. And I'm kind of starting to get flashes of Ankara, right? Where we're kind of going, GK, they're not quite managing to hit that same level that Stallions are at the moment.
It's one of those as well where it actually really thinks they are. It really makes me think that they're incredibly indecisive in the mid round. The fact that they've left the bomb twice now, and I understand this is a common thing in CROSSFIRE, like you're looking to get map control, fake it out, get these rotations all the way over. The issue you've got is that the rotates feel very clean and very quick out of Stallions, especially on a map like Subbase. There we go, important opening kill. Revenge out of Kim and a follow through on PM.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from KLB. His leg just showing around the corner. PM able to pick that opener up, and immediately though, again, I just don't know where Stallions keep conjuring these kills from. We're back to a 3-on-3. PM's position is an interesting one. JJ looking to clear it out. Now the information given, that actually adds another layer to this round. Bomb's not even planted just yet, so JJ actually has a bit of time to try to work in this 1v1 and gets the better of PM, who just decides to fall off the line. 3-on-2 now. Retake starting to come through. KLP a little isolated in this fight against Duck1. Now JJ doing the same. Messy round, but GK get through it.
I actually really rate the idea here from Stallions, because what you've got is you've got JJ pushing the sniper off the line, and then as soon as that contact comes in, that's where these two players round the corner. They try and isolate GK on A. They try and put so much pressure on both extremities, and it doesn't work. Good hold by GK, following through onto the Stallions push into the site.
Yeah, KLP now, he's got his sights are set on that wood hold. It's KLB, Aloy and JJ, and everyone really getting involved. Everybody wants a piece of the pie there. Stallions just making it look a little bit too easy in that all-out brawl. And I think that's, again, kind of what we're expecting. These Stallions guys are so sharp, some of the sharpest in the world of CROSSFIRE, and you take them in a head-on duel like that, chances are you're going to lose.
It's just reverting back to plan one, isn't it? Like, we've seen so many slow, methodical rounds out of GK, and that's almost forced Team Stallions just to wait. This time, they just take the fight to them, and they say, do you know what? This is our identity. This is the way that we're going to play. See if you can handle it. And in round 5, they could not whatsoever. And now you're going to see GK. They are grouping up a little bit more. You've got Loy that's thinking about pushing towards Machine. It's Botku that wants to take the fight towards him instead.
Slow and steady wins the race as far as GK are concerned. This machine room control was mission 1. Looks like maybe taking some lockers control will be the second option, but Loy is waiting and standing and delivering, and he looks for the third as well, which of course he's going to get, because why not at this point just give another advantage over to Stallions? I mean, that's just unfortunate. Like, I have to say, it's just not good enough for GK, right? You've got 3 players there. You cannot be losing a 3v1 like that.
They just don't clear the corner. They just aren't ready for it. Bokyu, it feels like he is for a moment, but hang on a sec, because Kimbum is doing the damage. At least there's that trade necessary. And now JJ has a look at his team. Where on earth is that chip? He'll find him. I think it's Snow that actually claims the kill, but you're right, like, these players have got all the control in towards Machine, and they think, okay, we're just going to go in towards this site. Lawyer's been playing here. That's been the guaranteed info, normally completely by himself, but the fact we're not clearing a corner, it's lazily checked. That's really unforgiving for GK. And now you get the push instead. And now Stallions say, do you know what? We're going to take the fight straight to you. And every single kill is coming in favor. Finally a trade back, but it's a 4-on-1. And Bokyu just can't even find the frag. I was really anticipating him to get a kill, and he just doesn't.
Yeah, I think you're starting to really see a bit of that star power now from No. Obviously, there was a lot of conversation around KLP in that opening map of Ankara, sniping very, very nicely. But traditionally, with this Team Stallions roster, we've typically looked towards No as being one of the driving forces behind that firepower, and he's having a great map right now. 9 and 2, a lot of multi-kills coming through from him. A nice little cameo out from Loy as well, who's been putting up those numbers. And that's again where this Stallions roster has a lot of depth. There's a lot of really good fraggers on this lineup, and unfortunately for GK, they're, again, like we keep saying, not quite cutting the mustard in this one. So tough ask. 5 and 2 deficit. GK back into another round here for round number 8 and trying to throw in something a little bit different with a potential push in through middle here.
Just consistently just being blocked off. And JJ can just take the spam. How about that then? Not only the first, but the follow through the smoke. Really anticipating these players to be here, and as soon as pressure comes on one side, that's where you get No flooding through Machine, but actually he gets denied. Maybe there's a timing for this bomb. KLP looks back onto Bokyu, and the C4 not down, but you've still got this flanking player, and in fact, in the meanwhile, while this is going on, that chip can't then find the space. It's amazing. KLB and Stallions cannot put a foot wrong.
I just don't know what I'm watching at this point. Like, there's just fights everywhere at every possible second. You've got 3 different skirmishes happening around the map. There's a fight in lockers. There's a fight out in, like, BL spawn, basically. And then there's a guy rapping in through wood, all happening simultaneously. And, I mean, it's no wonder that GK is like, what on earth am I looking at? Where should I be even paying attention to at this point? You think you get the kill over, towards the guy lurking in middle, and then there's another guy lurking there. So, timeout coming through from GK at this point. I don't know really what you can say. I think it's very evident, obviously, that this is a bit of a step up in terms of competition for them. Team Stallions do just seem to be on a bit of a different level, and I think at this moment, really, for GK, it's probably about just mitigating the damage as much as possible, right? Because, you lose this game, that's a confidence drop for you going into your next game. And no one's expecting you to come into this match against Stallions and win, apart from apparently the community vote, which, by the way, who was voting in that, I don't know. But yeah, I think right now, try to get a few rounds on the board, see if you can sort of slow some of that momentum down a little bit, and just try to have some stronger mental, obviously, going into the next matchup, because the chances of beating Stallions the way that they're playing right now is slim to none.
Yeah, the Observer's going to get carpal tunnel, the way that these fights just keep happening, like every single moment of the day. It's really ridiculous just watching how quick Stallions converge on a point, and every single one of them is ready to fight at the same time. It is just unrelenting pressure. We've been really impressed with them. I really like the way that Sneaky Frog was hyping up Loy as well, because sure, it's Loy's anchoring on these bomb sites, and just the decision tree that he follows in every single round, he plays the safest way, and then it looks like he doesn't with the wide swings at the same time, but it's all meticulously timed. It's been really impressive to watch. Stallions are just running rings around GK, and again, we get another fight straight through the smokes, and look at that for KLB! How about that? First kill falls favor to GK, and the Stallions say, this is our map, this is our time here at EWC. And they will grab another round here.
Yeah, just way too many multi-kills coming through from Stallions at the moment. You cannot be letting KLB hold down the trigger finger, spray an entire, mag of however many bullets, and then pull out the pistol as well to find himself a 3K. He needs to be getting traded down here. That's just not good enough, unfortunately, for GK. They're not sharp enough there to find themselves the trade. 7-2, the lead as we head back in. And, well, I really have to say, GK have not turned up on the stage today in the way that they would have wanted to. Stallions now over onto the attack, and they're going to move quickly. KLB and KLP, the two to find the entries in onto that B site, just making it look way too easy once again. I feel like a broken record, but Stallions are just dominating.
You see the confidence, because in a moment's notice, they've all bunny hops the entire way towards A in about 5 seconds. They're already around the corner.
You've just got to kind of like shrug your shoulders if you're GK at this point and say, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, what can you do? You can't do anything against this wombo combo duo of KLB and KLP.
Yeah.
They just smashed you to bits.
And even if you do get them, those two, by the way, are not even the guys that are out fragging at the moment, right? You've still got No and Loy to follow that, and it's not as if JJ is particularly slow at the moment either. So No for the double on the entry into lockers. It is a 2-for-2, but the problem is that this site now starting to open up, and it's very tough for GK to rotate their way back in through jail. That chip is under so much pressure, and they're gonna hunt him down. No catches him through the smoke. It's just a question of where is Kimbum.
Oh.
They don't have the bomb at the moment. But they've got to be aware that Kim Bum could be working his way through. No spots him out, and that is 9 on the board. Stallions, they're going to close this game out in record time. This is going to be less than an hour of play to finish off a BO3, and I don't remember the last time that I did a CROSSFIRE match that went that quick.
That was ridiculous. It's been breakneck pace. Like, just even at the end there in the 2v1, I love that they are pushing, they're taking the space together, and then they reset the situation. They understand that they could be on towards the flank. They're covering everything. There we go, PM. An opening kill, but it's like going to matter. No, not with JJ just running and gunning. Finally shut down by that sniper. Datchip holding on for dear life at the back of this bomb site. 3 players now converging. You got the quick players dropping nades through the elevated points, and it feels like GK might have a say here unless KLB and Loy can make things happen, and they're doing it yet again. GK rely a lot on Kim Bum in this series, and now they need to make things happen in this 1v2. Yeah, sweating bullets. Tries to come around the corner, but it's denied, and Stallions, they take their map pick 10-2. What have we just seen?
Yeah, I certainly have nothing but praise, obviously, for Stallions. After watching that opening match, they have just gone onto the stage and done exactly what we wanted them to do. They'll be thinking, well, that was a little bit too easy. But again, that's what's to be expected, and that's why the expectations are so high for this lineup. We saw what they could do last year, and again, that felt like a bit of a building year for Stallions. That was really the first year that they kind of made their mark on the international stage. So, you know, we sort of said, okay, they're the rookies. They're not necessarily expected to run away and do so well internationally. Now that they have that under their belt, though, we look at Stallions this year in 2026, an experienced squad that obviously is extremely talented, and it feels as though the sky is the limit. Now, we do still have to see how they're going to go when they play against some of the better teams in the world. You're talking AGs, your Baixas, and the big names obviously through from Brazil as well. But realistically speaking, if that's the level that Stallions can bring, then maybe this is the best team in the world in 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What an unbelievable performance from the side of Stallions, taking it in sensational fashion, 10-2, a total map score across the 2 maps, 20-6. Talk about dominating. They could do no wrong. Smiles all around as they dap up their opponents. It's all love out here. However, on the battlefield, man, it was vicious. Stallions, absolutely brutal performance.
Honestly, this is what we came to see, though, from Stallions. Coming in and showing a massive statement in their opening match is exactly what they need to do, just knowing what's on the horizon for this team in this event. And I feel like now everybody knows they're ready to come in and try and win this thing.
Yeah, they got dominant fraggers. Seems like they could do no wrong. We knew going into sub-base, they were going to favor that map very well, and they did, in fact. Those CQC fights went their way almost every single time. It's hard to pick at this point who the star is on the Stallions roster because they all pop off in individual times.
Yeah, every single one was absolutely frying here, especially for KLP in this series. Loy was actually having a bit of a hard time at the start of it because I feel like it's been a while since we've been on land, so it is going to be a bit of a miss on him. But he did kind of go around in the sub base as well, and he did a very, very nice job. But man, this is the Stallions that we expect. This is the Stallions that I've been hyping up ever since the start of the tournament. So yeah, it's very, very nice to see that. I wouldn't call this a series. It's more like a glorified warm-up for the side of Stallions.
Oh, that's brutal. Come on, Sneaky. GK, even though they did, in fact, take the loss, they did have some shining moments individually, right?
For sure.
Pimmy, for example, right, was definitely tearing it up at multiple moments. Again, we talk about it. It's more than just an individual effort. It takes an entire team. They've got a lot to work on. But after all, for GK, this is probably one of the toughest matchups they can have for their first series in the tournament.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was ready for Stallions in round 1. And GK, at the very least, they still have that fighting chance now in the lower bracket of their group to maybe learn from this one, study the VOD, and come back stronger.
Yeah, and for Duxwan, again, he was a big talking point last year, but this year, what can we expect from him going forward? I mean, obviously, for the entire GK roster, they didn't really have an opportunity to truly showcase what they're all about.
Yeah, I would want to see a lot less hesitation from the side of GK, right? Because especially going into the year of 2026, where speed and pace is going to be the way to go for most of the teams, especially with the rise of the HK and the M14 EBR, right? I feel like GK, they just need to speed up. They just need to be a bit more confident on their pushes, because if they kind of slow down, you get the pick, you kind of go back, you don't take full advantage of the map control that you have, Stallions is just going to come in and they're going to wonder, why is this map control free? Let me just push this real quick. Oh, I got 2 headshots.
Basically the case. Well, you did mention, and going back to what we were talking about, getting riskier. We wanted them to get more aggressive, get riskier. In fact, did GK do that, or do you feel like they were still playing a little bit too slow?
I think they were just too scared in this series. You look back to the teams that historically have been able to beat Stallions, it's because they meet them where they're at. You have to play equally aggressive and show Stallions you can shut down their early round pushes.
Yeah, and actually, curiously enough, that is one of the ways that Execration actually beat Stallions in the group stage. And they kind of just matched the aggression, but at the same time, they're not going overtly, they're not overly committing to the fights. They're actually playing it smart across the map, but at the same time, they're just not giving map control for free. And Execration, since they're able to do that, they got all the way to the 2nd seed, even beat Virtus Pro. And obviously, if you are not ready for this Stallions team, if you're not ready to risk it all for map control, this is what can happen. And this is unfortunate because, I was looking forward to a longer series, especially knowing the names on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. The names on the other side are star-studded, but that was the conversation we had about Ducktwan and them last year, right? And unfortunately, they didn't perform as well as we needed to, or them to, once the lights hit them. But either way, for the Stallions, they're looking great. Going back to Execration, though, yeah, I watched that matchup. I was actually a bit worried about Stallions. I thought, okay, maybe they're not showing their true form, but they snapped back, and they ended up beating them, I believe, 3-0 when they met again, taking their regional qualifier, ultimately first place over Insia, and they did a phenomenal job. And clearly, they're in good form. They're in full form. Kai, you got to do your homework before you step onto the stage.
You really do. And Stallions, I think it's just in their story as well. Sometimes you even look at their regional, like you guys were talking about, where they get overconfident, they make the mistakes, but they always know how to close when it's mattered. So I feel like these guys now have a big target on their back because everyone was watching this opening match. All of the other teams know what they now are going to have to potentially face here. And this is a scary looking team.
Yeah, and arguably because it ends so fast, the teams doing their homework watching this maybe didn't get a lot of notes taken, right? They're trying to do their homework, but Stallions aren't giving anything up.
Yeah, but to be fair to most of the teams or the other teams in the tournament, trying to VOD review Stallions has got to be one of the hardest things because, granted that, they do have strats from time to time, but I feel like one of the biggest strengths of Stallions is their proactivity in the map and the way that they find opportunities in the randomest times as well. All of a sudden, No is now opening up the B side and there's also presence on A. So, VOD review all you want, but if you cannot take the proactivity of Stallions, you're just going to drown.
That's true, and it was nice to see Tanks behind him. He's giving him a lot of feedback. I think the narrative for him coming in this year, Tanks, the coach of Team Stallions, was we're going to win everything. We want to win and dominate everything. Last year was just a taste, right? And let's not forget, Tanks was a competitor himself, right? So when Stallions win, he feels that win too. He's got such tremendous passion for guiding these guys out there on the stage.
Yeah, honestly, it was really impressive to see them taking last year where they were kind of the aim stars of the event. And you could tell Tanks has now integrated more thorough, more deep strategies with this team, the utility, the executions. They've really taken their whole gameplay to another level. And now they can strategically go toe-to-toe with the best on top of having some of the best shots in the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Tanks has got to be one of the most essential, if not the most important part of Stallions in this one. I mean, he's the most grounded person in the entire team. So, obviously, if you're Stallions, you're, best players in the Philippines, and you're gonna get a bit of an ego on you. But Tanks is gonna quickly shut that down and say, hey, we haven't won that big trophy yet, so you need to calm down. We can have that confidence, but let's not get too overconfident.
That's right. And again, he wants to lift the trophy himself, right, alongside his roster. And he's been truly instrumental when it comes to the success of the Stallions. I mean, seriously. And just a great guy, even coming up there during the CFS 2025 Grand Finals in Chengdu, doing the interviews, right? I mean, he was helping them out and truly has been just such a guiding force for these younger players, for sure. So, Tanks, hey, we're watching you, man. We're seeing all the work that you're putting out there. If you had to pick a star, though, from this series on the side of Stallions, who would it be? Because it's so tough to pick. I mean, you had No obviously popping off KLP, locking in the lanes with the snipe. Who would it be for you guys?
For me, it'd have to be KLP. I feel like he really set the tone in that opening map. Getting double digits just in the first 3 rounds, to me, it gets your team in a position where everyone starts to get that confidence of, hey, this is our match for the taking. And you could tell everybody just slowly met him at that level on the rest of Stallions. And then by map 2, they were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I still think that he still has that residual desire to play as much as he can, especially knowing what happened with group stage and Masters, right? With Revenge coming in and playing most of the games in the group stage, and now he's going into playoffs in this one. And I feel like he still really wants to play his best as much as possible, and because the opportunity was kind of in danger for him to be even staying in Stallions, but he actually took that challenge to stride, and we already saw it on GK. No hesitation on KLP whatsoever.
Yeah, no hesitation at all. But going back to game 1, we head back to Akara, and it was round 7, I think it was. PM hits a beautiful 1v3, and then there were some alarm bells ringing. Obviously that can't happen against AJL. That can't happen against the other Titans going forward. You think they got a little bit too loose? Again, we go back to that conversation of Stallions having fun, pushing fights. You can't really complain with a 26 win overall, but moments like that genuinely can't happen.
Yeah, I feel like the only downside for Stallions in this matchup is I feel like they weren't fully tested, and because of that, they might go into their next matchup a little bit too confident. You could see it coming out in moments here, but you weren't up against a team that was going to punish you enough for making some of these decisions of being a bit too overconfident at times. So that's my only concern with Stallions moving forward, is the second they meet kind of a challenger opponent, they might struggle a little bit to warm up to that.
Yeah, I feel like that is going to lie on the shoulders of Tanks, right, to keep the boys humble about it. And I feel like he's going to say exactly that. It's like, hey, obviously we kind of just destroyed GK in this series, but at the same time, they're not going to be the ones that's going to have the target on their backs. Obviously, Stallions, they went from the underdogs now to the favorites, so they still need to be, aware of their situation and still, play a bit more smartly, especially up against, one of the stronger teams like AG, like Baisha. So I feel like, granted, we saw that over-aggression now, but I feel like Tanks is just going to fix it real quick.
For sure, and it's amazing to see their run, obviously from last year, and just how much fame they've been able to accumulate. CrossFIRE is a special game, and when you look at just their stories right over in Cebu, the amount of fans that they have over in the Philippines is truly phenomenal, and they are ushering in a new wave of players over in the Philippines, and now they're getting really serious, and that region has become incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, going into even last year's EWC, people were thinking that, Vietnam might be the second region, but now it's very clearly the Philippines. Not only do you have Stallions rising to the top of the pack amongst the other regions, you've got Execration kind of right there with them as well.
Yeah, and if we go outside of the top 2 as well, I mean, you do have the former Virtus Pro players, and at the same time, Fervid on the league as well, and that was a team that I was kind of expecting that could have made it to international. So there's already a lot of international caliber players on the side of PH, and it is also helping Stallions because they're not running into the problem that Vitality and Falcons is having right now, where the rest of the region is not really competing against them. It's kind of like the sword sharpening the other sword.
Exactly,
on the other side. Yeah.
Because it's so important to have a strong region, and you're constantly scrimming as well as improving yourself. That's why you go back to how Famous, Famous, for example, incredible. He's not necessarily in our competition, but one of the guys who actually went over to China, ended up competing there. It's what made him really a celebrity when it comes to CROSSFIRE, and he only improved. When you watch him play compared to his region, you can clearly tell the practice over in China helped tremendously.
Oh, 100%. These players who have had that opportunity to play in the CFPL region, it just elevates them to a new height. And that's why I think Stallions, that was their 2025, since they haven't been deep into the CFPL. 2025 was going through the ringer, getting that experience against those CFPL level teams and seeing what they were up against. And I think for them, as much as they looked strong in their region last year, it was a bit of an awakening to go against the Baishas and the AGs of the world under that much pressure.
For sure.
But now they have that knowledge, and you can tell they've elevated themselves to a new height.
That's right. Well, Salvatore is getting all the breaking news out there for KLP. What a performance in this series against the side of GK. Let's hear what KLP had to say with Salvatore.
What a dominating matchup early on here at EWC CROSSFIRE. Stallions took home the bacon up against GK Esports. I'm here with KLP, who had quite a game inside of Subbase and Ankara. Thank you so much for your time, KLP. I just want to ask a couple of questions, mainly the fact that KLP scored an amazing scoreline on the first 2 maps. So let me ask you, KLP, where did this come from? Where did this complete domination come from, and how were you able to hit the shots? Saan nagmula tong dalawang games na to, pre, na kung saan nagwala ka talaga, no? Parang pinakita mo sa GK na ikaw ang pinakamalakas dun sa labing yun. Saan ba galing to?
Sa mga kampi ko, gusto ko lang mapatunayan nila na kaya ko silang tulungan.
Oh, I just wanted to prove out there that I can defeat GK, so I just went out there and did my own thing. So next question is, so what made this victory mean so much to you? Because this is your first game after like quite some time now. So what is now the goal of Team Stallions heading toward the next round? So ano lang goal ng Team Stallions sa mga susunod pa na rounds, pre?
Manalo. Goal namin manalo, tas pasok muna sa playoffs, tas mag-champion.
Our goal is to win, reach playoffs, and become the EWC champion. So last question here for KLP. There are numerous teams competing here at EWC. Who do you want to face the most and why? So sa dami ng teams dito na nag-compete sa EWC, pre, sino yung pinaka gusto mong makalaban at bakit?
Gusto namin yung all gamers kasi gusto namin silang bawian.
We want to face up against all gamers because we have unsettled business with them way back in 2025. Thank you so much, Team Stallions, KLP. An amazing performance, and this man knows how to play sniper.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview, hearing from KLP, and a great question asked at the very end that Sneaky got you excited. Who do they want to play? We already knew the answer, but we wanted to hear from KLP, and it was all gamers. AGAL, they want to take them down. They want revenge.
Yeah, of course. I mean, no pun intended, revenge is their sixth man. But at the same time, they still remember the pain of last year, right? Losing at the very last turn on the grand final after having such a generational run going into 2025, even on the EWC as well. And I feel like Tanks actually said this to the players, is like, remember the pain of losing, because you are going to feel this again if we don't work as hard as possible. And I feel like the work is now paying off.
That's a crazy quote, by the way, and that goes insanely hard, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It just speaks to the level of this team, though. I mean, they're dedicated to not only showing they're the best in the region here, they want to lift that trophy, and you can tell they've gone from fourth, they've gone to second. This is the only thing left for them to do that they haven't yet done as a team.
That's right. All they got to do is just beat everybody else, right? It's not going to be easy, but they know the road that is ahead of them, and they're willing to go down it. Now, CFS, we've been talking about it last year over in Chengdu. It was incredible. Absolutely loved being there. This year, though, where are we going to be? Let's check it out. Oh yeah, CFS 2026. We're heading back to China, going to Wuhan. That's going to be a lot of fun. CFS, such a tremendous product. I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, honestly, always exciting to see those grand finals, and especially with the Chinese fans. They just love to bring that energy, love to bring the heat, but this could be an interesting year because maybe it could be the first time in a while if Stallions can show it here that we might see a new region take the throne.
That would be crazy, especially on the home turf of the Chinese region. But hey, Stallions are looking great. They're looking poised, and they already won their first series of the day. We're going to be seeing them later on in the upcoming days. They're not done just yet. They still got to win one more series in order to move into the next stage. But EWC, it's an incredible product, but it wouldn't be what it is without our founding partners.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir on m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait trop de pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'arrive. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés.
Xin chào, tụi mình là đội tuyển GK đến từ khu vực Việt Nam. Tôi là Kim Bum đến từ đội tuyển GK.
Tôi là Đức Toàn đến từ đội tuyển GK.
Mình là BM đến từ đội tuyển GK.
Theo mọi người thì ai là người dùng nhầm súng mà vào game rồi mới nhận ra? Cái tội này là cái tội hồi xưa từng bị trừ rao rồi nè.
Tập luyện hàng ngày hăng hái đến mức quên cả ăn.
Trời ơi,
nhìn vào là biết rồi.
Đúng rồi, chính xác
là biết rồi.
Nói 5 phút nữa lên mạng nhưng lại mất nhiều thời gian hơn thế.
Có mỗi đàn
nhưng mà nó không có ở đây.
Theo anh em thì ai là người vực dậy tinh thần cho cả đội?
Đây đi,
đội trưởng đi.
Đội trưởng.
Chỉ có đội trưởng
chắc
thôi.
Đội trưởng.
Không có đội trưởng thì
luôn chăm sóc tốt cho cả đội, thậm chí trước cả bản thân.
Đức Toàn, tôi Đức Toàn á. Đức Toàn hay mua cho anh em á.
Hay đặt đồ cho anh em ăn á. Dành thời gian khám phá khi đến một đất nước mới. Chắc có Đức Toàn thích đi khám phá nhiều.
Đây cũng thế mà, đây cũng thích chụp ảnh nè.
Ai là người có khả năng là mất quá nhiều thời gian để chuẩn bị trước khi đi ra ngoài?
Tôi đơn giản lắm, tôi không biết đâu á.
Ai người chỉ đây
đây
hai anh em á.
Cả hai à? Rồi. BM
đi đến đâu làm mất đồ, đi đến đâu cũng làm mất đồ.
Đây á, chắc đây quên hộ chiếu hôm trước này.
Quên bắt bót.
Đi là quên rồi, quên bắt bót.
Xong rồi bọn em xong rồi. Goodbye, cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi.
Bye bye.
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất dùng nhầm súng mà vào game rồi mới nhận ra?
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất tập luyện hăng hái đến mức quên cả ăn?
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất nói 5 phút nữa lên mạng nhưng lại mất nhiều thời gian hơn?
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất mất quá nhiều thời gian để chuẩn bị trước khi ra ngoài?
Đây, Navy. Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất luôn chăm sóc tốt cho cả đội, thậm chí trước cả bản thân mình?
Đúng.
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất dành thời gian khám phá khi đến một đất nước mới?
Origami.
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất là người vực dậy tinh thần cho cả đội?
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất đến buổi tập sớm nhất? Mày dậy sớm à.
Ai là người có khả năng cao nhất đi đến đâu cũng làm mất đồ?
Giờ này mất luôn cho ai?
Hàng luôn.
Mới mất cái kính xong.
Hàng luôn.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The second series of the day about to go down. We hop from Group A over to Group B. It's King Zero Esports going against the Vicious, both respectively second in their regional qualifiers leading up to this very stage. One from Vietnam, the other from China. The question is, who's going to take one down? Well, we've got to get that answer by watching them play, right? They're the ones who control destiny within their fingertips. Hey, welcome back to the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Kyle, and Lucy on the desk. Lucy, what's going on? Welcome to CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, it's great to be here. What an amazing setup we've got here in the games. I mean, already, like that first series, that's got me very excited for what the rest of this week has in offer.
And it was a quick one. Sometimes they're not that quick, but hey, respecting our time as Team Stallions. Now for King Zero. King Zero is an unbelievable team coming from the hardest region, arguably, right, when it comes to CROSSFIRE. They got second place, right, in their regional qualifiers, which is very, very tough to do. Coming into this, they look very strong.
Yeah, honestly, if there's ever a team to embody the idea of always the bridesmaid, it's King Zero, right? This year of second place finishes that have come through for them. But it feels like when the pressure is off, they can beat the best teams in the world. So the question is, can they rise to the pressure?
Ooh, can they rise in the matchup? I think they can, and I like that talking point. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah, I think for me, this is an exciting one too, because we're also seeing the debut of Ice as this player on the international stage, who I've heard referred to as the next N9. And that is a bold statement coming out from other players saying this about him. And I'm excited to see if he can live up to that expectation, because he's part of the reason this team has gone from kind of the middle of the pack in their region to now confidently that #2 spot.
But will it pay off on the EWC stage? Regionally is one conversation, different format, right? Then you head over here. Now you're at EWC. Can he still be that star-studded player?
Well, I feel like this is just this particular matchup is really about him getting comfortable, right? Playing on the international stage, right? It's about the adjustment period because he's already shown domestically what he can do. And I think actually having a matchup like this where they are heavily favored, right? That's the perfect circumstance for him to get comfortable on that stage and then just do what he's been doing this entire season.
Yeah, that's well said, Lucy. I mean, when it comes down to it, they are the favorite in this matchup overall. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy, however. King Zero looking like the favorite, but are they? Well, it's up to them to decide. Salvatore, though, had a chance to catch up with one of the players. Let's go in and listen to how YF is feeling.
It's an intense match number 2 here at EWC CROSSFIRE. We have King Zero versus the Vicious, and I'm joined here by YF, star player of King Zero. YF, thank you so much for your time. I'll be asking a few questions. First of all, first and foremost, how's the team feeling heading into this matchup?
YF， 你们战队今天是打今天的第2场比赛，能不能跟我们透露一下你们现在战队感觉怎么样呢？
大家都休息得挺好的吧，然后会全力应对这场比赛的。
Well, everyone has a good rest, so we will be giving our all in our matches.
That's good to hear. So next question is there a specific approach that you guys are aiming for this specific matchup against the Vicious?
那你们对手是 The Vicious， 你们打这支战队的话，有没有什么想法，或者有什么战术，或者有什么就是准备怎么去应对这个对手呢？
没有特别的准备吧。我觉得我们只要打好我们自己的每一份，处理好每一份细节就好了。
I wouldn't say that we have like a targeted approach towards them. We're just gonna play to the best of our abilities, to play our own style, and make sure to not make any mistakes and make sure that every single detail has been covered.
Well, that is the branding of King Zero back in CFPL. They love to play their perfect crossfire. And for our last question here for YF, do you have anything to say about your opponents later on? Any banters or just a good message overall?
Just for Vicious? 那在开赛之前有没有什么狠话想跟你们对手 Team Vicious 说的吗？
不用说什么狠话吧，上去用枪法说话就行了。
I'll say I don't need to like what's the word for it? I don't really have any banter that I wanna talk that I wanna say to the Vicious. I'll say just let the guns do the talking.
Wow, that is a huge statement here for YF. Coming up next, guys, in match number 2, we will be having King Zero versus the Vicious here at EWC CF. It's going to be lit. I'm Salvatore, joined here by YF. See you guys at the stage.
Thank you, Salvatore, as well as Jen, for the great interview. YF, that little smile, I didn't know what answer we were going to get, but let the guns talk. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, they know exactly what they need to do in this one, and they're ready to prove it in the server. I mean, they've already shown what they're capable of regionally. They've got the firepower behind it, but I wouldn't say it's an easy one at the same time. I mean, on the other side, you've got Ice Cube, who has been looked at as one of the most dominant snipers in the Vietnamese region, and that's still going to be a tough opponent to go up against.
Yeah, for sure. Vicious, again, second place in Vietnam. We were mentioning, talking a regional debate, Vietnam, a very, very talented region, but are they going to be talented enough to take down the top dogs when it comes to King Zero, second in their overall region, a very, very strong one indeed. Now, we need to find out, and to get those answers is Salvatore with PBZ.
King Zero and Vicious live here at EWC CROSSFIRE Paris, and I'm joined here by PBZ from the Vicious. They'll be facing up against King Zero, which is arguably one of the tougher teams here inside of EWC. So PBZ, I just want to ask, so you guys will be facing the number 2 from CFPL. So how are you guys feeling about that specific matchup?
Hiện tại bây giờ mình sẽ sắp đối mặt với lại King Zero, đối thủ thứ 2 ở bên hạng thứ 2 đến từ CFPL. Thì hiện tại giờ là cảm xúc của đội mình hiện tại như thế nào?
Cảm xúc của đội em chắc là rất là phấn khích khi được gặp một đối thủ mạnh như King Zero.
Yeah, we are really excited to meet King Zero. It's such a tough opponent.
And I love that emotion here from PBZ. Very much excited indeed. So King Zero had a bit of a roster change in the offseason, adding Ice into the mix, which is undoubtedly analysts all over the world are vouching to become the future of CROSSFIRE. But I want to ask PBZ, which player are you looking forward the most in facing KZ?
Hiện tại bây giờ là mình có kỳ vọng nào, là mình hào hứng nhất khi mình gặp cái đối thủ nào ở phía bên King Zero?
Chắc là em hào hứng gặp ai của King Zero.
Yes, of course, he will be excited to meet Ice from King Zero.
Well, like here, guys, PBZ wants Ice in that matchup. For our last question, what is the specific strategy that you guys are aiming for up against KZ? Because they're not just another opponent, they are one of the best teams inside of EWC. So yeah, what is the strategy for Division to take down King Zero?
Thì hiện tại bây giờ mình có chiến thuật nào để mà mình đối mặt với lại King Zero?
Chiến thuật của em là sẽ khóa chặt tông tay ngắm bên đó.
Our strategy is to aiming Tong from the King Zero's team.
Take down Tong, the sniper of King Zero, and that is it for PBZ. Guys, good luck for your upcoming matchup. This is King Zero versus the Vicious here live at EWC Paris. It's going to be amazing inside of that stage.
Thank you, Salvatore, for the interview. Nice to hear from the Vicious PBZ, giving us a little insight as to who they're watching out for. We talk a lot about Ice, but clearly Tong is getting a lot of attention as well.
Yeah, it makes sense when they think about how they need to win these early aim duels. It's going to be Ice Cube versus Tong, a very key matchup in this one. And knowing how impactful Ice Cube's been in the past, if he can consistently win that matchup, it's going to be a nice foot forward for these guys to work with.
Yeah, for sure. But also focusing solely on just one player, Lucy, can sometimes bite you in the butt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is unfortunately the situation here, for the side of Vicious, because Ice Cube is your best player, arguably one of the best snipers outside of China, right? He is your win condition in a lot of these cases. And it's really interesting, actually, because the Vicious have gone kind of the opposite direction that King Zero have. They've gone for familiarity with their roster move this year, right? Rather than bringing in that kind of a new talent, they've gone for an old hand that they know that they can rely upon, and they're going to have to rely on in here. And obviously, that is the game plan. If they're targeting Tong, it's Ice Cube that's going to be the man that's going to be doing it.
Well, Kyle, once again, the Vicious, at least on the opposite side of what we would have considered the favorite, is the fan favorite for the match prediction. 78% for Vicious to King Zero's 22%. That's a bold play.
It really is, but I mean, the community was wrong in the first one. I mean, Stallions, that was a bit of a blowout for them. So I feel like this one for KZ is going to be a pretty confident chance for them to win. But I will say I expect at least a closer match here than what we saw in that opener.
Sure, Vicious, a strong team, second in the region. King Zero, same thing. We take a look at the pick and bans, our vetoes, and let's see what we get, right? And starting off, got Porte, which is going to be banned out from the side of the Vicious.
Yeah, definitely a good ban coming out from Vicious. That's going to be a really strong map for KZ, particularly Ice. I've seen do some crazy things on that map. New Mexico, also, like I said in the first series, I think this will be the most banned map in the entirety of this event. A lot of teams, it's just their go-to to avoid because they don't have really deep playbooks on it.
And Kara picked up for map number 1, Lucy. This is kind of the bread and butter for a lot of regions out there, for a lot of teams. Now, for King Zero, this is the map they're banking on to take map number 1.
Yeah, it's a map that they very much enjoy playing. They're very happy to go into this. I mean, we heard from King Zero, they just want to play their own game in this sort of series. You don't need to do anything tricky with the veto. You're kind of hoping maybe your opponents try and do something tricky and it backfires on them. And sub-base, I don't know, that feels a little tricky for Vicious, and that might actually really backfire on them, because that is a map that, we haven't really seen Vicious been playing a lot.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a tough one for map number 2 for Vicious. The first one, a bit of a 50-50 in my eyes, but now we see the bans coming out as well. Eagle Eye going to be the second ban from Vicious. Definitely a smart move there, and it does leave us with Black Widow as the decider. And as we know, China as a region, this is one of their go-to powerhouse maps, so definitely a tough pool ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sub-base, I think, is going to be very difficult on Kara. Like you said, 50-50, good lane control from King Zero. One of the things about King Zero is they can play aggressive, but they can also park the bus if needed, and Vicious is going to have to find a way to deal with each and every strat King Zero is going to be throwing their way. It's not going to be easy for the Vicious, but they must fight hard in order to take down King Zero Esports. It's our series number 2 for Group B. Let's head over to the casters with Elfish Guy and B-Dog.
Much excited to have a little look at King Zero taking on the Vicious. It is the battle of the ice, and Tong's thrown in the mix as well. He was the talking point between the players in the interviews. He's the guy that King Zero looks to rely on as they try and integrate ice into their team.
Yeah, and I think we're probably going to get a little bit of a different game out of this one than what we just had on the stage. No more Stallions means things will undoubtedly slow down a little bit more.
Say that, but look at the push out of B.
Yeah, King Zero, they do want to be that team that maybe puts their mark on this game early on in the piece. They're a confident lineup here against the Vicious, but it has not quite worked out well for the Vicious there at all. King Zero managing to find themselves the 2-for-1 there. I think for me, you know, I'm just really kind of seeing what level King Zero actually come into this with, because they're a team that potentially could even still be a threat towards the top end of the overall bracket when we do get there. It's just, you know, are they going to hold a candle to the likes of AG and Baisha, who are traditionally the two teams that really handle things on the international stage?
Oh, quick flank already coming in from Nevis, but 9U looks to occupy that space a little bit. You've also got XN going on this ridiculous flank, taking so much space, making sure that the Vicious just can't really have any unexpected surprises in this retake. They know exactly what's going on now.
Oh, Vicious taking their time about things here, though. Halfway through. And that might not work out too well for them with time against them. Wow. An immediate headshot coming out from XN, doubles down. Ice will fall, but I'd have to say that I think time has probably gotten away from Origami here. He's hitting his shots, but trade is in there and Ice will finish it off. It's first round on the board for King Zero.
Stylistically, I know you spoke about the Stallions and the fact that they played probably the most aggressive compared to any of the teams here we've got at EWC. But even just going for the execute there for King Zero, like they're actually taking the time smoking things off. They throw a flashbang towards the top of the site to actually take all the space very diligently. And that's really nice. After, you know, the defense has pushed them back off B, they go in, they get the trades, and now they look to get a little bit aggressive. 9U hold him, but it's XN that finds the opener.
Yeah, PBZ out of the picture pretty early on in the piece. I mean, for this Vicious lineup, there's a couple of new faces at the international level. There's a couple of guys that, you know, were there back with A Lotus a year or two ago, and obviously we all know about Ice Cube and Nevis, but it's a fairly fresh team, I think, in this level of competition just as a unit. And so they're going to have their work cut out for them today as they try to defend that A site. Very solid entries from 9U and Ice, though. And once again, find ourselves with another solid advantage for King Zero, and you're probably starting to get a bit of an understanding of maybe where this matchup is going to start to fall just with these first couple of rounds. King Zero are looking very comfortable.
Yeah, just really enjoying just how good this trade spacing is. Like, everything's a lot more coordinated for King Zero. Like, on the broadcast so far, this has been the most coordinated team I've seen, especially when it comes to holding on to these sites. So Origami looking to be the player alongside Ice Cube to maybe make this retake happen, but it's so tough. You're smoked off at the choke point. The bomb's basically already gone. There's no way into this round whatsoever, and you're just being forced out of it by King Zero. It's clean, it's effective. It's really diligent gameplay.
Yeah, and I know that there was a lot of conversation around Ice Cube on the desk and in the lead up to this tournament, and you know, I want to believe, right? But I do honestly kind of feel like he's someone that last year we really didn't get out of him what we wanted, and we're kind of still just like holding on to this dream that we're going to get the Ice Cube of 2024, running it back. But as of yet, haven't necessarily seen it. Again, another entrance onto the international stage, and we'll see what he can do. This used to be the map where he would just dominate. A 0-2 start for him, though, is not exactly what we want to be seeing.
Massive cross. Oh, PBZ just gets clear, but are you ready for Nevis as well at the same time? It feels like Ice is, but then the crunch from top middle is really going to be effective. 9U able to get the trade back, but then the nade finished off the job. 3 versus 3.
Push coming out here from Ice Cube as well, so this round is on a ticking clock. XN was not ready for it. So we've got a little bit of a flank potentially coming into play here from Tong. If that C4 just rushes its way through middle, they can go B. YF might have been spotted on the cross. Actually, information still at a bit of a premium here for the Vicious. So J Leo on the push will end up catching up to YF. And it looks like the Vicious might be able to put together their first round. But the name on everybody's lips coming into this was Tong, and we'll see what he can do here in this 1-on-3. I gotta say, I think the Vicious are giving him a chance, right? J Leo, isolated fight, does get the better of him. But you know, can you imagine if J Leo goes down there, now you're all of a sudden in a 1-on-2 and things can sort of fall by the wayside from there.
Yeah, you can get the bomb. There's so many different branching paths there that Tong could potentially take. But I really enjoyed the way the Vicious played that. You've obviously got this crunch coming in from the underpass, and you've got the top mid split as well. But then at the same breath as that, you've then got that push, as you say, coming in from Ice Cube. That drops the C4. That puts the round completely into pandemonium here for King Zero. So they're going to group up. they're going to take a much more passive sight line here as they try and find an opener, because what they're noticing is that the Vicious want to fight.
Yep. Ice Cube trying to take that fight against YF will lose his life. J Leo the same over towards Vent on A. That's a nice adaptation, a good call from King Zero. But are they aware, potentially, of Never still lurking, his timing? Not really going to pay out. He decides to just play it a little bit more passively and let that push come through to mid from the remaining two. Origami and PBZ in a little bit of a back and forth right here, but PBZ unable to find any impact just yet. He's now been spotted out by YF. That info's going to be given over. The swing comes through from 9U, but I mean, where's the kills, King Zero? You're fighting hard for it. Eventually, a nade lands on PBZ's head. Origami going to be pushed away, and Nevis spotted out by Tong, a missed shot. It's just a little bit more cool, calm, and collected here on the behalf of King Zero, but they are kind of giving these opportunities over to the Vicious side. I'd like to see them just group up and hit a site.
And they are, which is really nice. You've also dropped the nade over towards Nevis, and in fact, he's just feeling the pressure, but he's still able to get the kill. There's that trade, but then Origami steps in, and Origami's able to make it work here for the Vicious. But you've got to argue that King Zero gave them chance after chance after chance to win that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a round hook, line, and sinker for King Zero, and it just seemed like they were so indecisive. You know, they were trying to find those fights in middle, but they weren't committing to them, and they were just sort of dilly-dallying around in middle, and eventually the Vicious, you know, they made the right call, obviously, to pre-rotate that second player over towards A. It was a nice clutch as well by Origami. I don't want to take that away from the Vicious, but I think that was a pretty poorly played round by King Zero.
I think it's because Origami got the kill just over towards B. He caught out the lurker, and he just like, okay, understands what's going on. XN makes no mistake. Ice Cube dropped instantly. And now for King Zero, they're hoping they can use this man advantage, turn it back into a round win. PBZ can't punish XN.
Yeah, meanwhile, King Zero happy to just take a bit of space in mid. You can already sort of get the sense of how this game is playing out in a far different capacity to the opening game. King Zero, a much more methodical team in a sense. This is a good B split in the making. Just a question of whether or not they can get past Origami. PBZ right now, 2 and 4, deleted. Just didn't get the memo. Maybe that XN was rounding that corner, and so Origami can't do much either as he tries to hold the site solo. King Zero making this one look a bit easier, making amends for that last round.
And it just gets even worse. It just looked like he was taking a peek at his teammate's monitor for info, and he just gets caught off guard. That can happen, especially on the biggest stage. That is tough. That is really difficult for the Vicious. I like that at King Zero because it's a bit more of a tempo switch. Like, it's still slow, it's still methodical, but it's faster than it was in these previous rounds. Every single gunfight is on their terms. They dictate when they're swinging. They dictate when they're taking those fights in towards B. It works out a hell of a lot better than it did before.
Flash over towards A. I think I'm trying to take that space in yard outside of A. Might just end up being an A hit here. See if King Zero want to opt for that sort of spawn-based gameplay. I don't think that they're going to make the call to just say, yeah, we're going to go A out of spawn, but here we do get that execute straight up, and so we'll see how the defense manages to stand up. Nevis with another nice double. He's doing a lot of good work over towards this A side at the moment. 9U sliding his way through. Will get the shot back on through. Receives one of his own, though, and the trade's just back and forth. Eventually, will kind of favor King Zero here. Origami is low. The problem is the bomb has been dropped in an awkward position. That's going to need to be retrieved by Ice, and if he gets his timing wrong, he could run into 2, which he does. All the shots missing on either side, pretty much. Now the wrap coming back on in here from Tong to try and reinforce. There's a smoke up now as well. They could get the plant over on A. The Vicious going for a long rotate.
That really scared me when Ice Cube's just left Origami basically by himself, but Smoke was up. There was an opportunity. I saw him just in the corner. Ice Cube's not able to get the shot off. And I tell you what, Ice can. This new guy picked up. Spoke about the debut on the international stage. 9 and 3 gets an important double right when King Zero need it.
Yeah, I think that's a really important story to be touching on here. Ice coming into this King Zero roster at the start of the year in January, and he's played a little bit on the domestic circuit. He played in the youth leagues in CFPL, and I think he's got a season or 2 of CFPL under his belt in King Zero, but as of yet, we haven't seen him at an EWC, we haven't seen him at a CFS, we haven't seen him at one of these big international tournaments, and he's doing pretty well for himself so far. 9U, XN, and Ice, and again a double from Ice, who just continues to bail King Zero out of trouble in these rounds. I mean, there's a reason why he's been so hyped and highlighted, and we're kind of starting to see it on the international stage as well. Now, tasked with a clutch against Ice Cube, so we'll see how cold he really is, and Ice Cube really wants to take that fight, but neither team managing to finish it off. Ice needs to find that plant. Looks like he's going to be given the space.
Yeah, but look at the immediate rotate. Like, is Ice ready for this? Is Ice prepared for how quickly Ice Cube is going to be up behind him? Ice Cube now starts closing the gap. Ice will swing, but he just can't claim the kill. Maybe this nade can do the damage. Ice still isn't melting on this site, and he will win out onto Ice Cube. It's the new kid on the block, and it's King Zero with all the rounds.
Yeah, and I think you can really read into that tendency as well if you're King Zero. We've seen Ice Cube in these clutches a couple of times decide to go for the long wrap, the big flank, whatever you want to call it. And I seem to sort of read that as well, just sort of tucks himself in behind those boxes. The grenade obviously could have finished him off, but there's a lot of cover in and amongst those boxes on the side, so able to avoid it quite nicely and just plays around for that information, eventually wins that 1v1. King Zero up to a very swift 5-2 lead. It has been slower, but the scoreline still ballooning out. And now Jay Leo, with a lot of work to do to try to hold on to Vent here, will back it up. Might leave Origami a bit high and dry here as well. If Jay Leo goes down, just one, but Origami, yeah, there's nowhere to go. Once your mate in Vent drops there, it needs to be a two-pronged defense on that A side, and just not the case. So King Zero, once again, flexing their muscles over towards A.
You just got to get your smoke up quicker. Like that's the key detail. You need to get your smoke up faster here because you understand how quickly King Zero have been pressuring her over towards the Vent. And it's a shame because, look, I actually think this scoreline isn't really reflective of what Vicious have had in this map so far. It feels like every single round has been contestable. Like, even here in the 2v4, you don't want to rule them out immediately, but it suddenly gets worse and worse and worse. Nevis has found the multi, 9U there to mop up the mess. But again, it's nervy. It never feels concrete from King Zero.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You know, take a little bit of time to get comfortable on the stage, and eventually, you know, you come into the more difficult matches, you feel like you've had that time to sort of warm yourself up. This has by no means been a bad half by King Zero. Yeah, there's been a couple of moments where I think things could be cleaned up, but by and large, I think they've sort of done what they've really set out to do, and in particular, it's nice to kind of see Ice getting underway on that stage. I guess we're getting an attack timeout here for the final round of the half, as maybe the Vicious want to have a little bit of a chat and see if they can find this third round.
Talk to me about this. Like, do you think this is a good time in here from the coach? Like, you've got one round of play left in the half. Like, surely it should have come in a round earlier.
I agree. I'm actually, I see this a lot, especially in CROSSFIRE. There's often times that timeout that comes with one round left to go. And I just think to myself, you really have to be valuing this round, like, insane style. You know what I mean? I would think, let's try and have at least a couple of rounds value out of any timeout, particularly in CROSSFIRE where you only get one. You get 1 minute and a half timeout, which obviously that's a lot of time to talk in one particular timeout, but it doesn't leave you a whole lot of wiggle room if you use it early on in the series. And so I agree. I think you want to be using it to try to get value out of 2 or 3 rounds. You obviously cleanly putting a lot of premium on this round. A 7-2 half on Ankara is really bad, so I can understand why you want to pull it out here, but I think, you know, the writing was kind of on the wall. King Zero was kind of dominating this. You probably could have pulled this a round or 2 earlier, but either way, you're going to have to, at the very least, get this round over the line.
Especially when it's your choice as well. And the fact that King Zero then pick into a sub-base that the Vicious have been struggling on and have barely been playing, like that is such a punish, as the desk was highlighting. I mean, who knows? Maybe you can spend half your time talking about this round and then half the time talking about potentially what you're going to do in the future. But I love this, just a change of pace out of King Zero, and immediately this timeout, null and void.
Yeah, I mean, it was a change-up as well from the Vicious, that triple stack over towards B, the forward hold as well, the option, and they've just run right into King Zero's setup. All-out brawl favoring King Zero so far as they work their way in towards that B site now. The numbers advantageous. Origami gets caught in the side, and I think that might just be the round and a half over, and potentially the map here as well for the Vicious. A 7-2 deficit is on the cards unless Jay Leo pulls off one of the best clutches we will have seen in international CROSSFIRE, and well, it's not going to happen today. So 7-2 is indeed that scoreline, and King Zero are looking just so calm on the stage.
It's been really nice looking at the variety, King Zero as well. Like, they've had these slower rounds where they really anticipated these crossfires that come in very deep. The line has been pushed further forward by the Vicious. And then in the same breath of that, you've had some really up-tempo hits, especially over towards that A-bomb site. Vent has been that key source of power for King Zero all the way through Ankara. And now here for the Vicious, they need to now dictate the tempo. And for King Zero, I think they'll just let them sit back. They'll let them have all this space, because the pressure, it really is on them being 7-2 down.
Well, the Vicious not taking too much space too early on in the piece. There's this mid-push, but King Zero also having a bit of a look. J Leo just goes wandering into the crosshair of YF. Ice is here as well. Seems they've got a bit of a read on the fact that maybe there'll be another swing coming through from there. Ice Cube wants to push his way forward. Nevis in pit will be dealt with. Everything going the way of King Zero until finally Nevis is able to strike for one, Origami another. King Zero will cut their losses back off from that initial mid-fight, but now they've got the control outside of A as well. And they're using that to crunch in onto Origami. PBZ, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Has to try to find some isolated duels and does a pretty good job of that. Somehow Tong doesn't find the trade. So maybe there'll be a plan on offer here for PBZ, but a much, much needed clutch coming up here for him and for the Vicious.
Where do you take this after plant? Like, where do you put yourself? You see that he's paranoid, and in fact, there's a real world he could have gone all the way around the world, but doesn't get to get cut off by this rotate. So the bomb will be committed. PBZ now has a look in towards CT and spots both.
Yeah, again, missed shots from King Zero in this 2v1. It could come unstuck. PBZ, a forward line, an aggressive hold, but just can't track Tong on that jump around the corner, and so King Zero will go to 8. And unfortunately, we're at the point now where it has to be said that we've really not seen a whole lot from the Vicious here on Ankara so far.
Yeah, as soon as he gets that spot in towards spawn where he sees those two players, the wide swing, the jump out of Tong, so nice just to offset that crosshair, and you're never really recovering that round, unfortunately. He took the fight to them, and the timing, unfortunately, didn't quite work for him, because if he's able to get the info and then just tuck into a corner, that could have been the best way to burn those valuable seconds off the clock. Didn't happen, and instead you find yourself down even further. The initial plan didn't work, so now they're changing things up. They're going back in towards middle, but they're sending everyone here, and it's very quick.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one ends up working out. YF obviously watching for it with that sniper. He finds himself the double. There is a quick couple of trades back here from the Vicious, but you still got Tong over towards this B site, and I'm not sure they'll be too prepared for him. His position now given away, trying to dump some util, slow things down, back it up, work towards Hotel, and just play for the retake. I think that's a wise decision from Tong, rather than trying to hold onto the site alone. Rotation is starting to come through from those A players as well. And by the way, Plant only just now going down, so time isn't even really much of a problem here for King Zero. They eventually swarm their way in onto the site as the Vicious are planting that bomb. 9-2 will be the scoreline, and this looks like it might be even more of a dominant start for King Zero than it was for Stallions.
Potentially. I mean, what you've got here is, I think, the Vicious really anticipating King Zero to keep fighting them on this bomb site before the bomb's even been planted. And because you've got that idea in your head, you've not actually done the one thing you need to do in that round, which is put time pressure on King Zero to rotate by planting that bomb. Instead, you've let them all rotate over, and then putting the bomb down is just ridiculously difficult.
Yeah. Well, one last attempt here for the Vicious. Has to be perfection from here if they want to keep things alive on Ankara. A little bit of a back and forth potentially between PBZ and YF over towards the B side of the map, but the bulk of the push here is over towards A. It's a double setup in the vents. King Zero ready for it, but the shot's not quite there for Ice this time around. 9U has to try to salvage. He's really under pressure, backing up to the stairs, joining his teammate XN up on the site, and that has slowed the Vicious down for a moment, but not for long enough. The Vicious this time will get themselves a plan, and this time a favorable post plan as well in that 4-on-2.
Double sniper as well, trying to retake this bomb site. It feels difficult, especially when Ice Cube just pushes the smoke. That is the most unorthodox sniper fight I've seen in a hot minute. And for YF, now the pressure's on. He can't do anything about that. So the Vicious will at least hold on and spare their blushes for one more.
Yeah, I mean, it's bold, isn't it, from Ice Cube? If he goes down there and then the round ends up getting lost, that looks a little bit silly, but I think you do have to back yourself in these kinds of circumstances still to try to make that recovery happen. 9-3, pretty dire straits, certainly. See what King Zero opt to go for here, and whether or not there's any change up on that defense. It looks to be reasonably standard here. Forward smoke towards B, forward hold as well at Hotel. Giving up mid control. It's pretty standard fare, really. It's just a question now of what the Vicious is going to opt to do with the map control that has been given over to them. Very nicely timed nade, a little bit of chip damage onto J-Leo and Ice Cube. It shows you that King Zero are aware of the potential timings of the Vicious.
Oh dear. Well, I was going to say that was the first time we've really seen hotel pressure. What? No way! XN, he's just completely destroyed them. But then you've got kills back from the Vicious. 9U thrown into this. Can he clutch up? Can he close the game now for King Zero? This bomb is nowhere near the B site, and that means that 9U's got time to work.
Yeah, certainly. He tried to isolate that 1v1. Wasn't quite able to finish off Nevis, but this is a very winnable 2-on-1. If he finds his timing nicely, if he gets an instant headshot maybe onto Neves, Origami quite low. He's got the fast flank coming through here as well, and that doesn't seem to be covered off at the moment. Neves having a little bit of a look in that direction. Just a question of whether the timing is right. 9U gets it perfectly. And like I said, Origami now low. And could be an easy finish here for 9U. 2 headshots back to back. And King Zero will take map 1 in this series against the Vicious. 10-3. An easy, breezy victory on the stage.
And that, on that side for King Zero, it really felt like the Vicious in that first set of rounds were always pushing, always knocking at the door. King Zero just burst it open completely. What an incredible clutch from 9U. The fact that you get that triple kill as well out of nowhere. That was a 3-on-5 being converted by King Zero.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good example of why we hold these CFPL teams in such high regard. I mean, when it comes to the CFPL points, you know, King Zero, and even historically as well at these international events, King Zero has not necessarily been a household name at the events like EWC, at the events like CFS, but here they have a big job to do, and they're doing it pretty well so far.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
King Zero now leading the series 1-0, forcing the Vicious to come back. And what a map it was on Ankara. 10-3. You all thought you could call it, but you might be wrong in this one. But continue to scan those QR codes and get involved. We still want to see your predictions going forward. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Kyle Lucy. Lucy, what a match. What a game. Ankara 10-3. King Zero did not disappoint.
No, not at all. Came through and did exactly what they've been doing all throughout the domestic season. And I mean, we've got to talk about Ice, right? We kind of hyped him up. This is kind of his debut series on the international stage. What a fantastic performance from him. That first half was sublime, and he's living up to all expectations.
Yeah, you know, I was really impressed seeing him. You know, we talk about him. Obviously, there's a lot of comparison to legends already in the scene who've been around over a decade. There were multiple moments where he held his ground, refusing to move off the angle because he knew he had it covered.
Yeah, honestly, just hitting headshots all day. Great way to make a name for himself and really show what he can do in the server. But not only him, you look at the entirety of this roster on King Zero, 9U, YF, everybody stepping up to the plate here on this first map of the series.
Yeah, I feel like we had some moments from Vicious players, right? We saw that Origami 1v2 in the first half. You know, there was these potential bits, but it was very few and far between. Just like on a team level, they were outclassed. I think the first half was a great example of that. The rounds that were run by King Zero were just dominant. Like, there was no way to get back into most of those, except for that one round where the 1v2 happened, where there was a bit of a slip up. But outside of that, it was just an outclassing. And the rounds that were won by Vicious, they felt a bit scrappy at times.
Yeah, you know, I think for the Vicious, it's, especially after looking at the stats, like PPZ, obviously one of the bottom fraggers, had the lowest damage. But collectively across the board, pretty much similar stats all around. There wasn't any star-studded players. You mentioned Origami, obviously having 10 was really great for him. But overall, I mean, I think the Vicious just got outclassed, right? From across the board, from a team effort. King Zero is just a better roster.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You look to someone like Ice Cube as well, who was kind of set to be the star player for Vicious. Very, very quiet on this map. And not only that, on the opposite side, you have YF picking up a second sniper for King Zero and really putting that extra pressure onto Vicious here in this one.
Yeah, they talked about targeting Tong, right, and getting rid of him, but they couldn't even get rid of the secondary sniper.
That's right.
Like, there was just no way in for them. One other bright spot I do want to say for the Vicious was Nevis. You know, he comes back, you know, with these guys, reunited with them, and he looked actually really good on that side hold on A. A couple of multi multi-kills coming through. He was giving some sort of defense in that first half.
Yeah, for sure. Again, there's plenty of positives to take away for the Vicious, but overall, King Zero just playing so incredibly well. And you got to look at who they beat in the past. AGAL, Baisha Gaming, right? They did lose to them in the grand finals overall, but either way, they have taken down the biggest titans of their region and of EWC as a whole. So we know the Vicious, they're going to struggle against them. But either way, like I said before, we got 2 streams. This is stream A, but we need a B stream update. What's been going on over there? Salvatore, let me know.
Thank you so much, guys, at the analyst desk, and I'm here to break down what happened here at Team Falcons versus Na'Vi, where the number 3 of Brazil was just amazing up against the number 1 of Vietnam. Team Falcons picked up sub-base in game number 1, but it was just an amazing set of plays from LKK and Akashi, who was able to carry on in the 6-3 first half favor of Na'Vi. But at the second half, it was just all Natus Vince here with some devastating shots from LKK and as well as Akashi, who had a total combined score of 39 kills across the board to finish it up in an amazing 10-6 inside of map number 1. But for the second set, we have Black Widow in favor of Natus Vince here as they picked up the pace to clutch up a 1v3 from JV to push it 5-4. It was a back and forth second half here for Team Falcons as they want to make a run, actually closing it out 9-7, but it was just a Na'Vi day here at EWC Paris as Na'Vi denied the overtime, finished it 10-8 with an amazing 1v2 clutch here from Lucazine. And that is it for the Stream B updates here with Team Falcons and Na'Vi. Coming up next, we have some amazing matchups between Rock Esports and Nemesis. We'll be throwing it back to the analyst desk. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Salvatore, for all the updates. Good to hear, especially getting them overtime. Going to map number 3, Na'Vi takes the win over Falcons. One of the talking points is Falcons redesigned their roster this year. Club Championship race, they're currently in first, but losing early on, falling down. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, honestly, Falcons, I thought they were to come out a lot stronger than that, but Na'Vi, they've got those young guns like Wan who can really step up and make that impact. So I'm excited to see now Na'Vi in a really good position to potentially make it to the playoffs.
That's right, Na'Vi looking great, and they also need those club championship points too. Like I said, final week. Now, moving on to this series, we hop into map 2, Lucy, and this is going over towards sub-base, and you had some reservations about this one for the Vicious.
Yeah, it's just one that Vicious has been avoiding a lot throughout the season, and it feels really concerning that they have to go with this. You called Ankara a coin flip, right? I think that coin was weighted because I feel like they had no chance in that at all. And now you go into a map that you've been avoiding, you've been having some struggles on, and a map that King Zero are very proficient on. I think it's a great punish pick, and it should be wrapped up in 2.
Well, Kyle, I'm going to ask you one more time, just like I asked you when Stallions was playing a little bit earlier against GK. What does the Vicious got to do? It's sub-base. They weren't able to get the slays when it came to Ankara. It's going to be even more difficult on sub-base.
They've got to find a way to deal with Ice and 9U. These guys can entry frag all day long. They need someone like Ice Cube to really step up and find those entries for them. Otherwise, sub-base going to be a really difficult map ahead.
For sure. Not going to be easy, but it never is when you're playing against King Zero Esports. They've got so many talented players, and they cannot allow 9U to clutch up like he did in that final round that ended Ankara 10-3. The Vicious, do they got a hope and a prayer? I'm hoping so. PBZ, step it up. We need more than 4. We need more than 400 damage. Overall for the Vicious, I'm hoping so. But even if it goes Black Widow, that's going to be a tough one because we know King Zero Esports actually benefits on that map too. So either way you look at it, the Vicious are going to have to pull off something miraculous in order to come back. For King Zero Esports, they're looking to close it out. Can they do it? Well, they absolutely can. It's up to the Vicious to answer back. Let's hop into map number 2, sub-base. Elfish Guy, B-Dog, take it away.
Well, it feels like it's going to be a very tricky uphill battle here for the Vicious here on sub-base, but at least they've got an opportunity here to prove us all wrong. That's the key detail as they start here trying to revive this series. And Tong goes for a crazy shot over towards Nevis and Jay Leo, but it doesn't quite connect.
This will be a fight that you'll probably see quite a lot. The snipers love to have a little bit of a look down through the doors toward Wood, but no connection on either side, really. A little bit of chip damage to Ice and Jay Leo to start things off here. King Zero back onto the attack. drawing out a lot of that defensive util early on in the piece. Nade in towards locker room position. You've obviously got the 2 smokes already now, a third flash coming through there as well for the Vicious in towards middle. So starting to sort of filter through a lot of that defensive util early on in the round. King Zero happy to bide their time. Just see if they can maybe make it a little easier for themselves later on down the track, not having as much counter util to play with on the final hold.
Just surprised at the bombs by itself. Look, you've got 3 players making their way through Machine Room right now over towards B. The setup feels very good for the Vicious. They've got 3 effective 4 players here that can quickly rotate, but if Tong can hit these shots, that's going to be the damaging factor. Bomb will now make its way back through Machine, and King Zero on B.
Straight away, 2 entries for King Zero. That kind of makes the job pretty easy, doesn't it? You know, you just waltz your way into B at this point, and like I've said before, if you're rotating multiple players in through jail, you've kind of got a bit of a fish in the barrel type situation. I mean, you can look at all the angles that King Zero can hold. Even Ice up there on rafters. You've got XN in connector, YF here as well. Everybody's kind of looking in this direction. They all have to just face one side. It's very easy for King Zero to hold at that point. The trades do come through. First round on the board for King Zero, and they maintain the momentum from map 1 into map 2.
I guess what they call it jail, because there's just no way out from any of these players just making their way towards the site. The fact that you've got that angle from rafters, from Ice, is just disgusting. You're bringing that out round 1. You're just applying consistent pressure over towards the Vicious. You're just making them know that this is going to be an incredibly difficult game.
100%. Yeah, real uphill battle like the Des said. King Zero wanting to make their mark internationally. You know, they've had a couple of entrances on the international stage, but nothing to quite the same standard as the likes of AGAL, as Baisha, as Evolution Power, as Q9 even. All of these teams have had really big international success. I think actually all of them have won a CFS event in the past. King Zero looking to sort of have that kind of impact here as well at EWC 2026. And yeah, I think that new kid on the block, Ice, the Wunderkind, maybe some might say. Is he going to be enough to drive them through to a victory? We'll have to wait and see. Another slow round, obviously, out here from King Zero, putting a bit of pressure onto middle. Smokes going up on mid and towards locker room. This might end up being a bit of a B crunch. C4 still does need to be retrieved. Locker room control now taken. The question is, where does King Zero opt to actually finish this round off? I have to imagine this is going to be a B split. Trying to push their way through from mid.
You'd hope so, especially with that entry. XN's been patiently biding his time the whole way through, but the trade, immediate, out of Ice Cube. And are you ready for Ice to be here and towards mid? No, and then when you look the other way, you can just strike, and that is brilliant. Tong's just able to pick off players. Ice is just completely destroying everyone else. 9U can then step in. There is no way forward.
Yep.
And I just really like the timing of these pushes out of King Zero.
Yeah, they're looking super comfortable, aren't they? Playing a very patient game, there's no doubt about that, but methodical. And that has, I think, been, you know, largely the style that we've seen from the CFPL teams in more recent years. I think they were, you know, in the past traditionally kind of associated with maybe the same style that we would look at Stallions, and that being the faster play, but they've slowed things down more so in recent years, and it's been working out quite solidly for the CFPL teams. Now, though, a bit more aggression out from the Vicious into Machine Room. They do take that control, but the question is now, what are they going to do with it? I mean, do you want to hold on to it for this long, or... Because at some point, you know, you're going to have to give up this position. You can't spread your forces this thin. I mean, look at how long that rotate will be. If the call from King Zero is to go A, noting that the Vicious have 2 players here in Machine Room, it's going to take those guys a long time to get over to the site.
Puts a lot of pressure just on Nevis, but also on Ice Q too. At least the sniper is over here. That's the benefit you've got for the Vicious, but 9U is now starting to press in. Understands that J-Leo is on the other side of this smoke because he's just seen that nade fly in. Nevis lies in wait. Flashbang's brilliant, and Nevis even better. Able to find the first, traded immediately here by King Zero, but everyone is holding on, and with the trades going back and forth, we've now thrown it into this 2 versus 2.
Yeah.
The bomb isn't in the progression of King Zero. They need to make something stick, and maybe they can through A.
Yeah, it's insanely important that Tong actually gets that duel that he did over towards the A stairs. He's able to lock down the site as a result. PBC's been spotted as well on the backside there. Grenade goes in to try to deny the plant. YF not too bothered by that at all. 2-on-2 here. Very winnable on both sides. A bit of chip damage over onto Tong will make the job a bit easier here for the Vicious, but the cross is always going to be a difficult one. And YF already causing problems. Will fall You'd be aware that Tong's going to be on a line like this one. A missed shot. PBZ now has a bit more space, and he gets Tong as he re-peaks. The Vicious find themselves their first round on sub-base. It was a bit touch and go. Job done.
That's very aggressive from Tong. Like, had a number of opportunities to get these kills, but as soon as he takes that pixel line and PBZ's aware, like, you can't jump up there. That is just a death warrant signed by PBZ. The Vicious are able to get that first, and hopefully they can build upon it. It felt like King Zero really wanted to punish the fact that you had those couple of players in towards Machine, but they then took an extra 30 seconds to actually get the ball rolling.
Well, either way, King Zero will run it back, and I guess there's not a whole lot of running being done here in round 4. It's a similar approach from King Zero. They seem to, at the moment, really want to be taking a lot of that locker room control early.
I love that. They just get ahead of this smoke, and PBZ's got no idea. YF can't really capitalize upon it, though. At least you've got the space in towards the site, but it's now about what you can really do with it. PBZ pushed off. At least you've got the bomb plant. Although I say that, look at where it is. It's all the way back.
Yeah, I think PBZ, just got clipped by that grenade on the way out of the smoke, and that kind of evens up the trade. Both 9U and PBZ, fairly similar health pools right now.
Do you want to go here now? Because you're going to understand that the Vicious are just going to be rotating all of their players here.
Yeah, I don't know that King Zero necessarily are going to go. They might actually be waiting for exactly this. The Vicious are looking to retake that locker's control. YF could well go down here. PBZ, though, out in no man's land. He's gone alone, and that will end up being his mistake. Nevis not picked on the cross there by Tong, but info certainly being given that this B-side's getting reinforced. 9U and YF still trying to fight their way in. Origami doing God's work on the site. He is so low, but it does not matter. Because now it's Tong that is solo in the end. 1-on-2. J Leo yet to frag, has got himself the health pool to play with here. Will have to probably be the driving force behind this one for the Vicious. Origami, all it will take is a tickle as Tong starts to make his way forward. His presence now noted. Grenade goes in. Origami avoids that one nicely, but Tong now has the space that he wanted, and he can find himself in that one-on-one. J Leo missing a couple of opportunities, but chiming in the end. 2-2 will be the score, and we finally get some noise on the stage from the Vicious. They feel like maybe now they're being competitive.
That's a really good game plan right there from the Vicious, because as soon as Tong fires off that deep range sniper shot in towards middle, they understand that they've maybe got the chance just to completely isolate these players on site. They press the issue, they have fair rifle engagements, and Origami does the rest. That is a fantastic multi-kill, bringing the Vicious right back into contention here on sub-base. The question I was going to pose to you was, with them starting more on the defense here, because obviously they had the choice, would that be affecting them? I'm seeing a lot of teams, especially on Ankara, go for BL, but here in GR, it feels like the Vicious are now starting to build back into this.
Yeah, it certainly does, which is a little bit strange, because typically we would consider sub-base to be a slightly BL-sided map. The Vicious maybe just feel a little bit more comfortable about starting things off on GR, knowing what they need to do when they do get onto the BL side, potentially what that number that they're going to need to hit would be. I think King Zero will be a little bit disappointed with themselves to have now sort of dropped a couple of clutches, because had they gone their way, King Zero could be once again just dominating this map. But right now it feels like it's very much hanging in the balance.
They're doing the same staging again. It's always this deep smoke to take just further inroads towards this B bomb site, making it really difficult for the Vicious to actually understand what's going on, because it's one thing dropping the utility there, but you can then just leave and maybe not put any pressure on. And instead that hasn't happened. XN, YF are all close. PBZ, it feels like he's treading a fine line, and with Tong getting an opener, now you know what's going on.
I mean, again, do you though? Because the C4's been left by King Zero, so you'd look at this and say, yeah, that's going to be a B split, but
why though?
They've still got to go back and get that C4. They're going to try to fight their way into B without it. Maybe see if they can just overwhelm the Vicious and go back and grab it later on in the piece, but this has not worked. Origami is having a pretty damn good run on the stage. I mean, he was actually decent in that first map. Doing very well here in the second again, and now Tong once more tasked with a 1-on-2.
Can you hear them?
Don't think so. Certainly going to be a bit of a surprise. What? Oh, turns around and gets them both anyway. That is a huge whiff from the Vicious.
Excuse me?
I have no words.
Neither do I.
I don't really know what to say about that.
I mean, look at this 180. A snap and then a pop over towards the head. And he's just so cool with it. It's like, yeah, you know, another day in the office, easy clutch. Please stop leaving the C4 all the way back in the depths of your spawn, King Zero. The fact that you can win despite that is ridiculous. And now look at the switch up straight in towards middle, straight in towards A. It's going to be really tight for Jay Leo. He feels like he's had nothing to do all game long, and he's just now being overwhelmed by all these players. Has to stay alive for as long as possible. And how about that then? He's just killing everyone.
Yeah, I think King Zero make a bit of a meal of that one, actually. They lose so much HP on those players that were initially working their way in through mid, and they also don't find the entry onto A. At that point, your round is pretty much over because the rotate on this map can be pretty quick from B in towards that window position. XN obviously looking to try to salvage this one in 1v3, but he's got a lot of angles to clear up in window. And if he 50-50s it, even if he looks in the right direction, it's going to be tough. Ice Cube will finish it off. 3 apiece. Much different kind of ball game than what we had on map 1, which felt like it was a very, very comfortable position for King Zero. Now they're really being made to work for this map.
Yeah, not being caught off either are the Vicious. That was a complete change of direction and narrative for King Zero in that previous, and yet the Vicious has set themselves up in a really nice setup where rotations could be a little bit faster. Nevis holding the line. Oh, so too was Tong. And yet neither of the snipers will connect. I mean, now we just are getting more answers into the Vicious and their sub-base. Maybe they've been working on it ahead of the international stage here at EWC.
Yeah, potentially. King Zero very much taking their time about things once again. Nevis always baited out. And XN somehow walks away full HP. I can't believe it. But King Zero, they're going to try their hand once again at this A site hit. And this time scaling a little bit better as a lineup, but just not finding those entries still. PBZ with the important trade. He'll be flashed out now and pushes himself back up the smoke. Very low. King Zero have the plant, but they have a numbers deficit right now that Tong is trying to overcome. He eventually will have to fall back by the wayside. Spots 3 players out there in wood.
At least they got the bomb down. That's the important thing. And these nades are just consistently hammering and pushing the Vicious back. Flashbang in. But look at the crossfire from XN and Tong, and it's all XN as he'll find that multi. HP low and a premium here for King Zero. It doesn't matter how low they are. They've got the players to back themselves up. And that crossfire was immaculate.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose for the Vicious. They need to be a little bit cleaner on the entry down the stairs there. And they probably need to be timing it a bit better with the window player as well. It looked like PBZ wasn't really in position to fight. He was smoked off. And so it ends up being sort of two-pronged approach, really, from the Vicious. Now, aggression in towards that machine room. 1-for-1 so far. There's numbers here on both sides. Shots coming through from PBZ looking good, and Ice is low. So he's just going to fall back away. YF and XN eventually arriving to finish off that job.
Okay. Just out of nowhere, XN just comes through the middle of the map, straight through the window in towards machine room, and just deals with all of the Vicious who are forward-facing, who are really anticipating more fights. PBZ caught off guard completely. And now it falls to Ice Cube. This is winnable. This is manageable. The difficulty you've got is they're on completely the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. Tough one for Ice Cube, but these were the kinds of rounds that he would win in the past. You know, we hold Ice Cube in such a high regard because of moments like this that he was able to pull off.
Come on, then.
A couple of years ago. He's been riding on the coattails of that success for 2 years, and I think now is a good time to step up. Both Ice and XN are low. If you can overwhelm Tong, this becomes very doable, but he can't get past Tong. King Zero get themselves another round.
Yeah, that was always going to be really difficult for Ice Cube. This is nice, though, because again, we're seeing a lot of variety out of both of these teams. The Vicious not really afraid of pushing the issue, taking the fight in towards Machinery. They had 3 players there. They had some really important trades, but they just had no one in mid. Like that was the small oversight. That comes with the insecurity of playing this map that you've just been punished on consistently, the one that you've not been leaning into. It's just that small little oversight, and it's the reaction as well out of King Zero. The decision out of XN to go that direction is instantaneous. It's an instant punish and another round win.
Similar slow approach from King Zero. Again, priority being put towards locker room. With that progression smoke out, prompts out a little bit of counter util here from the Vicious, but honestly, the Vicious seem like they're pretty happy to allow King Zero to take this space.
Well, previously they've never had the C4.
Well, this will be a full B hit. The flash is coming over the top. You can see Paul the Vicious has pushed them away. Ice Cube has already lost a bit of that space. 9U's position, a good one. He's a real thorn in the side. The rest of the squad still pushing their way through. Never's overcommitting without his team. Ends up giving it back. It's now down to a 3-on-3. Bomb plant not going to be the easiest to get through here with the position of the Vicious. Ice Cube's going to try and misc his way out of the smoke, and he catches a perfect timing onto Ice. 9U unable to find that trade initially, helped out though by XN, and now gets involved himself. It is all starting to get a little bit messy. J Leo is isolated in the 1v1 here. Tong with the time on his side. The defuse tapped, and it's drawn out the peak, and J Leo will take the final round of the half for the Vicious.
And I think they deserve it. I think they deserve to be as close as the scoreline suggests. I think they've done a really good job here, just on that defense. Nice little tap out there. Tong has been prone to over-peaking, has been over-peaking a lot in this first half, and you just punish him. Felt like the crossfire was really good. The overextension turns out not to matter out of Nevis. It's Ice Cube that goes with a brave play of his own. And Tong can't quite believe it, but it's okay for King Zero because they're still just about in the lead. Massive fight in towards Machine Room. And it's all coming up rosy for King Zero, at least in the initial kills. But Ice Cube's now found a double. XN and Tong will have to pick up the pieces in the 2v2.
Yeah, XN's just going to try to keep them locked in here to Machine Room and see if maybe he can wait for Tong to wrap back across to get into that position to watch lockers. So they're just trying to keep Vicious stuck in position, and they're very well aware of where those peaks are going to be coming from. So Tong will make no mistake, locks it down for both. 6-4 the lead as the second half does get underway solidly for King Zero.
And as King Zero just on the offense, I think actually taking a page out of the Vicious's playbook. Just rushing Machine Room. Ice Cube does really well to wrestle back that control there with the sniper. But I love the position out of Tong. He's almost that second layer just in case things go a little bit awry. Nice containment by King Zero. They start putting the pressure back onto the Vicious. They hold them at bay. Still, the Vicious breathing down their necks. And this is really quick in towards this B-bomb site. And now you've got to back out if you're Ice. YF here too. And the initial kills are going all in favor of the Vicious. Finally, we'll get an answer back, but it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, just swarming that site, and that's often the issue. In a game like this one, when you can move so quickly, if you're not able to find that opening pick or two on the defense, you just get swarmed, right? There's just so many numbers heading in your direction. It's very easy to get overwhelmed. 6-5, King Zero. Like I said, they're continuing to be really pressured here by the Vicious.
Can't get complacent. Not if you're King Zero. You would have assumed when you did this veto that this map was a lock. And instead, you're finding it to be way more challenging than you initially thought. That's a devious angle from Tong, just right on the edge of the vent. Nice Cube going for Tong's favourite sight line, not seeing a peep in towards mid.
Patience a virtue there for Ice Cube. Will inevitably get smoked off. So he'll probably have to be a little bit more patient, in fact.
These rotates as well. There's only one player directly on this A bomb site, and that's exactly where the Vicious are heading. King Zero have got to either find info or recognize what's happening, and they'll find out the hard way.
He's under pressure. In the end, it's going to be that A site hold that's going to be all important. 9U doing well to lock it down for as long as he possibly can, and Tong in there at the very least to get himself one more. Good trades here from King Zero. They are really having to fight for that space. They've done so successfully. They won't hold on to the site itself, but they've given themselves a numbers advantage for this post plant. Tong also with some good space at the top of the stairs there will allow that transition to come across from Ice. They'll attack that together. Or maybe even with the assistance of YF.
They're all being there. They're all just going to try and cover this, and that's a much better burst. Ice Cube now has to do it all, trying to manage the angles, and will hit the second shot. This would be an impeccable clutch out of Ice Cube, but he can't quite manage it. Too many players there for King Zero.
I was so ready to say that's a little bit more like it from Ice Cube, because that is exactly the round that I'm talking about when I say Ice Cube was that guy. 2 years ago, Ice Cube wins that clutch. He hits that third shot, and that's a round for his team. But unfortunately, he's just not hitting that level at the moment. And so that'll be another round for King Zero.
Great micro as well for King Zero because they made that conscious decision. You were even highlighting it. The third player rotates over towards those stairs. And that's the difference because if they were split up there, Ice Cube's got more of a chance.
Yeah, he's got more room to work with. End of the day, King Zero slowly but surely putting this map together. Time running out for the Vicious if they want to remain competitive. PBZ, he continues to chime in. Quietly putting together a pretty good map for himself, 12 and 9. Alongside that 14 and 10 from Ice Cube, that's the driving force between these 5 rounds from the Vicious. Might be another one on offer here. They can potentially get themselves to 6. 9U tagged up and XN out of the picture already. The Vicious have made some good probing moves at the start of round 13.
Look at the reaction as a consequence. And no one can hold a candle to Tong and his individual output. I spoke with Salvatore in the interview about stopping him, but he's currently 16 and 6. And speaking of stopping, you've now been stopped in your tracks. Unless Ice Cube walks through the smoke, switches to the scope, and in fact, it's the riflers that do the work. They just burst through onto the B scene, and they're able to create a hell of a crime. 5v2, Ice Cube.
Ooh, hold on. Let's not count out chickens just yet. Tong, though, taken down. It's all on YF.
Counting them.
He has done pretty well so far. He's got that. What is this? He's out in the open. Origami, if you go down here, the round is suspect. Oof. That's what I'm talking about, though. I mean, I've seen some stuff in this game, I can tell you.
Where's that come from? It's just ridiculous.
It's all good.
1v4 nearly just gets converted like that. I mean, the second shot was insane.
I was just really waiting for Tong to get himself an extra kill there. If Tong had gotten a second there before he went down in jail, I think it was totally on. But not to be this time around. The Vicious avoiding it, keeping the score competitive, and they're going to try to probe their way towards B this time around. You've got 3 players set up. Quick rotate as well, though, available for King Zero when that hit comes in. XN, no chance, but Ice good for the trade, and he just has to try to hold on as long as he possibly can, which is not going to happen at all. The Vicious take so much space so quickly.
I'm really enjoying this. Like, they are the ones taking all the initiative in these rounds. Last couple have just been King Zero looking for clues, but ultimately it's just been the Vicious just charging down. It's been fantastic to watch out of them. And now you're stuck at this juncture. If you're King Zero, you're 7-7, you don't actually know what the right move is. Do you push? Do you look for more info? Or do you just sit back and wait for them to come to you?
Yeah, I think it would not be the worst thing in the world for King Zero to play a little bit more proactively on this defense. I mean, you got Tong 17 and 8. See if you can activate him. See if you can maybe take some machine room control potentially, or some wood control. Set him on a bit more of an aggressive line. He's hitting his shots.
Extremities here. Like, it feels like they've just not done that once.
They haven't. And you know, I guess to an extent, King Zero can say, well, we've been in the lead. We don't need to rock the boat. But now you're starting to see Vicious come back a little bit. So maybe things are going to have to change. But still got a timeout in the back pocket if necessary.
Maybe double snipers necessary. You've got Tong over at A, YF towards B, and they're going straight into that primary sniper. Ice Cube, though, has been able to do the damage. 9U needs to provide cover for Tong to give him another opportunity here with this sniper, and he's doing more than that. A multi out of 9U puts the player advantage in check for King Zero as Tong can finally fire. And now in this 4 versus 2, it looks like King Zero are going to consistently maintain control of this lead.
Yeah, I love that from 9U. That's perfect stuff. You're exactly right, Tong. He was up the creek without a paddle, so to speak, and he needed someone to help him out. 9U was there for that double, and that's where then Tong rewards him with an extra kill to bring through what should be a reasonably comfortable round here for King Zero. But still, in on the clock, the Vicious going to give it a crack. Ice Cube isolating himself. And so King Zero will maintain the lead. They'll hold on to it for now. Shut down that streak of rounds that was getting put together by the Vicious.
It's interesting looking at the stylistic, I think, clash between Ice Cube and Tong. Tong's more about survival, whereas Ice Cube's a lot more of a playmaker. Certainly seen that in Subbase in particular in this second half, with Ice Cube just dashing and diving through these smokes. Tong is much more willing to be almost a self-sacrificial piece, just to survive, just to get the riflers on the scene. That was a beautifully orchestrated round out of King Zero, and hopefully that gets them more control and calm within this vicious storm.
Another patient start to this one for the Vicious. And you got plenty of time to work with, right? 2.5 minute round time, and you may as well see if you're going to get anything from King Zero here. But from what we've seen so far from this GR side, King Zero are really not the team that's going to be pushing aggressively anywhere. These are very, very passive lines being held. They're barely even taking any Locker's control, frankly. So King Zero kind of just seem like they're very happy to kind of give the Vicious everything you could possibly want on that BL side, and they're going to back themselves in their side holds and in their retakes.
And I think it's just because of the weaponry choice, right? Double sniper on both bomb sites, that you're almost inviting them in to walk into that scope. And that can be great, but that can also be detrimental because of how quick Vicious have been scaling on towards these bomb sites. If you miss your first shot, you're done for. Ice, however, doesn't. And he's the guy with the rifle. XN then chimes in with another. Is still this player advantage maintained here by this defense. Under a minute left on the clock, but Nevis will change the tune.
Yeah, Nevis in from jail was the X factor that King Zero were not prepared for. He gets an important couple of kills there, and now it's on to Tong and 9U, who have actually kept the Vicious stuck in on the site, so very winnable positions, roughly speaking, should be known. 9U wins that duel on to Nevis. Both Ice Cube and PBZ well situated at this point. King Zero aware. Ice Cube now with the 1v1. He's been spotted. 9U's going to have to tap that defuse to try and draw out the peak. Ice Cube boats it forward and actually does win with the wide swing. Another round for the Vicious. I thought for sure that was going the way of King Zero in the 2v1, but Ice Cube stepping up into his namesake.
And that's more like it from Ice Cube?
Exactly. That's a bit more like it. I mean, he's starting to put together that performance that we had come to expect from him. 20 and 12. This was, you know, numbers that we were like, okay, that's Ice Cube every single game, basically. Yeah. And that's been missing maybe for 12 months. But if Ice Cube comes back online, this Vicious lineup, 100% they could be a really competitive team.
It's so interesting, because I was really going to be critical of the Vicious in that round and really compliment how Tog and 9U played off each other there in that retake, especially when the Vicious just tried to isolate 9U, but it was one player rather than the second, and then they get bailed out by individual brilliance. So I guess you can't complain all that much. What I will say, though, is that isn't sustainable, especially with the scoreline being as tense as it is. It's one player that can potentially make one misstep, one player that can potentially cost all of your hard work here for the Vicious.
I'm still very scared about this A-hold. I don't know that it will go so cleanly for King Zero if the Vicious test it again as what it did in that previous round where 9U was able to find the double to keep Tong alive. It does kind of look like the Vicious are kind of keen to set themselves up for an A take here. They've, you know, put a bit of pressure over towards B, but it's mostly been util getting tossed, and you can sort of see the direction that they're moving in is towards A. So I kind of like the fact that King Zero have actually stacked that site with a second player. They have lost that mid control, though, so these B players are going to have a bit of difficulty rotating their way across to reinforce A. A lot of this comes down to what that A-hold is going to look like from 9U and Tong.
Especially with Ice Cube just finding the opener. There's that 9U hold, though. Able to find the multi. XN is doing all the work, but look at this from Tong. All the contact being taken is a wombo combo over towards the stairs.
I think if you're the Vicious, you're going to have to be doing better than that if you want to try to fake towards B. You can't just have one guy kind of poking around. Sure, he got himself a kill, but King Zero had already really figured out what was happening in that round. They had rotated the extra player over towards A early. They knew that that was where the hit was going to come from, and now the Vicious, they're playing for overtime. King Zero playing for that 10-8 victory to close this out 2-0.
See if they can do it. I think regardless of the map scoreline, we'll be sitting here scratching our heads thinking, how have King Zero not got this? Space being taken, but being reclaimed by YF. And 9U will lock in another. It feels like it is over here on sub-base for the Vicious. Overtime not being locked in. King Zero will take it down in 2, but that second map, that was a real challenge.
Yeah, it was much better from the Vicious, but I will say that's why we don't see a dry push through the smoke in mid all that often on the BL side of sub-base. It was way too easy for King Zero in that final round of the game, and ultimately, you know, it takes maybe a bit of a shine off of that one for the Vicious. So 2-0 in the end. Yeah, they were competitive on the second map, but I don't think anyone's going to really remember that. At the end of the day, scoreline reads 2-0. It is a team from CFPL. You know they're going to be good. You know they're going to be competitive going deeper into the competition. So I think we'll just look at that and say, yeah, job well done for King Zero, and unfortunately for the Vicious, a little bit more work needing to be done, and unfortunately unfortunately, you don't really have that many luxuries anymore, right? Having already lost your opening game.
Yeah, that is true, although I do want to give a little bit of credit to the Vicious because Subbase is a map that historically they've not been the best on. The difficulty you've got is that might be a map that they've put the most work into heading into EWC. You can't let your standards slip because you've got no room for error here, especially with this bracket and this format here at EWC in Paris. It's going to be really difficult now for the Vicious. For King Zero, we always expected them to be the favourites. The good news for them is, look, this is the first day of the competition and you got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about that as well is it is going to mean that we will get that Baisha versus King Zero CFPL matchup again in the upper bracket of Group B. So that'll be one that we'll be certainly looking forward to. But we'll see how things do play out when we get there.
Well, there it is. Series 2 already done and dusted. It ends 2-0, but it got competitive in map number 2, which finishes on Subbase 10-8, but the result is the same. King Zero Esports taking down the Vicious 2-0.
Yeah, it's the result we expected, but it's still heartbreaking for Vicious. How close that sub-base got, right? Some really key rounds coming through, really felt like they could get it over the line, but then we saw what King Zero were doing in that first map, which just close out in those final 2 rounds. And I mean, they get the job done, but not as clean as I think they would have liked.
Yeah, going into sub-base, we expected King Zero to dominate it, much like they did on Kara just a little bit earlier, but it was more competitive than we ever expected. The Vicious put up a tremendous fight.
I mean, they really did. It felt like King almost underestimated what they were up against here. And I almost think back to the pre-match interview with YF. He seemed to not really do a lot of homework on this team, and it felt like a really scrappy match. And it kind of played out that way, which gave Vicious, I think, a much more fighting chance than I would have expected.
Yeah, it's really disruptive, right? Sub-base is a map where you can get away with a lot of that aggression, right, and punish them. But we could see on that second half, there's a bit of discomfort from King Zero. They weren't taking much initiative. Casters noted that during the game. It really felt like the map was given over to Vicious to do what they want with, and Ice Cube was just doing incredible work. So was PBZ, I think really did have a great resurgence after the 400 damage map 1.
That's right, yeah, 4 kills, 400 damage. Now Tong, though, Lucy, that was one that they said they specifically wanted to target. Why did he get away with 21 then?
Well, the thing is, Tong's just brilliant when it comes to these closing moments, right? So many situations where he's in these 1vx situations or a 2vx, and he just comes through with the kills. It was even that 1v3 moment that felt like it was going to come through that you really believed. And yeah, just a lot of great impact from Tong. They were trying to punish him, and they definitely did at times, but then the secondary sniper was there. But hey, at least Ice Cube definitely was giving him a run for his money.
Yeah, honestly, that was the big change we noticed on this one. Ice Cube also putting up 21 on the opposite side. Both snipers putting in a lot of work. But for me, the big difference between these two teams was really these late round trade situations. That is where Vicious fell apart. They had so many opportunities where they actually had the upper hand in the mid round. And if they were just able to win a couple more of these, we could have seen a much different story.
For sure. And for the Vicious, I think genuinely they should celebrate this. Going into it, we knew they were the big underdog. King Zero, just such from a talented region, obviously one of the best when it comes to their region as a whole, finishing second place. But a lot of pain being felt on the stage as we look at the player emotions there, Lucy. I mean, they were feeling the pressure, they were feeling the heat for sure. But again, I celebrate the fact that they played so well on game number 2. Now, they're miles away from taking down a team such as King Zero, but they at least showed going forward they're willing to put up a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope they can bounce back in that lower bracket because we've seen the potential of what they can offer up. And it's great that, given what the competition we had around, sub-base, how they were able to prep for it, it really felt like they put the work in, especially when, coach not there, right? That's definitely a factor. They have to kind of have that leadership within PBC to be able to calm them down and keep them under control. And we could really see the potential there, but it's potential at this moment.
That's right. Having a coach is tremendous, but you mentioned PBZ. He was doing his absolute best trying to be the IGL. And again, map 2, phenomenal job. Now, that was from Group B. Let's get an update as to how it's starting to shake up. We're not crushing any keys today. That's one of the good things, at least, for all the competitors stepping onto the stage, not only here, but also on Stream B. But as we take a look at Group B, we've had a couple of matches already conclude. Baisha taken down, or excuse me, Baisha moving forward. Now, we go down, though, for Na'Vi. That was one of our talking points from Stream B. Taking down Team Falcons, who redesigned their roster. That is a big move for them. Falcons now awaiting their opponents, whether it's going to be Rock or Team Nemesis. That's going to be a big matchup for sure. So far, everything is shaking up. It seems like as we would expect, but Baisha, King Zero in quarterfinals, my goodness.
Yeah, honestly, I think people are going to be excited for that one. Already going to see that CFPL Grand Finals rematch just in the second round. So that's going to set the tone, I think, of a lot of the potential we see in that playoff bracket if Baisha can continue to come out strong, or will King Zero be that kind of wild card here?
Yeah, I'm also worried just looking at that upper game, what the lower bracket's going to look like here. For Team Falcons in particular, in the context of the Club Championship, they're going to have to play one of Baisha or King Zero in that decider match.
Scary, isn't it? Especially for Falcons. You know, last year they wanted to try and get as many points as possible because remember, CROSSFIRE last year happened in the final week, much like it's happening now. So for Falcons, they lose out on this. Well, we know AGAL, they're not going to be slowing down. They're currently in second place. Falcons need the points.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great opportunity for AGAL to go up the standings because Falcons, best case scenario, they still might slip really early on in the tournament now, just knowing the road they have ahead.
Their key potentially getting crushed if they do not win their next matchup. Lucy pointed out, whoever they play against, it's not going to be easy by any means, but it's not easy to get into the final day, right? So all the competitors must go through this battle, must go through this gauntlet. And luckily for Falcons, Lucy, they at least have the opportunity to get some rest, do some homework, come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, hope so. They'll have a slightly easier opponent before the Chinese kind of run of death that they have to go against. But it's going to be a very disappointing day one for them, given the kind of, hype around where they're at the moment. But a great day for Brazilian CROSSFIRE, right? What we've seen from those teams so far.
Absolutely. Going back to the series that just went down, though, Ice really did impress me. He is playing so well. But talk to me about Tong. What makes him such a good player?
I think it's just that clutch factor. We saw so many moments where it looked like the round was lost, but then Tong, out of nowhere, pulls off a beautiful 1v2 multiple times throughout this series. So I feel like looking ahead, he's going to have to shut down if you want to take out this team because Tong really impressed me in this one.
You can really see the stylistic difference between the two snipers there because Tong is a much more of that closer. He's able to get the trades back through and close out those clutches, whereas Ice Cube's much more of the playmaker style, right? He was always going for those early fights, looking to be the difference maker. But I think Tong's style really suits what KZ want to do because they can rely on their riflers to bring the openers in.
But then they also have the clutch factor with 9U, who was constantly put in difficult spots, and he was getting out of them.
Yeah, honestly, his clutch ability has been pretty insane to see, but not only that, he can entry frag when he needs to as well. So very dynamic players on the side of KZ, and I think that's going to be their secret moving forward. We saw it with Ice as well. There was moments where he was the star player, but in the second map, he didn't even need to be. The rest of the team really stepped up around him.
Yeah, it's good to be able to rely on that, right? Because, he has been touted as this next big talent, right? That puts a lot of pressure on your shoulders, especially going into your first international tournament. So for him to be able to, he doesn't need to be that superstar every single time because there's so many good pieces around him. And that gives him the room to be that player when he needs to be.
For sure. But then again, to be compared to N9 is absolutely insane. But apparently he is, and N9 has a long lineage when it comes to CROSSFIRE. So Ice already doing incredibly well and his future looking great. But where the real true test is if King Zero starts moving forward in the bracket like they're already doing so, they move to the next stage, maybe they go into the playoffs, right? Now Ice really starts to feel the pressure because he's got the regional debate, or he has the region behind him now, looking all eyes on him. Last year, I can't remember the name, but we had a big story about a new up-and-comer joining a talented roster. And let's face it, when it got down to the final 4 teams, he started to choke a little bit, right? So for Ice, he's got to have ice in his veins.
Yeah, I mean, especially with what's on the horizon, Baisha, arguably one of the hardest opponents and the team that knocked them out of their regional final as well. So I feel like they've got their work cut out for them. But if Ice can step up in that match, he's going to have so much confidence going into the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe the baby N9 could become the master N9, the master. But yeah, I mean, they've shown they can beat the best teams in their region, especially in that decider match where it's not the worst case if you lose, you still get another opportunity. I think when the pressure is off in those circumstances, they can shine.
Absolutely. For the Vicious, though, I think they really shined into map number 2. The casters weren't convinced, though. Kind of saying, you know what, even though they come back, and I think it was Selfish Guy who ended up saying, and rightly so, they're not going to remember that map 2. They're just going to remember the result, which was a 2-0. So realistically, Kyle, going forward for the Vicious, do we got faith they're going to be able to continue to put up a fight? Because, again, that map 2 speaks volumes against a dominant region that King Zero comes from.
I think they have a lot of potential. The biggest thing we noticed in this second map was the team play felt a lot more there than what we saw in the first map of the series. Really clean executions, especially towards that B side of the map. You could tell they really put in some time into sub base, and it was showing a lot in what they were able to get done. So I'm looking forward to see if they can develop this even further in their future matches, especially without having a coach in the mix. They were able to adapt really well in that second map of the series.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's the coach factor or it's just like first game, right, of the event and a little bit of just stage nerves or whatever, just getting used to the environment. But we could just see that clear evolution from map to map in that series. If that had gone to a third map, I actually would have really, put my money behind them potentially taking it just because of the momentum that they built up, because it really felt like they are a momentum-based team in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, Lucy, that's a great point. For some of these guys, when they step onto the stage, the bright lights, it does hit you, especially the audience watching over you and watching every single detail of your playability, right? And for them, map 1, maybe they just get used to that. Going to map 2, they feel a bit more confident, feeling home. Next series, they're going to be feeling great. Now, we talked a lot about Ice Cube from the side of the Vicious. I was impressed with Origami. I think he played incredibly well. Map 1, he ends up picking up 10. I know that's not the biggest stat line, but he did have the most on his roster there. Game 2, not too bad either. So Origami, who is he as a player?
I feel like he's on the cusp of being their big clutch player. We saw glimpses and good moments of him throughout this series, and if he can find a way to just level up a little bit more, he could be quite the impactful player.
For sure. Origami looking great. Can't wait to see him whenever he comes up over into the lower bracket, but they are going to have to play well, because if they lose, their key will be crushed, but luckily, that's not happening today. They can get some rest, recover, recuperate, do some homework, come back stronger in their next decider matchup. Now, this is EWC, but we have another incredible product when it comes to CROSSFIRE, and that's CFS. It's coming back for 2026. There it is, CFS 2026 Grand Finals going to Wuhan. It's going to be a great time for sure. And AGAL, not only at the EWC stage, are looking to go back-to-back. They're looking to go back-to-back when it comes to the CFS Grand Finals. But that'll be coming up later on in the day. Coming up next is going to be a great matchup. It's going to be AGAL versus Q9, arguably the toughest matchup on our stage today. But before we head back to the stage for that matchup, we got to do our Aramco Power Rankings, and we got 4 great talents ready to break it down.
What is up, guys? We're here for the Aramco Power Rankings for CROSSFIRE at Esports World Cup 2026. So let's get stuck into it. Laz, what have you got?
All right, well, I'm going to start with the first and obvious one, Baisha. It's going to be an old S tier for me, and 9 go. Pretty easy. Not much to say.
Move Baisha a bit here, and then sneak in Stallions. I feel like
no bias?
Still be
No bias.
No bias.
I'm going to start with our West League representatives. I think actually Vitality's had a bit of an awkward season, so I might put them in B. We can potentially move them later.
Let's go with Navi. I'm going to go ahead and put them in A.
All right, I'm going to pick Rock. I'm going to put them in the A category, but I will put them first.
No debate once again. We have Evolution Power still on S tier.
Next is Nemesis, again a West League team, and unfortunately this is a group of players that haven't had a lot of success internationally, so I guess they have to be D.
Let's go ahead with GK Esports. I still put them ahead of Vitality, but I'm going to put them on B rather than at the end of A.
Okay, I'm going to do Q9. I'm going to put them in A. I'm going to put them in the middle here.
All right, Vietnam's number 3, The Vicious, on C tier because of when Ice Cube gets going, The Vicious might get good results.
Falcons, a team that I think we had really high expectations for last year, and I don't think they met those expectations last year, unfortunately. I'll put them in C as well, I think.
Ooh. Trying to be spicy. Speaking of spicy, AG, do I put them ahead of Stallions? I think I am going to. Number 1.
I have King Zero. I know online they're pretty good, but I don't really think that great on land so far. I'm going to put them in B.
All right, my fellow countrymen, Execration. I might just put them here, I guess.
Okay, last one is Team Liquid. I think they're probably a B-ranked team somewhere here for me as well. I'll just chuck them here. Do you want to make some quick changes before we finish? For me, Vitality's got to go a little bit higher here.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Vitality,
I feel like Liquid too.
a little bit, and I agree with Liquid probably
be at the end of B.
I think maybe even above Vitality for me.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons.
Here, potentially put Rock up here. Just
that's fine.
But we'll see. We'll see. That's what we think. What do you guys think? Let us know.
Boys doing the tier list and unintentionally triggering Sneaky.
Yeah, I mean, KZ is too low, man. There's no reason for them to be B tier at all in that tier list. But, to each their own, I guess.
To each their own. They did their best anyways for the great talents out there calling the action today. And speaking of which, about to head to the stage, and we've got a big one. AGAL versus Q9. This is one that we've been waiting for. We covered at the top of the show. In fact, it was our PS5 story of the day, and for good reason. Both coming from the same region, but they've got history. Lucy, Q9 has already beat AGAL during their respective regional battles 3-0.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough kind of regional season, right? 5th, 6th in the most recent. I think like the 4th time in the history of AGL they've had that sort of result, which stings a little bit, but it's AGAL, right? Like, sure, you lost to them once. Do you ever beat AGL twice? Like, that's the question.
That is the question, and the answer is no, at least at this point in time. For AGAL, they do look poised, and they're ready to take the stage. Now, this roster, I was looking at the list of achievements, and I do this each and every year. The list goes on and on and on. They're going to run out of space. Some of these guys have accomplished probably more than 99% of all competitors in CROSSFIRE history.
Yeah, for sure. Especially considering last year, they were like so close to a golden road if it wasn't for that ACL, man. If they won that ACL, they would have won every single tournament that year, and that would have been, we would have called that the AG era. But of course, there was a bit of a hitch at the start of the year. But at the same time, AG kind of cleaned it up for the rest of the year, especially when it comes to their gameplay. I feel like, ZQ coming in really just, I wouldn't say he was a miracle worker, but he kind of is at the moment.
Kind of is. He comes out of retirement, leads them to 2 championships. Come on, I think he is a miracle worker. Either way, though, you don't need miracles when you're AGAL and you've got players like they have on their roster. They just make it happen, miracles aside. AGAL, again, a great roster. Salvatore had a chance to catch up with one of the players. Let's listen in to what ZY has to say.
Thank you so much, guys, there at the analyst desk, and I'm joined here by reigning EWC champion ZY. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to be asking a few questions, especially from someone that is the world champion. So, ZY, the last time that you and Q9 faced, you guys felt the wrath of Q9 losing 3-0, but right now you will be facing one another again here at EWC. So, what is going to be the strat? What is going to be the goal now here for AG up against Q9?
ZY 上一次你们面对清酒战队的时候呢，清酒战队把你们的打了一个3-0，然后这次你们又再次在舞台上面要面对他们，你们从战术从这个打法上面会有做出什么样的调整呢？你是准备怎么应战呢？
调整的话，其实我们就回去，因为上次输了之后，我们就复盘我们自己的，然后主要是状态问题吧。我希望我们5个人今天保持好状态。
Well, the last time we lost against them, we went back and we watched the replays, we reviewed what was the mistakes and stuff, and we surmised that the main issue was just us being in a very bad form for that particular tournament. So I think we're just hoping that we would be able to bring out the best form here today and be able to come back from that victory, coming back from the loss.
Yeah, hopefully we do see that a good form, because that is what is needed for the world champion. So do you have any specific or particular player in mind that made that game difficult and you want that player to probably get shut down in this upcoming game?
上次跟秦勇打的时候，有没有哪位选手就是让你们特别的棘手？然后这次可能要针对性的去尽量不让他发挥那么好呢？
我觉得并没有吧，因为上一次在国内输的比赛是完全是因为我们状态太差了，然后所以导致输掉比赛。然后今天我们只需要打好我们自己的就可以了。
I wouldn't say so because again, the reason for the loss last time was really our form being just absolutely terrible.
Okay.
So we're really just focusing on ourselves and making sure that we play to the best of our abilities here.
And you heard it here first, guys. AG is gunning out for all the names here at EWC. And here comes the teardropper. ZY, do you have any message here for Q9 in your upcoming match?
那你有什么话想跟你的对手秦九说的吗？
希望我们两个队打一场精彩的比赛，然后我们也会全力以赴去报上次的仇。
Well, all the best for both our teams. Hope that we can bring out can deliver a good showcase to the world exactly what we're capable of, and we're here for revenge from you guys.
All right, you heard it here from ZY. Thank you so much for your time. And this is All Gamers reigning world champion ZY.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, Salvatore, for the interview. ZY, nice to hear from him on the side of AGAL. You know, we did referenced, and I'm glad he asked the question, Lucy. The fact is, yeah, they did, in fact, lose to Q9. They want revenge. They realized they were in bad form then, but they realized they also needed to fix some things, and I hope they did.
Yeah, I mean, that's the mentality of the GOATs, right? It wasn't that you were better, we were just having an off day, right? And I don't think they have off days that often, considering they beat them twice during the group stage of that event as well, right? It wasn't like a consistently they're being topped by them or anything. I think it is just a one-off. They've learnt from that. And when it comes to, you know, the big international stage, that's when they rise up, right? They have that championship pedigree, that mentality that when the pressure's on, when everything is at stake, that's when they do their best work.
That's right. We talk a lot about ZQ. We talk a lot about on the side of DOO. Who is ZY as a competitor? Who is ZY for this roster?
I mean, he is the foundation of the entire AG. I mean, even at that time when they were kind of just swapping IGLs, even ZY was actually taking a leadership role at that time. And I feel like without ZY and his, you know, legendary rifling, you know, his aim being insane even back in the day, but I feel like a lot of people really miss this about ZY, that he is a very underrated closer as well for some of the plays here for the side of AG. And, you know, ZY, I feel like he really rounds out the more, you know, mechanics-based gameplay from the side of DOO and maybe something here from Zhui, because you know he's going in. So you need someone to kind of balance the team a bit, and I feel like ZY is the perfect player for it.
Clearly so, and very well spoken indeed, and he is going to be vocal, I'm sure, on the stage. AGAL has this aura about them, Lucy. When they go up there as the champions, sometimes the competitors look across the stage and it makes them a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like you're going up against the best team in the world in your debut game. Sure, you beat them before, but that's just going to have you nervous already. Like it's just the aura around them. But I do think the pressure is a little bit on AGAL because of the context of the club championship as well. The fact that they are the best team in the world. That's always going to be in the back of your minds. Like, we can't kind of let any other team take a shot at us now, especially in this particular group.
That's right. Well, particular group Q9, opposite of AGAL. They've already beat them before. They're looking to beat them again. This roster is scary for sure, but are they scary enough to take down AGAL here on the Esports World Cup stage? That's the question I have, and I'm curious if Salvatore is going to answer or ask that. We grabbed one of the Q9 members. It's XJ. Let's listen in.
Thank you so much, guys. They're at the Caster's desk, and I'm joined here by Q9's XJ. Thank you so much for your time. So the last time, XJ, you faced up against All Gamers, it was a very surprising result. You guys managed to make it a 3-0 in favor of Q9. So how confident is XJ and the rest of Q9 in this upcoming matchup with the defending EWC champions?
XJ 上一次你们对战 AGA 的时候，你们成功3-0拿下了他们，然后这个成绩也让挺多人很意外的。然后这次，因为他们作为卫冕冠军，你们又再次在舞台上面要去对战 AGA， 那你们有多少信心呢？能跟我们说一下吗？
我觉得对于上次3-0 AG 的话，这次我们还是有信心拿下比赛的。
Well, we beat them 3-0 last time. We're very confident that we can do it again here.
Wow, that is full-on confidence here from XJ. So here, XJ, can you talk about the preparation from your upcoming matchups, especially from someone like AGAL, who's very sophisticated in their upcoming plays? So tell me, what was the preparation like for Q9?
那你们为了今天的这场比赛有做出什么样的准备，什么样的备战吗？
就是用枪法说话吧。
I'll say just let the guns do the talking. You guys will see on stage.
There are a lot of similarities here for the way CFPL does their trash talk. So, final messages here for Q9's XJ. Do you have anything to say particular for your upcoming matchup against AGAL?
那在这场战斗发生之前，这样你有什么话想跟你的对手 AGL 说的吗？
虽然你们是去年的 EWC 冠军，但是我们今天还是不会怕你们的。
Even though you guys are the defending champions, we're not afraid of you in the slightest.
You heard it here from XJ. We're not afraid. And let the guns do the talking, said by the man himself. Let's throw it back at the analyst desk for more breakdown of the game. This is Q9's XJ.
Thank you, Salvatore, for the interview. We're not scared of you, Lucy. I was trying to bring up this aura. I was trying to bring up AGAL, the final bosses. Q9 XJ says, we really don't care about that. We just think we're the best, and we're going to go in and do our best. But the stats don't lie. The fans are saying, hey, for Q9, we'll give them 8%. But AGAL, they could take 92.
Hey, 8%, you know what? You take that when it's up against AGAL. Like, this is never, in any game, I would bet that not a single game is going to have them as the not favorite, like, against this entire tournament. AGL are always going to be there. But hey, credit to Q9 in that little interview, right? I thought they were just going to leave it at let the guns do the talking, but no, there was some, hype up there. We're not afraid of you, so I want to see it on the server now.
That's right, chat. You guys made a good decision going AGAL. This is the first time I'm like, all right, now you guys have got some big brains. Keep those predictions coming. I want to continue to see them. But let's get real here. For Q9, they've got to dig deep if they want to take down AGAL. Third, CFPL Season 28. They did, in fact, beat AGAL 3-0. But there's also history for some of the members. Koi, XMY, previous AG members. So they're going into it. Maybe it's a grudge match, but we know for sure it's a revenge match.
Yeah, and at the same time, I feel like those two players really do look up to the AG players, and it does happen from time to time for Q9 where they're like, oh my god, we're going up against AG, and the lights get too bright for them, and maybe they fanboy a bit too hard. But for the side of Q9, I feel like I wouldn't say they fully figured out AG yet going into this series, and a lot of stuff really has to go right, especially for Lin W, who is kind of the new guy on the team, and a lot of the players have to get into form, especially Koi, because he's going to have a very hard matchup going into this one, going up against DOO.
I was going to say, that's the latest edition, comes in this year, and it felt like it has elevated them a bit, right? They've become the gatekeeper team in the Chinese region, but the question is, can they go from gatekeeper to contender?
That is the question. Sub-base, we've seen it played twice. This time around, we won't see it once. AGAL says, get that out of here.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to hide something from a certain team in the same group as well. There's some team that is also very good on sub-base, but I feel like, that's a no-brainer ban for Q9 as well, going into Black Widow. I mean, AG is one of the best, if not the best Black Widow team in the world if they're in that conversation, but Eagle Eye 2.0.
Yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0 coming out is a fun one. We haven't seen it today, but Q9 says this is our best chance to take map number 1 on a pretty unorthodox map, which is going to be a lot of fun to see. New Mexico, too. Whoa. What is this?
New Mexico.
Both these maps have featured in their videos this year against each other. Eagle Eye was a 10-1 back in June.
Okay.
So that was a bit of a stomp coming out from AGAL, but when New Mexico was played, that was 10-8, so that was a pretty close affair.
Fair enough. Well, that's the historical evidence, and for New Mexico, we were expecting it to be banned out, right? Kyle was saying it's going to be banned out the entire tournament. Not the case here, so already an interesting start. AGL coming in, as the previous champ said, we've got to put something in our ballpark, and New Mexico's it. Black Widow to finish off. Okay, pretty standard, but we'll go with it. Black Widow for AG picks it at the end. But Sneaky, you kind of look a little bit confused.
Trying to figure out what map 3 is, but I mean, I feel like New Mexico is definitely quite the curveball because
true.
AG just so happens to be one of those teams that actually plays Mexico, so it's not going to be as surprising as some people do expect in the chat. So yeah, I feel like Q9, this is a very big risk, but hey, if you're going to take it up against any team, it is up against AG, so it's a very good risk for them if it does work.
For sure. I mean, you got to hold your cards close to your chest, right? Whenever you're coming in to day number 1, you don't want to give everything away too quickly. Doing so gives at least some evidence and some preparation for your opponents a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, they've known this opponent as well. It's been coming for a long time, right? So they've done a lot of prep, so much familiarity between these two teams, what to expect from them. The Eagle Eye does scare me a little bit for Q9 given the result last time around, but I think they're banking on that was maybe going to come through, and they've got some tricks up their sleeve.
That's right. And by the way, map number 3 is going to be New Compound, not Black Widow. So it'll be New Compound. That's going to be a fun one. Either way, we've got a fun matchup. It's AGL. It's Q9 going down. They've got history, but one wants revenge, and that's AGL. Let's see if they can get it with Laz and Valdez.
Thank you so much, guys, on the desk. We are ready to jump straight into the action here for our third best of 3 of the day. It's been fun so far, a bit one-sided from what we have seen, but I'm hoping, Laz, that this one can be a bit more back and forth, a bit more exciting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like this is the matchup of the day, right? We were talking about 2 powerhouse teams in the Chinese region. We talk about AG being the defending champion, so there's a lot at stake here. In Q9, they have been able to beat them before, but the question is, now on the big stage, can they do it again, or is that pressure really going to crumble them?
Yeah, that really is the question, as we'll see what the forms look like this time around. As mentioned by our wonderful analyst desk, these two teams have a lot of that history, and AG is looking for big-time revenge, as we did see AG pushing out into A-Long, but they have not committed anywhere just yet. Taking their time with this first round, Q9 not looking to push up anywhere just yet either.
Yeah, and Q9 are still playing their same setup that we've seen before, right? I mean, this is where they actually played the same composition against, that was Baisha back in the CFPL, so they're kind of doing the 3-player stack. You still have the same players that are here, just kind of ready for the defense, but AG are definitely taking their time on this, and like you said, they have to make a move here pretty soon. It looks like it is underway now, but can these pistols be able to land something? And indeed it will, and it's AG that are able to find themselves this first opening duel. Guns are absolutely just firing off, but it's Q9 that seem to be the ones on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, absolutely. AG doing a great job of pushing in and taking over that A site, as a couple of kills were traded back at the very end, but Dre just so good, tapping the heads, picks up 2 kills, and secures that first round here for AG. This is kind of what we expected right from the get-go. AG with some nice aggression, and they're trying to make a statement right from the get-go.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point, right? Because the desk, I think they did a great job of just like highlighting a little bit about like, look, like Q9 have to play the defending champs. That's a lot to bring into this. I mean, and again, they have that little bit of a, a buffer where they have been able to beat them online, but now this is a very different, state, and now AG, they're winning these opening kills. So this is a big thing for them, because now it's just, again, that confidence just is building quicker and quicker. And look at how fast they're just taking the site control. They're not even going to let off the gas at all. But look at Q9. They actually do respond back quickly, and things are getting a little bit more chaotic. We're back down to the 2v2, and that C4 still has to get planted. But again, there's lots of time. They don't have to rush it.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty good spot for AG, just getting into a 2-on-2 with the bomb planted on the B site. This is not the easiest spot to push, but they're able to get a nice little position here. DOO up in the top, up the stairs, but Koi's going to be the first one who does hit the shots. ZQ trying to poke out, but has to take the 1v2, doesn't go for him, and Q9 will get the defuse for the 1-1 scoreline. So this time maybe a little bit too much from AG as they pushed into the B site, took a lot of casualties, and unfortunately do drop the round.
Yeah, the one thing I do like, though, is the fact that AG, like, again, they get in that hotel, they find that opening duel right away, and then they just kind of go for it. They don't just wait it out. Like, you kind of notice teams like to kind of sit back and kind of evaluate. They were like, you know what? No, let's just go for it. Let's just see what we can do. It doesn't work out for them, but again, it's a good pace that we get to see from them, right? It's just kind of mixing things up, getting a little bit of a feeler. They're still early on in this game, so it's good experimenting coming in from both these teams. But, thankfully for Q9, being able to find themselves around back is definitely going to feel a lot better, right? Again, we talk about this pressure and all the nervousness. Now that can be a little bit more at ease for the time being.
Yeah, definitely feels pretty good for them to be able to tie it up. As now AG going to just sit around the middle of the map here. Around the tower, we see some grenades. A lot of grenades were thrown into the hotel, but Q9 didn't take too much damage there. And just waiting this one out to start with. Always got to be careful when AG's on the opposite side. Q9 did a fantastic job of that in the playoffs of CFPL. But now we're here at the big stage in EWC. And we'll have to see what kind of read they have on AG this time around.
Yeah, very interesting approach too from AG. You can see the positioning that they're actually trying to fight for right now, and it's just full execution, good nades, and now they've been able to get through the stairway, but they're going to try to cross through, and now Jouet trying to find that duel, but look at that. AG within a blink of an eye, they find themselves 2 kills, make it a third, and they are just mopping the floor right now with Q9. They do not seem to have any sort of response. A little bit of damage here and there, but that is going to be a flawless round here for AGAL.
Yeah, that one was a pretty cool assault there as well, just going straight up the middle. They had their smokes in position and just relentless aggression in through onto the B site. The entry was fantastic. As we're taking a look at the end of this round, just picking up the flawless there with nobody going down. Obviously very hyped are the side of AG. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we expected to see more of, those clean executes, those very aggressive pushes. The one in round 2 didn't necessarily work, although they did get the, they got the plant down. It wasn't, a total disaster. So things still going heavily in favor of EG so far.
Yeah, it has been really impressive, right? And that's where I think, again, they're kind of in the spotlight, and that's where the desk was talking about it. Like, for AGAL, you're like, okay, what are you guys going to bring to the table? What are you going to be able to show a little bit earlier on in these opening matches, right? This is where you don't want to showcase everything necessarily, but they're going to have to get themselves in the win category. And now you can start to see, like you said, good executions coming through. They're taking their time with this so far. It's really that, Q9, they're the ones that are trying to make a bit of a statement if they can on this. But AG, once again, they're going to just get that tempo up here, Valdez. They're not going to wait things out. They're going to go for that execute and again find themselves in the position of getting that opening duel. And look at how fast the dominoes fall. It's just 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, at least XMY is able to get the one snipe, but you can see that Dre is just following him, not really giving him much space. And I think we'll eventually get the drop on him in mid. And there it is. He gets that kill. The trade back, and the last member does go down. So only 1-2-2-2 was the only casualty here for AG in that 4th round. And really, again, from what we've seen, it's just been clean executes, not a whole lot of waiting around, just getting in onto the sites and winning those duels very early on. Jouet has been hitting some nasty shots on these entries, and that's kind of what we can expect from them.
Yeah, the fact that he's sitting at a 6-1 and ZY right there with a 7-2, like both them together, just doing a ton of heavy lifting right now. So, and like you said, it's just clean, right? It's nothing too flashy, but it's again just like getting themselves in a decent position and just going for the full execute. Again, not a lot of hesitation. They're just committing to it. Q9 just can't seem to handle that pressure. And we've been able to see so far in this game in round 5 now, like we've been able to see every single time AGAL, they're winning that opening duel. Like they've essentially been 5 for 5 here. Like is that the way or 4 for 4, I should say, we should be seeing it. But Q9, they have to find a way that they have to, push back, and they got to get a timing. And if they can get that opening duel, that really could shift, the way that this could go. It just puts AGAL maybe a little bit more in that break.
Yeah. It's just very difficult when, all the utility is flying over the top and hitting them straight in the face right as they enter. It's like a well-oiled machine so far. As he was trying to push up, but he gets punished. Just trying to catch them before the push comes in, and that's one way to get ahead of this push, but not if you die right on the get-go there. As 1-2-2 picks up the 2 kills. Koi gets a couple here on the trade. Lin W as well, but eventually Dude picks up 2 in a row. I think maybe a collab. I'm not sure it happened so quickly. But yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot from him, but he does pull up big there at the end of that round. And yeah, 4-1. And this easily could have been 5-0 as well as,
yeah,
so
absolutely,
they're coming out strong.
They really are, and this is what is great to see, right? Because we have put them on a little bit of a pedestal, just saying like, look, they put up a magnificent performance last year for EWC. We're kind of expecting the same thing, and they're just doing it over and over again, right? Like just running. They want to go for any sort of territory. It's theirs. A little bit of a reply back here from Koi, so this is a nice thing for Q9, but now you have to see, can these snipers be able to make the full effect? It does get a little bit of a blip on something, but again, instant trade out. And there it is, finally something from XJ. Can he be able to find the second? And indeed he does. So now we get to finally see a man advantage here for Q9, but we still have DOO that's alive here on the 1v2. Tons of time to remain here too, Valdez. So, I mean, really, the world is his oyster right now.
Yeah, it's not a very good oyster, but it is one.
It's an oyster.
It's an oyster. It counts, but It's not the easiest spot for him, as he does have a nice position here, but he doesn't have the crosshair in the right spot. So XJ, I think, picked up 3 kills on that defense of that push. And from what we've seen, the A pushes, the mid pushes have been strong. The B pushes, a little bit more difficult to pull off, especially if you don't get those initial kills. And you can see how it can all fall apart very quickly. XJ on the wraparound, picked up that final kill onto DOO, and now it looks a little bit closer at the 4 and 2.
Yeah, it does. And like that's a really good point you bring up too, because it feels like, for AGAL, the A site has just been, they've been able to take it pretty much every single time. It's really that B site now. They've lost the 2 rounds when they tried to go for it. But the thing is, I like what they're doing. Again, they're mixing things up. They're not just doing the same thing over and over again. They're kind of just, experimenting with everything. They're playing the map. They're keeping Q9 on a guessing game. That's a really good thing to do on a team, like when they're playing the GR side, because when you're constantly guessing and trying to, switch up your defensive composition, that could be really, really frustrating for the IGL. So I think it is good mind games we're seeing from AGAL right now, but the timeout is going to be used, and I think it's very well timed out because we need to, get things kind of cooled down. Q9 to be able to figure out, okay, how do we turn this around? I mean, the score is a little closer, but they still got some rounds they got to get back into this.
Yeah, attack pause coming in, just 15 seconds left, and this one was on the side of Q9, just trying to slow things down just a little bit. So you can see there, he's like, yeah, I get it, okay. I know what I gotta do. And, I mean, to be honest, the last couple of rounds have looked a little bit better for them, even if they did lose one of them. So, AG, coming out strong to begin with, but perhaps we will see a little bit of a closer match from here on out after the pause. We'll have to wait and see. As if I'm AG, I'd say, well, look at the stats so far. Let's go push A. It's been working out. Let's just go ahead and try to throw another push in here, and that's exactly what they are going to do as the flashbangs do come down. ZY in through mid, and he's going to get sniped down as XMY is holding down the bot here. Does take out 2, make it 3, as he lines it up and essentially solo holds the A site, and DOO gets wrapped around on, and Q9, whatever they talked about in that pause, worked out really well for them.
Absolutely. And yeah, XMY, like you said, they've been able to find 3 in that kind of a position. Again, all the players from AGAL, they were different angles, different positions. And the fact that he was able to hold down with a triple, absolutely beautiful. And that's exactly what Q9 need, right? We need to see someone step up. That's where we were kind of commenting on that. Like, look, the firepower seems to be a little bit lackluster right now. Now that engine's starting to warm up a little bit. Now things are starting to look a little bit better. We're only talking about a 1-round differential, making this a tie game. So if we get to see rounds like that from Q9, I mean, this could easily be a tie game, if not maybe even Q9 to be able to squeak themselves the first half.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, coming in today, I thought this would be very back and forth. I don't think it should be a 2-0 by any means in the best of 3. I got a little bit worried, though, at the beginning when it was very AG one-sided, but that's the way it can go. I mean, their pushes are very clean, very crisp, and sometimes you just get caught off guard by them very early on. But it looks like Q9 has stabilized very well so far at the beginning of this Eagle Eye 2.0. As we have some nades thrown forward, but this is not a push to follow up on that. Not a whole lot of utility used just yet by the side of AG, as they are angling towards the A site. Maybe they're just going to go in for that one once again.
I wouldn't blame them. Again, it's just been easy executes, but this is the good thing from Q9. You can see the defense is now switched up their composition. This is something they did back in CFPL. This is a good little bit of a setup. I like that they have this heavier lean. This could be a little detrimental against AGAL potentially, but it all depends on how they react to this. The nades are landing well. That first duel actually does go into effect here for Koi. Now XMY able to find himself 2 more kills, and that's exactly what we need. Now he's starting to cook a little bit better. Q9 seem to have been able to find themselves a little bit better footing since that timeout. And we got ourselves a looking like a 4-4 right here and now, unless we see, DOO pull up a huge 1v5 with only, 37 seconds left?
Yeah, he's just going to hide in the corner and use it to essentially take an in-game timeout. This is something you can't do just to try to buy your team some time when you know it's like a 1v5 and you're a sniper. You don't have a lot of hope of actually taking down the rounds. And you can just sit back and essentially give your team a little bit of time to discuss what is going wrong, as things have certainly gone a little bit awry for the side of EG. I think their pushes are looking a lot like what we saw earlier on in the map, but they've been red so far. I think that Q9 have warmed up. They're hitting their shots now, and the pushes are getting a little bit more obvious. And so they might have to change up their game plan here, whereas for Q9, they've already made that adjustment and are looking strong.
Yeah, it just goes to show, like, again, when you do the tack timeout, how much it can really change things, right? And how much the game can just, completely go the other way. And, like, that's where we were talking about, what, a 4-1 scoreline, and then all of a sudden Q9, now we're talking about a tie game. So, like you said, they've been able to figure out something that is a tendency from AGAL, but we'll see a little bit differently as AGAL are actually going to switch up their attack on this, and they're not going to let their foot off the gas, but a little bit of exchanges, but XMY does find himself at least one kill, but that might not be enough because right now AGAL, they've only lost one player. C4 is going to get planted. So now this makes it even more problematic right now for Q9, and they're going to have to figure out how to do this retake, and this is not going to be easy, to say the least, and they've already lost another player.
Yeah, I think as long as AG get in there quick before they're really set up, it looks good for them. DOO, nice shot lined up here, and they hold on to the site, and at least they go over to 5-4. From the BL side, which is a pretty nice scoreline for them to start off the map. But certainly a bit of a hitch there halfway through where they dropped 3 rounds in a row. And now we got to see what Q9's aggression looks like, because Eagle Eye definitely can be one of these maps where, as we've seen from AG, if you get very aggressive, if you get very fast on your pushes, you can really take advantage of the GR side who is not quite set up, whereas it's AG actually who's pushing out of A long as I speak.
Yeah, that's really good though too. I like the fact that AGAL are kind of, again, going to put a little bit more pressure on this. They're going to get that map control right away. That's something Q9 weren't really able to do on their GR side. That was something that was a bit lackluster. So the fact that they've gone for this aggressive positioning is huge, because now they can kind of mix things up a little bit more. Q9, they're kind of getting themselves, tucked in the corner a little bit here. They have to be able to land some big shots, but you still have to go against 2 different players here that are locking you down. You already have the rotate of 1-2-2-2 getting there. So this is not easy right now, to say the least, here for Q9, but I'm going to wait things out just a little bit still. Lots of time remaining on the clock. Another smoke going to get thrown here, so that will buy a little bit of time here for AJL. Q9, they look ready to go. They do not look like they're going to switch this up.
Yeah, this is a very brute force kind of attack. We're just going to send all 5 people down this one lane and try to push onto the B site. AGAL, they essentially go out of A long and they say, well, I don't see anyone, and there's nobody in mid. So unless they're playing way back, we know where they are, which at this point it looks like they know where they are, with 3 people standing on the B site, 1 looking down mid, and just kind of that, the fail-safe on A. And here comes the push. Some flashes over the top, and it's a bit of a slow and steady maneuver from the entire team. Staying hidden is AGAL so far, but the push works out really well. 2 kills, 3 make it to the side of Q9, but now Dway able to pick up 2, and DLO picks up 1 as well, and they hold on at the very end of that push, and it looks like they want to back off, regroup, and let him plant.
Yeah, and this is not easy for XMY, right? Because, again, he's only got that 28 seconds. He has to make a decision right now. Do I go for a fight, or do I want to go for this plant, and then I have to react so quickly? He actually does go wide, and there's a way to be able to take him down. So, wow, what a good amount of work here on the defense from AGAL. I mean, again, it was looking like there was an opportunity where Q9 were going to be able to take that site. They took a lot longer than they should have. That smoke really became a nuisance for them. And that really was kind of the wrench in the gear, so to speak, because you could see that AG, they kind of just floated back towards B, and they had themselves right place, right time, and they get themselves an easy round.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how clutch Dway has been so far. And, it was pretty consistent when they were on BL, but now on GR, it's one big round that essentially gets his team quite a strong lead here from the defender's side. And it's looking good for him and ZQ, it looks like, in terms of their KD. On the opposite side, XJ, the only guy who's actually positive right now. Everybody else just kind of limping along. And that's pretty interesting, especially because the round score is not, it's not super blown wide open just yet. It's only a difference of 2. But a lot of very dominant rounds from AG have led to these KD scores. And this time Q9, they're not going to push out of hotel and full stack on a B. Looks like maybe just waiting for some aggression from AG, because as we saw in the last round, AG, they pushed out, they got some information. They said, well, we don't see anyone. They must be going B. And they used that to pull off the eventual defense.
Yeah, Q9 are really just taking their time, just trying to figure out what they want to do. And I'm actually surprised that DOO wasn't able to land that shot. It looked like it was pretty much right there, but it was just within a pixel, I think. But nonetheless, snipers have been getting some warning shots. A kneecap is spotted. You can just see the shoulder, but again, shot's not landing yet. These snipers not able to find anything yet, but they've been able to get a little bit of those close encounters. But now XMY, he's able to find himself that first opener. So first blood is going to be here on the side for Q9. So that's not a bad way for them to feel a little bit better about what they want to do. But you still have to worry about ZQ, as he might have himself a decent position here. He could be the thorn in the side potentially for these guys. They haven't been able to clear it. ZY, I don't know how he escapes with his life in that kind of a position. Q9, the firepower seems to be fizzling just a little bit more. And there it is, ZQ right in the back lines. He's just able to cause more problems. And Q9, this is just looking problematic to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, if you can push there and clear out the hotel and then go for the push and make it look clean, then sure. But even the push itself wasn't great. Koi trying to make something happen here, though. Pulled down to a 2-on-1 as now Koi has to check 2 angles. And ZY, so many kills in that round as he is going to pick up the defuse as well. And AGAL are kind of running away with this one now. The last couple of rounds you could see strategically certainly looked a lot better for AGAL. And so far I haven't been too impressed by Q9's Blacklist side.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like it's almost like obvious, right? Because we saw that last round, there were the 2 rounds before where they were going for that B execute. It was so obvious. AG took full control of, long A. Then they were like, okay, well, let's just group up at B. Let's just roll the dice. And it was easy, right? And it just, again, feels like Q9, they're kind of getting in their own heads a little bit. They're not really taking any sort of map presence. They're just kind of waiting things out. And then they're doing these obvious takes. So I think for AG, this is an easy read. And especially for such an experienced roster like this, right? I mean, this is where Q9, they have to be a little bit more experimental. They have to be a little bit more adventurous here with something different, because playing this slow pace, it's just not working right now. So they do have to figure out a way to change the tempo if they can. ZQ, talk about a tempo change. Oh my, I thought he was going to commit to it, but he decides to hold back. Q9 already down a player. So this gives the man advantage once again here for AG. And this is even more problematic, Valdez, because again, when you're on the BL side and when you're down the man, like, you got to work even harder to get yourself into that site, right? So this is where they've already struggled so far on the BL side, and it just seems like it's getting stacked against them.
Yeah, they haven't gotten a good plant and defend just yet. And do you see that XMY is trying to make some waves just by himself? No utility, gets the pick off, no trade back from 1 to 2 either. And that was his job, right? He was there essentially covering his teammate's back of Dway, and was not able to get the trade back. So that is a nice 1-for-0 for Q9. And hopefully they can get something going off of the back of this. It does look like they want to push on to A with all 4 members grouping up here.
Yeah, but you can see again, AG, like, they have the full read on this, right? Like, look at their defensive composition right now. They got a little bit of the pyramid. Yeah, there's a good shot there. At least they find the one. So this does bring it back to the 3-3, but now they have to get moving. Again, time is dwindling. The players now you already have for 1-2-2-2 being able to go in the back lines, and that's going to be an issue right now for Q9. And the plant does come through. AG, ZQ, I was going to say that was a wide swing, but he survives it, but already a player's been able to slip underneath. He might be able to just find this. Oh my goodness. XJ finds it. Now makes it even more of a tough task right now for ZQ. He has to put up the 1-on-2. He's got some time to work with, and he knows one of the players here, but he has to be able to find this duel, but not gonna happen. Q9 is looking like all the cards were against them, but they pull up something, and they got themselves around.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had XMY pushing up the middle, getting the 1-for-0, and essentially pulling back after that and regrouping and going for the push. That was, the beginning of the strong maneuver for them, as this is how XJ finished off that round, by the way. He's looking pretty strong right now, 13-7, still having a great map, and was essentially the anchor there at the end of that round after they got that plant. And things looking pretty good after that round, but again, they got to string more than just the one. It still feels like we got heavy advantage to AGAL, and we do have a bit of a hotel clear from Q9, just poking their heads in. But again, no committal. Again, taking it a bit slower than we expect. And ZY maybe looking to punish this.
Ooh, ZQ got that little bit of a spot as well. Ooh, ZY, I thought that was close, but he actually takes a bit of damage himself, so HP's getting low. Q9 now kind of, again, they're getting some shots made here, but they have to make a decision. Do they stay or do they go? And it seems like, again, they're kind of planted in this spot. Still evaluating what they want to do. But AG, you can already see the aggression that's getting pushed here. 1-2-2-2. Look at that. Look at that amount of control and all that information he has. This is so impactful. Because now, if we see Q9 decide to change things up, he's already going to be in a prime position to be able to find maybe one, if not two kills. That could just cause so much ruckus right now.
Yeah, and you can see Q9, they know that there is potential for somebody to be here as Lin W's trying to check all the corners, but he already had position. He was already so secure in that corner. And now they got to clear it out. 1-2-2 knows that. He tries to get another kill. Doesn't quite do so, but at least takes some health down. And a nice bunch of damage goes into Koi. But let's see how they go for this push now, because there's only 30 seconds left. And once again, AGAL are in position for the push. But that's first kill to XMY. Nice little shot here from Dway, as he has been so solid here tonight so far. There's another one. Lines up his second kill, and they're running out of time. I mean, there's only 20 seconds left. As Dway has not been rooted out. He's taken everyone down, picks up 4, and Dway is unstoppable.
Wow, that is beautiful. What a hold. And just, again, the individual prowess from this team, again, just shines bright when they need it. I was looking like Q9 was going to be able to maybe find themselves and steal a round away, but not going to happen. It's Dway that comes up massive with the quad kill like you talked about. Oh boy, they're making it look pretty easy. Now they got themselves 8, and we got 5 here for Q9, and this is where now Q9, they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to do something a little bit different here if they want to stay in this first map for Eagle Eye 2.0. Otherwise, this thing could be over quick, and we go to New Mexico. But there it is, DOO being the aggressor. He's able to find that kill. Now he can just pull back if they want to. Q9, how do you respond to this? They're actually going to contest for it. They're going to try to go for this if they can, and somehow, in some way, they are actually able to pick this up. So now AG, they have to pull back on this. They have to kind of get themselves in a better setup.
Yeah, that was just straight up brute force. They're like, we know they're there. We know they're stuck on long A. Let's challenge them, throw some util in, and just peek them. It's a bold move, but it actually works out. And now we're at 3 against 3. And still, Q9 has to figure out how to break into this. Really, the biggest thing that's been striking to me is just how AGAL are always in position for the push. This is not something we saw out of Q9 on the opposite side. They didn't always know. They weren't always ready. But it just feels like AGAL kind of have that upper hand every time we see these pushes actually come in. Although now, this time, Q9 in the 3v3, they want to push down mid, where there should be a lot less defense. And that makes sense because they're going to have to try to hold down some of these sites with fewer members.
Yeah, but you got ZY close onto this too. So again, this is where he might be able to find something, but Q9 actually just taking this very slow, and there it is. Good shot from him, but now XMY, can he be able to find this trade back? Oh, he makes a bit of a shot, but nope, not going to happen. AG, oh my, ZY just be able to find the 2. He steals it away. Yeah, he's causing a lot of ruckus now, and so it looks like Q9 not in the best position, and AG are going to be able to have themselves now on map point. So this is now do or die here in the situation for Eagle Eye and Q9. They have to dig absolutely deep, get out of this hole and find themselves some kind of new path if they want to stay alive in this one.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to replicate some of the success we saw in the CFPL playoffs for season 28, as now they're just going to get a grenade kill to start off the round. That's certainly one way to make a statement. We've already defeated you in terms of the gunplay, and now just a couple of grenades over the top. As here comes the push. Q9 not going to waste too much time with this. I say that, though, they do back away. All 4 members were outside of the hotel, and immediately AGL were swarming in. ZQ up there on the bridge looking to get some exit kills, but they already got the 1, and they'll have to be okay with that. And take a look at where Dway is on the map. He is behind them, essentially.
This is what I love about this, though. They're playing the GR side like perfect. They're just getting the map control. They're putting so much presence on this, and it makes it even harder for Q9. So they're just allowing them to have free real estate without any sort of contention. So that's a big gap that we've noticed from Q9 so far on this map. It's been the biggest, pillar of success that I think from AG. They just been able to manipulate the map any way they want. Like, you pretty much have a sandwich right now, Valdez. Like, this is nuts. Yeah, they get a kill in the middle, sure, but look at you have 3 players in the back lines, and now if they want, they can just go for a full swing here, and they absolutely are. Shui's going to be able to find that double, and it's all just down to nothing because it's going to be over, and Eagle Eye, it is just done and dusted like that, and AG, they make it mincemeat.
Yeah, very easy stuff from the side of AGAL, 10-5. On this pick of Eagle Eye 2.0, looking strong to start off. They had a better very beginning start of the map, I think. They came out really fast, lightning fast almost on the BL side. Q9 struggled to catch up. They did catch up, but then once the sides swapped, I think it was really all AGAL from there. So Q9 going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what was going wrong because they were not able to stop that onslaught. So really fun stuff so far here. First map does go to AGAL as we're going to take a look at some of the highlights and be back.
The match of the day goes the way of AGAL for game 1, 10-5, but it was a battle through and through. Q9 making some silly mistakes. We'll talk all about that, but the energy from AGAL is unmatched today. Nobody's been able to bring it like they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's the result we expected on Eagle Eye, although, to be honest, a bit closer than I thought, considering last time they played, it was, a 10-1 scoreline on this map. It comes through as a bit of a punish in this veto. AGAL looked very good out the gate with those executes, but I really like the adaptions we saw from Q9. I really feel like they were able to find their way back into that first half, but when they got to Blacklist, they just disappeared.
Yeah, Q9 making some crazy pushes.
Yeah, for sure. And at the same time, I feel like AG was also giving them a taste of a very aggressive GR side, which I've noticed that being the trend on Eagle Eye especially, right? The moment you hear a push towards a B side, there's already a player on A long or A house, and there's going to be some presence on the mid side. And I feel like Q9, for some of the rounds, they did a really good job, no hesitation on the play whatsoever. But then some of the losses that I've seen on the rounds, they were kind of hesitating on the right play. I'm like, dude, he's right around the corner, just send it on him, because that would have given you a very big advantage in terms of map control those 2 times. I mean, Jue and also 1222 taking that long house control, they could have just gotten a play off of that, and no, the hesitation's still there.
Yeah, I really liked that first half in particular. I think the first round win comes through off like a 2v1 conversion for Q9, and then they go into attack pause immediately after, and they're able to keep holding off these very comprehensive side hits coming into the A side. You could see the adaptation coming through from AGAL. They were failing to get into A consecutively, so they start to change it up. They go for these mid splits, and as soon as AGAL realized the way that Q9 were trying to counter them with the setups, they just immediately found a different answer elsewhere.
One of the biggest things that I think really hurt Q9 is, again, going back to the pushes. I mean, individually, just in 1v1s, miss a shot. Okay, I'm just going to push with my secondary as quickly as I possibly can, as opposed to resetting, taking my time. Q9, a lot of moments where we were even saying to ourselves, what are you doing? Why are you making that push? You don't need to. You can play it a little bit slower. But for them, I think they just got a little bit too antsy.
Yeah.
They slow things down on New Mexico. Is that the play?
Yeah, that might be the way to go, but I feel like they should low-key play with Lin W. He's just been on an island this entire time that we've been seeing this Eagle Eye 2.0. He's getting really good opportunities for openings, but, there is no, help on the side of Q9. You barely see you or YJ being around him, so yeah, I would like to see, a lot more action based around Lin W, because he's getting your team very aggressive opportunities, but it seems like the team is not taking full advantage of it.
There's some things you can't account for though. Like look at the scoreboard, JWay. 18 kills, was that 8 deaths? Like an absurd KD ratio. There were so many opportunities where it felt like the advantage was there for Q9, and then JWay just comes through with an insane multi-kill, like 3 Ks in the side hold. A, B, didn't matter where he was finding the multi and bringing back rounds that AJL actually let slip. So I think 10-5 is a little bit misleading.
Yeah, 10-5 is definitely, somewhat misleading. Q9, it was a bit more competitive than what the score suggests, but at the same time, JWay, you can really see why he was the best entry in 2025 if it wasn't for, no, of course, and he was the best entry back in 2024 because, the amount of space that he can just provide for his team and the fact that he has no hesitation and he doesn't care if he dies or not as long as he gets his team that opportunity.
That's right, an incredible game ahead of us. Q9 can absolutely fight back and give us our first game 3 of the day, but who knows if they'll be able to do so. All I know is map number 2 is going to be New Mexico coming up after the break. AJL are currently in the driver's seat, forcing Q9 to come back going into New Mexico, a map that we don't see too often, and we weren't expecting to see this early. But one thing is for certain, Lucy, they've got history on this map.
Yeah, it's a very close map last time they two played, and I think it's one that's definitely potential. I think when I saw the veto, this was the map that I thought, okay, there's a chance for Q9 to take this and make this a 3-map series. I always thought Eagle Eye was going to be the long shot. The fact they made that look so contestable does give me some hope. I think especially with the snipers, it did really feel like there was a bit more prowess from that on the Q9 side. We saw some really good moments coming out from X and Y, but it didn't feel like DO was really as impactful in the server.
I feel like AJL came out the gate swinging, and the reason why is because they heard our pre-show. They heard everyone saying, is AJL still the team that won CFS 2025 Grand Finals in Chengdu? Are they still the team that won EWC? And they came out and they said, absolutely we are. That's why they're screaming. That's why they're pumped up. And that's why they want to take the fight to Q9 and take them down 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. And that is going to be the goal here for the side of AG, right? Especially knowing that they're going to have to send a message to the rest of the group. Hey, we are here to play. Granted, we lost to this Q9 squad, but international EWC, it's a different dimension for this team. And if AG can do this very early, then, some teams are going to be quaking in their boots in Group A.
That's right, because arguably, if AGAL does drop a map, even if it's to the respectable Q9, questions would still arise.
Yeah, and I think especially when you look at the other teams in this group, you start to think, okay, maybe there's some blood in the water. Maybe there is a chance here. They're not untouchable. Teams have beat them through the season. Already mentioned, Q9 has beat them. This team is not as unstoppable and impossible to beat as we've kind of maybe hyped them up to be.
Absolutely the case. New Mexico, we don't see it often. We'll see it here. What can we expect?
I mean, in New Mexico, of course, the map is very, very small. Honestly, you know me. I'm one of the biggest haters of New Mexico in this map. But you're going to expect some very, very slow action. But, at the same time, once the action starts, it's not really going to end anytime soon. So it's going to be one break point, and then whoever wins that break point will possibly just get the entire round.
I'm okay with slow, especially from Q9. They've got to slow things down because the way that they were pushing fights was just so aggressive. I don't mind the idea, but the execution fell flat. It's AGAL versus Q9. We're hopping into New Mexico. Will AGAL close it out 2-0, or will Q9 extend the series life and give us a new compound? Let's find out with Laz and Valdez.
Thank you very much, guys, for that breakdown. As yes, we are indeed into New Mexico here for map number 2. Not very expected, but should be a lot of fun regardless. As Sneaky Frog, not the biggest fan of it, but to me, the maps that don't get played a whole lot at least offer a chance for both of these teams to show off some new stuff, or maybe some upsets to come through. Maybe Q9 are able to snatch a map back here. Very curious to see how this one is going to play out.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the thing that's a little bit fun about this too is, I mean, the last time we saw these two teams play on this map was back in like July. So, I mean, we're talking, at least over a month ago that's happened. And I mean, it was actually Q9 that were able to squeak themselves a 10-8 victory on this. So, I mean, anything's possible. And I mean, if they could be able to find themselves a W here, like we said, we actually moved to that third and final map, which would be new compound, which could mix things up a little bit. But I don't know, just given the way that we saw Q9 playing their BL side, like, I mean, this map is very much slow. We know it takes like a lot of time. It's very, crunched in. It's not the easiest map really to work with, but we'll have to see what, comes into effect here for the BL side, because this is where if they can get themselves a couple rounds and they can get a good transition for that second half, then things get really interesting as a conversation for them to take this one away.
Yeah, absolutely does. It's a very grindy map, this one. Either you're slowly pushing forward with utility, trying to take small portions of the already small map, or you're just sending it and seeing what happens after a while, because our teams generally don't like to send it right at the get-go. They like to wait at least a minute or so and see what they can see, maybe catch their opponents making a mistake early on. But if that doesn't happen, we do get the slow push. As we do see, they have taken over the middle of the map now, just pushed through the smoke, flash into A, but that is not the direction they are going, actually, as smokes are going over the top. And they do want to attack into B, as already that's a kill from XMY. Has the angle, but DOO at least is able to trade one back. Does peek again into 3 people and goes down, but his teammates are right there to back him up. And Dre, once again, is coming up big here, picks up 2 kills.
Yeah, I like the idea from Q9. I like that little bit of a split attack. I thought that was, creative. But again, it just, you got to rely on the variable about, the AG players. They have themselves a really good position as well. They hit their proper shots on this, and they get themselves around. But I think the idea that Q9 had, I like it in theory. But again, I think they just didn't account for someone like DOO to kind of be in the sight. Also, Jouet just being able to, have his back as well, because you saw that, Do went for the first shot, got the kill, went again, and he actually caught the leg of the other player, but he wasn't able to land the kill. At least he got some damage inflicted, but either way, AG, they continue on with their winning ways for now, but not a bad way for Q9 to kind of give us a little bit of a demonstration on this BL side, but we're going to need a lot more than that if they want to get themselves on the, the rounds on the board.
Yeah, really, it does feel like the onus is on the BL team to try to figure out a way to peel apart the many layers of the onion of this defense on this map. It can be very difficult, but we've seen teams flip the tables on this one many a time in the past. So far, I mean, as you mentioned, nice idea, but execution not 100% there, and a good defense so far from AGAL. And, I mean, to be honest, it's kind of what I'm expecting coming into this map number 2. I think AGAL should be fine in this one. As you mentioned, before the last time they played, it was very close. But so far from what I've seen here at EWC, just in the first map of data that we have, it does feel like AGAL is more on the ball so far.
Yeah, it seems like all their preparation is really starting to show a lot right now. I mean, this opening match, but it still seems like it's going to be a tough barrier for a lot of teams to be able to contest with AG the way they're playing right now, right? I mean, that 10-5 is a kind of funny score that we see on Eagle Eye. It was close, but not close, and considering the firepower from Q9 was pretty lackluster, that's where, for me, I hope we get to see players like Koi or even XJ kind of just stepping it up a little bit more. XMY has been kind of picking up his pace, as the game was going on, but it kind of felt a little too late, you know what I mean? But this is where, again, we're down to the less than a minute mark. Q9 are still trying to figure out something, but I can't believe Koi gets away with that kill, but he goes instantly to the grave, and there it is, AG just loading this kill feed one by one. And now Q9, their players dropping like flies, and they're going to make a little bit of a Hail Mary on this because, again, time is dwindling. This is where they have to make something happen. And now it's back to a 3-3.
Yeah, actually not the worst spot for them, but going to jump through the window as that is 1 kill, make it 2. As XJ making this pretty interesting, wants it to do very low, and that is the pistol kill for XMY. Q9 finally back on the board. The beginning of that push, though, looked a little bit shaky. I mean, they pushed into A, but they didn't quite clear out the stairs and the boxes, and they just kind of forced the plant. It was after the plant, the post plant that did come in, that looked much better for Q9.
Yeah, it did. And again, it's just like someone, pulling up a little bit of a heroic, right? Like XMY just being able to put himself in a good position. Now he's, it's early on, but him and XJ, again, what we saw from map number 1, they're the 2 players that are putting up all the duels, really. So both them together having, 6 combined and 3 apiece. So this is where, again, we need more than just the 2 of them, right? This is where we need to see some of these other players, really starting to pick it up. Not making it a heavy backpack for these guys, because you're not going to be able to do that, right? You can't just have 2 players on the team just, being your, bright stars on it. You need to have everybody kind of on the same page. So we'll see what happens as the game goes on. And Q9 still just, again, going to slowly take them a little bit of time on this. Like we said, New Mexico's notorious for it. I do like New Mexico, though. I think it's a lot better than the old one. Like there is improvements made. So I know Sneaky's a hater, but look, like it's not as bad as it was, but it definitely still has some room for improvement. But I don't mind it for what it is right now.
Yeah, I think it's going in the right direction. Right now, I don't know.
Meaning more direction, but yeah. I'm with you.
I don't know how much more we are going to see of this map. I think it was a big surprise to see it even to start in this series, but we'll see how it does go from here. As finally the push is coming in, ZY not able to finish off the kill, and he gets traded out. So now, LinW already essentially doing his job. They're going to back off, regroup here. Just about 50 seconds left for Q9 if they do want to try to go for this push here in just a moment. Still a couple of guys hanging out in the water, but the majority of the push actually coming into the middle of the map. Another flash to slow them down, and AGL seem to have a decent idea of what is coming, but we'll see if they can handle the push.
Yeah, and I like the idea that they just got to go for a bit of a 2-and-2 split. They kind of have to in this situation, but now they kind of mix things up again, so they put a lot of pressure for 1-2-2-2. He's in a really tight position. Oh, man. He was just hoping that he wasn't going to get cleared because, again, if they wouldn't have, he could have been able to just, turn the round all the way for his favor, but now it's going to have to be AG. Somebody's going to have to be able to pick up some kills, but not going to happen. Q9 now. They have all 4 players alive here. 2 are very wounded, but now it's looking like Q9 might be able to find themselves a lead position for the first time we've been able to say it all in this entire series. And there it is. They get themselves a decent, round number 3.
Yeah, looks much better that time around. Just taking their time with the push. They got that first one-on-one that did go the way of LinW. And after that, just going for a nice straight-up push into B, taking the upper path. 1-2-2-2 going for a little bit of a cheese play, and he does get caught out. And once you get control of that B site and the upper area as well, that's just kind of locking it down. As AG, they were also kind of scrambling to get over there and defend the B site, especially because there was very little time. Dway got that 1 kill, and I'm sure they were thinking, and saying in comms, we can't hear them, but I can assume they were saying, hey, maybe we can get in, maybe we can stop the plant.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of led to a bit of too aggressive of a play and a defense, perhaps. But yeah, Q9 really slowing it down to their pace, and this is definitely what you have to do. I mean, it's already looking pretty good for them the last couple of rounds going their way in much more dominant fashion than we've seen so far in this best of 3, and from the Blacklist side of New Mexico, feels much better. So we'll see if they can continue with this.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that cheese play that you were talking about, and honestly, I think if, Do would have been able to actually stay in the B site and actually played like kind of that first point of contact, that I think would have sold it better, right? The fact that 1-2-2-2 just kind of held the corner and was like, please don't clear me, that's a lot of risk, right? Like, I mean, that's bold. It's a bold move, but I'm like, I don't know if they're going to really get away with that, but I'll give him an A+ for some creativity. But look, now we can talk about duels that are looking decent right now for AG. They're just loading this kill feed. Look at how fast the Q9, they just get absolutely vaporized, and they only have 2 players alive left on this. They have Koi and XMY, but is this going to be enough? And AG, they're getting aggressive, but they kind of get a little bit of a counter back on this, but they still got the man advantage. 2 players very wounded. XMY, there is a position, a world where he could be able to find, some kills on this, but that position from Zue is just too strong, and we got ourselves right back into a tie game.
Yeah, I like this from AGL where they say, well, we've lost a couple of rounds in a row. It felt like they didn't have a lot of control of those 2 rounds. They were winning some of the duels, but it was mostly Q9 that was kind of taking space, taking over, and kind of leading the charge in terms of the pace. But that time around, AGL say they're playing it very slowly. Let's just try to push in a mid and see if we can win a firefight. And they do with pretty flying colors. And from there, it's kind of a done deal in that round. And really mixes it up for Q9 as well because, AGL for 3 rounds were very much playing defensively, sitting back on the sites, not really peeking them, and then all of a sudden, round 4 comes along, they get peeked and lose the round, so might bring in a little bit of fear into their gameplay.
Yeah, now we're back to the waiting game a little bit here, but you can see AG are still kind of keeping themselves moving. They're just making sure that utility is going to be afoot. They're going to get that smoke in that choke point. So again, just being able to buy as much time as possible. Q9, this is where they have to make a decision. Now we get to see some nades getting thrown here. So smoke's double smoke wall is going to be into place. Looks like Q9 not going to necessarily try to go where those smokes are placed. They're actually going to try to work around it. And even now, they see 1-2-2. He'll be able to make himself a little bit of a play in this position. And Sewer actually does find Lin, but Lin actually wins that first engagement. But it's an instant trade back. So both these teams kind of just throwing a couple jabs at each other. Still 4-4 now with just under a minute remaining. This is where now Q9, this is what they were failing to do in the first map, right? They couldn't seem to react in the mid-rounds. This is where we need to see how much they can kind of get over that hump. This is where they need to do something a little bit more creative and kind of play it as a brute force that we saw before, but they're going to have to make it a little bit better of a connection piece. And you see ZY, he's close on by. He's actually getting aggressive, and that's a great kill, but it's, again, a trade back. XMY has just been the saving grace for this team.
Dio, they tried to push quickly in a B right afterwards, and they just got gunned down. So a bit of, I'm not really sure, a two-pronged approach here from Q9. It does not work out, and it's too slow and read like a book. XMY, he's hitting the shots, but listen, I mean, we could all have the ability to hit some big shots, but if as a team you're not getting those solid pushes in, it's not going to work out. And so AGL looking much better on the defense there. I like how they're poking and prodding once again. That's worked on the round that we had before. And again, they just kind of went in one by one into a sniper, no util, just pushing on a B, hoping he's not looking. And that's, I'll tell you right now, it's not going to work against AGL.
Exactly. Like you can't go against Yo like that. Like the guy's going to hit the shot, right? So it's like again, these kind of funny moves that we're seeing from both these teams, right? We talked about 1-2-2-2 being the cheese move. Now we see that Q9 are just trying to take sites without that proper util, and it's just, man, that's so much risk for, I don't know if it's really the reward at this point, but now we're going to see a little bit of a different stance here from Q9. Looks like they might even try to switch this up, maybe for a little bit of a palace pulp onto this one. We haven't been able to see that quite yet from either of these teams, obviously, or Q9 demonstrating it on the BL, but decides not to yet. At least they get that real estate, so now you can see that XMY, he can kind of play that position. He doesn't have to worry about someone behind the box, not somebody kind of lingering around there. So that gives them some better map control. So this actually is a little bit of a positive note, I would say, for Q9, is that they're fighting for real estate. And this is something that I was giving a lot of criticism for because I felt like that was very lax on the first map, but they've learned their lesson a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, the adjustment is nice. It has certainly made it closer than it was on the first map. We do have, once again, a little bit of a challenge from 1-2-2-2. Maybe going to look to fight XMY up there, up on top, but hasn't gone for it just yet. The rest of the team here, by the way, from Q9 has pushed into mid and is angling towards B. You can see that a lot of AGL members are already rotating over towards B, so getting some kind of inkling that this push is coming in, and they should be very ready for it as Dway picks up the first kill. Got a couple of guys up top, but they haven't even cleared the two members in the back of the site. As Koi comes in, he can't hit the shots at all. No. And the lockdown is right there. Only one death for AGL, and it is simple, easy pickings for them.
Yeah, it's hard to watch, right? I mean, it's one of those things. It's just like it's like a train wreck. I'm just like watching this, and I don't want to because you just see they can't land these shots. Like they get themselves in these kind of like little funny positions where they might be able to find a duel where a player's kind of fully exposed from AGAL, but they just can't seem to get the aim into flourish in here. So this has kind of been a little bit of their demise, and AG have been able to kind of take that away in their effect, but. Again, these setups that they have on the defense have really just been primed up. I mean, this is where they haven't really shown a ton of weakness. They've been able to react to almost every single, form of attack that we're seeing from Q9. So you got to, tip the hat a little bit here from AGAL. Like the fact that they react this way and just how well they're doing it, it's a sight to behold.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row that have been pretty one-sided, not extremely dominant, but... That's a good shot there with the nade as well. Going to do a little bit of damage to you. And, yeah, I mean, they were pushing through water down that length to be long, and they didn't quite commit to it, take a little bit of damage. They haven't taken much of the map. You talked about taking real estate. We actually did see, I think it was one of the members of AGL had pushed into mid. It was ZY, and he was landing pretty deep nades. Didn't see a whole lot, and so even though he doesn't see anyone, he gets information saying, hey, they're going to play passively once again. They're going to back off, and that just gives AGL at least a little bit of information to handle the slower push that will come in here. It's just a bit of more of the same for Q9.
Oh, they might even try to go back for the split attack one more time, right? I mean, this is where you do the 3-2 on this, but the nades are kind of flying in here from AJAL. They seem to have a bit of an inkling on this, and you can see DOO just kind of posted up in the site. He's got 1-2-2-2 there. Yeah, now it's obvious, right? Now that kill does come through, but look at how fast. This is all about, for Q9. They have to get out of this position. They do get themselves on better ground foot on this, and now that bomb should be able to get planted quickly. So now a difficult mission here for AGAL. You have Jouet and ZQ still alive. But look at the positions from each of them. I mean, they're not close to each other. So they're kind of playing this individually at this point. Nade going to come in from Jouet, but that's a good kill from ZQ. Hang on, this is looking decent, maybe, but now it's down to the 1-on-2, but Q9 will respond back.
Yeah, just a little bit too much to do in the 2v4, but still a nice look. I do think that time around, AGL had a good read on when the push was going to come in, but once Q9 finally went for the push, it was a full commit. Like we saw flashes over the top, nades, smokes in their face. Dio, he got isolated on the site by himself. He didn't have a whole lot of backup because the first entry kill went the way of Q9. So that's kind of what you have to do. If you're going to go for a push, everybody has to be on the same page, going all at the same time, throw in your util, isolate DOO, and then you'll gain access to the site. So that round looked a lot better, honestly. I think that Q9 still have a bit left in the tank. They picked up their third round win from the Blacklist side, which is a pretty decent start here on this map of New Mexico.
It is, yeah, and that's where we talk about the BL side can be a little bit unforgiving on this map. So the fact that they're already sitting, like you said, at 3, that's not a bad thing for them. If they can be able to find themselves even another one, that'd be huge, right? Just again, making that GR side a little bit more of a comfort for them. So far these executes, this is where their style on Eagle Eye was kind of begging the question about what they could bring into this map, because they were playing so slow. They wanted to play these heavy execute setups, which I'm not totally against, but you kind of have to realize when it's not working. But in this map, it has been working. We have been able to see them get some decent executes, like you said. They've been able to make it look pretty decent and efficient. So that's where AG are going to have a conversation here as well during this timeout, just about, look, how do we want to do something a little bit more bold? Do we just want to play the same way we are right now? We'll have to see how much they want to make a bit of a statement onto this round number 8, and it already looks like they indeed might want to make a bit of a statement on this one, and indeed they're going to go for a fight, but it does not go in their favor whatsoever. AG get mopped up.
Yeah, if there's 1 or 2 guys down there, maybe that's going to work. A couple of kills, by the way, did go to Dway as kind of the repeat down into waters. Works out really well. Now Dio picks up another one, and they're just not ready for this. They're not expecting them to push that quickly. It doesn't quite matter because Q9 still clean it up, and you can see they're like, hey, what happened there? How did Drake come in and just kill us all again? How does he work his magic like that? But still a good round to Q9. I mean, they had a lot of guys down underwater. AGAL, you were saying maybe they're going to mix it up and get aggressive. And they did, but they ran face first into a brick wall because they were just ready for that push. And they were able to hold it down in water. So now AGAL, kind of an awkward spot for them because it's 4-4 on New Mexico. And you're on the GR side. So not a whole lot of momentum going their way. Here comes Q9 already pushing B long, trying to maybe see what they can see. Based on what we've seen so far from their play, they're not going to commit until it's after a minute left on the clock. So wouldn't expect any action just yet.
No, it wouldn't be the Q9 way, right? I mean, this is where they would just want to pull back, and that's exactly what they're going to do, right? They're just going to sit back, relax a little bit, think a little bit different of an idea. They have been trying to take that B site, quite a few times, and they've done it over and over, which has been decent for them. It's been able to create a couple rounds in their favor. So we'll see what they want to do in this round number 9 here for the remainder of the first half. And AG, They try to get aggressive like you talked about. It doesn't work out very well for them. It was a very unorthodox approach for them making it that close of a round. Like you said, like Jouet was able to go back really late, and then he's able to find multi-kills somehow. But you can see now AG, they've actually changed up their composition once more. Put a lot more of a lean on this A side, and now this is where Q9, they have to be able to find that kill, but that's just Jouet again. Look at that. It's a masterpiece just putting up, multi-kills, but right back at it is Q9. We got ourselves a 2-2.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty close round at this point. I say that, immediately ZQ is going to pick up that one kill. At least XJ has got an angle here on B. He's going to be able to plant this pretty quickly. And as we can see, AGL members on the A site. So, going to have to regroup here. Looks like XJ coming in to challenge them. That's a very quick headshot, and all of a sudden, this is a much closer round than it could have been. ZQ wants to get in here once again, but there's so many places XJ can be. Can he check here on the right side? Yes, he does. ZQ gets the kill, and XJ can't believe it. And the 5th round for AGL will go their way.
Yeah, it was labored though, right? I mean, this is where AG really had to fight for this. It was not an easy half, to say the least, but they do get themselves, the 1-round buffer. They get themselves the 5-4. Now we're going to be seeing the switch over where they're going to be on the BL side. So this is where being on the GR will be a big test for Q9, because being on the GR side, yes, it is more favored on this map, but I kind of wonder if AGAL get, the steamroller out and they're picking up these kills, how well does Q9 react to it?
Mm-hmm. And I do think with the update, it has gotten a little bit more balanced. It's not like it was in the past where it was like,
yeah.
If you don't get 8 rounds on GR, you are screwed.
Yeah, you're done.
So I do like the changes that have been made, and the various different paths you can take from the Blacklist side to try and peel apart this defense. And we're going to have to wait and see what AGAL have in their pocket to do so. Nice nade timing. I feel like the timing reads from both of these teams have been pretty good on, understanding when they're going to be looking to peak, when they're going to be looking to push. And this looks like a very AGL type of push where it's full commit, full util over the top. Lin is in the corner here. He's flashed. He's down. And all of a sudden, the B site is open. They haven't full pushed onto it just yet. They're trying to clear out some of the corners with some more util. As you saw, XMY on the back of the site, just trying to get some poke shots. But bomb already planted, and they're not even fully committed to the site. They're way on the back here and just waiting for the push, looking to absorb the pressure of Q9.
Yeah, and even for DOO, he's able to get some good intel as well, that he knows there's some opponents here just on the other side of this wall. So the fact that he's not going to be able to find these kills, I don't know how 2 of them just go down. I was thinking there's an opportunity for the trade. ZY, blind as a bat. He's somehow alive. I don't know how he's able to be in that position, but ZQ has his back. And you could just see they're able to take a round away that I honestly was thinking Q9 had a good shot for, but that utility looked decent from Q9, but you got to give it up for ZQ. We talked so much about him and what he brings to this team, and there's a round right there.
Hey, you can see on the retake in the post plants, they got some good util in. Like the first couple of kills they got were really nice for Q9, but you just don't clear out one guy, he's going to make your life hell. Like he is going to kill the rest of you. And we did see that from ZQ and ZY in that round. So good start here for AGAL. And you can know that you could feel that they could already feel the victory in their hands, sitting at 6-4. They only need 4 rounds and a fantastic Blacklist round to start off with a quick plant. Not a lot of issues getting in onto the site. So even though it got close in the post plant, I think it's still a feel-good round for AGAL. And what are they going to do this time? It does look like they're going to slow it down for now, but similar setup with 4 guys heading over towards B and make it 5.
Oh, yeah, they might even just try to do a bit of a deja vu on this, right? They just want to repeat it. It was a really clean executor, again, right? Just a couple.
That's some good French, by the way. It's really on topic. We're in the right place to do it. So.
Thanks, man. Glad you picked up on it. Oh, boy. Well, good reaction, though, for XMY and also Koi. They're actually able to get themselves some decent kills here with the snipers, but it is a man advantage. AG still have ZY, ZQ, and DO alive, but now the C4 is going to go down. But look at Q9. This is a really interesting setup. They got the 2-2 split on this. So again, if they can time this right, especially with that one player advantage, this should be a decent position for them. Oh, that's a great kill.
The timing of DO releasing from that angle was very unfortunate. He's going to hit this shot, though. Looks for XJ, and he gets shot down by XJ. ZQ in the corner, but he gets cleared out, and that is going to be the round going to Q9. As that time around, you could see they got onto the site, but definitely felt a little bit more rickety in terms of their defense and their hold on the site after the plant. So still a very close map. I mean, Q9 are taking these rounds very close, even in the ones that they do lose. And we could easily see them come back from here.
No, you absolutely could. And that's where we were saying, like, you know, that first half was great because the fact that they were still able to get 4 rounds is a good way for them to be in a decent position for, you know, this game is still very much up in the air. Oh, wow. What is going on here? AG. They're just going to run on in. They don't even care. Not even any util at all. They're pretty much barely any util. They're just going to take this as dry as they can. And it doesn't seem like it was the play. They wanted to mix it up. They wanted to just increase the tempo. They wanted to go from, you know, 3rd gear to 5th gear. And unfortunately for them, it kind of crumbles and everything just breaks apart. And now it leaves it just down to DOO by himself on a 1-on-3. With no C4 on his back, has to land these kills. Not going to happen. It's Koi to be able to put the nail to the coffin. And we have ourselves a tie game just like that.
Yeah, New Mexico, it was really close the last time they played it at 10-8. And right now it's 6-6. So really anybody's map from here. I think AGL that time around, it's an okay idea. Like going for this is fine. If you hit the shots on the entry, we're going to be singing their praises, right? Like, oh, this is AGL changing up the tempo. They look so good. Nobody can stop them, you know, but they do get stopped. So it's a totally different vibe, obviously, as they do go down. And it just looks a little bit silly. But I think the idea going for the play itself is fine, but the execution was not there. And I am very curious what they're going to bring out now after this tack pause, which they do pull out after, I think, 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's a good time for it, right? I mean, I think that, you know, the fact, like you said, if that round would have went their way, we would have been, yeah, again, a lot of praises. Like, look, that was sick. That was a great strat. But the fact that now they've lost quite a few consecutive, it's a good time just to kind of recollect thoughts, have a good conversation with the coach, and just go, look, like, okay, what do we need to do differently here? We have ourselves a lead position. We lost the lead. We come back to a tie now. So this is where they're going to have to do something a little bit different. We've seen these B pops. They've looked good, but we're going to need a little bit more than that, right? We saw Q9. They were doing some nice little bit of 3-2 splits that were happening. They didn't always work out, but again, the theory crafting, I did enjoy that a lot. But just considering what the firepower you have of this AG team, maybe that is as simple as doing something like that.
Yeah, let's see what they do have prepared after the tack pause. And maybe they'll look to slow it down a little bit after what happened in the last round. And we do actually have Lin pushing out a little bit, actually, into the middle of the map. So maybe looking to get some more control. Not the most uncommon thing. You can throw some really deep smokes on a map this small and just get it right into the face of the attackers and essentially say, no, the middle of the map is ours. There's not really much you can do about it. We have so many different angles on this. It's another reason why this map can play out very slowly from Blacklist side. And really just waiting to see what the plan is, what the strategy is for AGL, which is really going to dictate what the tempo looks like for the rest of this map.
Yeah, it's kind of like wondering if they're ever going to like disobey the smoke here too, right? I was kind of thinking they have an opportunity where it is risky, but I mean, they could try to, you know, pop flash over it. They could try to just do something a little bit bold, but we've been able to see that they've been able to throw good smokes on the position of Koi's spot right here and now, but instead, AG, not going to go for it. They're just going to play back a little bit. Having 1-2-2-2, just again floating on the map. Everybody else kind of playing a little bit more clustered together. But Q9, you can see they're being active right now. They're running around. They're just, again, a lot of guessing, just trying to, you know, find the right read as much as they can. And that's kind of the tough part being on the GR side is like you're always on this little bit of a guess and you have no idea what is going to happen. But AG now getting some util thrown around here. This is where XJ, can he be able to find that kill? And he does. But now Yu needs to be able to find himself a couple kills if he can in this position. Even staying alive would just do a lot of praises, but at least that one does something. But it is here and now, a 2v2. That C4 is in the site, but again, you have some close company on this. And they're going to have to be careful on this one. It's all just down to Lin now.
Yeah, Dio, a couple of really clutch kills. It was 2-3 for them, and he picks up a third one at the ending half of this round. Just really good stuff from him in the clutch. Again, a pretty dangerous push to go just straight onto A bit more utility this time, as you mentioned, which eventually does allow them to take some of those close firefights that we did have. But yeah, once again, just some heroics from DOO. Or DOO. I'm thinking of like 1, 2, 2, 2. You know, it's like
I know.
How many syllables do we have to put in?
I know.
It's always a fun time with their names, and yeah, I mean AGL, they take the lead once again. Some heroics though. That's not like the dominant flying colors win, and it really does feel a little bit like pulling teeth for AGL from the Blacklist side on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I feel like when you play this map, it's almost nice to be on the BL side first, because then like if you can get yourself like what Q9 did, you get yourself 4 rounds, you're like, okay, you know, the mood's going to be good, confidence is high, everyone's going to be feeling really strong for the second half where, I believe that's a collab for NXMY. That's beautiful. And now AG, they tumble down like some timber, and they can't seem to find any sort of firing power at all in this game, and it seems like they're kind of fizzling a little bit. And Q9 on the brink here of putting themselves back into a tie game conversation, unless we see something absolutely, you know, out of the playbook here for ZY, but that would just be, I just feel like that'd be pandemonium. That just wouldn't even exist, right? These guys are sitting on the C4, and I mean, he's got a minute, but this would have to be fumble in the bag if I had to say so myself.
Yeah, Sneaky did say he's very good at closing out rounds, but I think this is too much to ask of him. As a nice try for ZY. And there's no more tag timeouts anymore. Both sides did use it early on in this map, so just going to have to figure it out from here with the players themselves, as this is the final shot. Actually kind of close. He almost hits that kill onto XJ, but not quite close enough. Dio goes for the peek, doesn't see anyone, eats a little bit of grenade damage. So once again, very close here in this map.
Yeah, it's like you said, the last time was, you know, a 10-8 affair that did actually go for Q9, but again, that was a month ago, different little bit of, you know, circumstances, things like that, so we'll see. Q9 still making it very competitive. We were kind of, you know, a little bit worried for their sake, just considering how Eagle Eye really did go, right? I mean, it really looked like they were, you know, we were just briefly talking about, like, kind of like shadows of themselves, right? They played scared. They didn't really look like the same Q9 that we've seen. Like, let's not even forget, like, in the CFPL, like, these guys were a team in the group stage where they're ranked, like, 7th, and they powerhouse their way through the bracket in the playoffs, and they put themselves in that lower bracket final, which is crazy, right? Like, I mean, they were able to beat EP, they beat AG, they were able to, you know, go the distance a little bit with, well, I mean, they didn't go the distance, but they went a 3-0 against Bishop, but still decent games, but nonetheless, they were still able to take down 2 pretty powerhouse teams.
Yeah, they just got to replicate some of that success in recent times here on this map. So far, there hasn't been much to do on this one for the first minute and a half, so just going to push in quickly as they find Lin in the middle of the map. He was there for quite a long time. Generally, you don't see them hold down the middle of the map for that long, but now another kill goes over to Dway. XJ alone here, he gets isolated, and all of a sudden the defense is falling apart. Koi, though, picks up 2 and makes this a close one. Honestly, I feel like AGL had so much momentum, but Koi just going to stop them in their tracks. Still should be a plant at this point in time, as ZQ is going to put the bomb down. And it goes into a 2-on-2 post-plant situation. You do see that XMY and Koi in the middle of the map, but already the wraparound here from Dway. Okay, they're just going to, he pops up and they're just ready for it. And still a lot of time for them to try to retake this one.
Yeah, I don't get it. I thought he was going to actually just try to play the off angle a little bit on this, but now it puts ZQ in a big position for the 1-on-2. He does find that kill, but now he has to be able to find this last one. A little bit of ring around the rosy. A tap onto the C4. Oh, he's committing to it. ZQ goes for the swing, and oh my. So much pressure built, but he's still able to cook up something very delicious. But man, that was a little bit too close for comfort for my liking.
Yeah, it was really nice from ZQ. I mean, Dre was super low, which is why he goes for that aggressive push. But the timing here from ZQ, great, because even if he does die, like even if Koi is waiting for him there and he gets the shot, I think it's very close on the timing. So great timing from him. And also the 1v1, the firefight he took right before that one was very important, obviously, that he got the kill. Because if he loses there, that's just the end of the round. So big clutch from ZQ. And yeah, he's such a veteran. Like, he's so reliable. He's fantastic in positions like those. And you can really rely on him to get the job done. And he's got the most kills for the squad. Or, no, he doesn't, but he has the best KD, is what I meant to say. And he's looking good alongside of ZY and Jue, who are pulling their numbers. And, yeah, just keeping it close. EGAL. Slight lead here, but still need 2 rounds from Blacklist, and it's not going to be an easy time the way that Q9 are looking like a much better team here on the second map.
Yeah, and it's a good point you bring up, too, because, again, I think the desk did a great job bringing this up, too, is the fact that, you know, when we saw Eagle Eye, we're talking about Q9, like, you had 2 players only that had themselves 14 kills and 13 kills. Everybody else was single digits, so it was not looking great. And now, it's not looking great now for Q9 because they've already lost 2 players. AGAL now get themselves no damage inflicted against them right now. They're just picking up these kills. Finally, one of their team members goes down, but who cares? Now they're up at a 4-on-1. Unless we see Lin do something crazy with a rifle, he puts up a nice little bit of a double kill, but it's just not enough. And AGAL now put themselves on the brink here of series point and getting this thing closed off with a 2-0, which, to be honest, I feel like this is really shocking because I felt this one had a 3-mapper written all over it.
Yeah, I think on paper it absolutely should have, especially the way that this New Mexico was going. But a couple of big rounds for AGAL, a close one in the post plant, and then there they go for that push through water right down the middle once again. And I think it was... I'm not sure who was the first man there, but he got taken down so quickly, and then it just looked like Q9 were scrambling to try to stop the push. And the second you're scrambling against AGAL, you're going to lose the round. So, got to be careful about that. And that was AGAL going for a very measured push. That was a little bit less crazy than the one we saw onto the A site, where it was like, okay, we're going to go slowly down, straight down the middle from water. And the fact that they got that first kill really opened the door wide open for AGAL. And now on match point in this one, just need 1 round from the Blacklist side. And it feels like they've really hit their stride now in this map.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. It feels like they're kind of getting themselves back into the winning fashion that we saw, you know, on the first map. And all they have to do, like you said, 1 round, and they are done with this series. So this is where Q9 have to be able to pull up 2 rounds in a row to pushing in overtime just to stay alive. And that's even a big question mark. If they can even do that, like, it just, where does this go? But seems like AG have been able to find themselves some really good opportunities on these attacks and catching Q9 off guard. Like right there's a little bit of a trade back, but it's just not good enough. That one is just not going to be it. Now XJ does go for the swing. He does find a kill here, but can Jue be able to find this? And he does. It's looking like it's primed, locked, and loaded. AGAL might have themselves everything done here and now. Q9 relying on a clutch. He's taking so much damage, but it ain't going to happen. And AG, they sweep this series with a 2-0.
Really good stuff from them, especially at the end of their Blacklist run. 3 rounds in a row and dominant rounds at that. And once again, it really just comes down to their quick, strong executes that are very crisp, and it just felt like Q9 crumbled there at the very end. A close map, was very back and forth. Props to Q9. And as you were saying, a bit surprising to see this one go 2-0. We were expecting this one to be a bit closer. At least we got 1 close map. The first one, not so much. And, yeah, I mean, big props to AGAL. They just look like the much stronger team so far, and they will start off the tournament with the 2-0.
Yeah, it looks really good for a team like this, right? Because, again, we talked a lot about how, you know, in their previous season, you know, for season 27, they looked really good for CFPL. Then this recent season, they really weren't in the best position. Like, they didn't place that well. But the fact that now, when it matters the most, right? You're here at LAN, you're here for the Esports World Cup. This is where everything matters the absolute most. They're still able to put up themselves, you know, why they're the defending champions, why they're this group that are, you know, everybody fears to play against. So it is a good thing to see for a team like this to be able to shine bright where, you know, the opening matchup.
Yeah, really good stuff from AGAL. They start off with a big 2-0 against one of their rivals, and we'll have to wait and see how the rest of it goes as we will be back after this.
AGAL came in with a mission, and that was to prove they are still the team that won last year, and they did exactly that, a big 2-0 win against their rival in the same region of Q9. They didn't make it look easy necessarily. It was still a great series going 10-5, 10-7, but they still looked as dominant as ever. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky Frog as well as Lucy. Good to see you too, Lucy. A great series despite it being another 2-0.
Yeah, great 2-0, and good that it is only 2 maps, right? Every time they've met this year, it's gone 3 maps. I mean, one of those was best of 5, of course, but it's still maybe not the most convincing, but they do at least get it over the line. They get their revenge on Q9, and the individuals certainly looking good.
Yeah, looking good indeed. AGAL, again, we were talking about it. Are they coming in the true form? Clearly they are. What does this series tell you about AGAL with their performance against Q9?
I would say that this version of AGAL, it's not 100% still, because if this was the same trophy winning AGAL that we saw from last year, we would have been out of here by around 250, like 240. But there was a bit of struggle, and it was low-key thanks to XJ. XJ did a really good job at this series. In all honesty, I feel like the rest of the team kind of had a hard time trying to play around him. In W, once again, his opportunities weren't being made true for his team, and I feel like there were some rounds though that Q9 definitely caught the AG team off guard, especially here on New Mexico, but they really recovered very quickly. It's kind of like going into the next round, AG is like, oh, we lost that last round, let's just formulate another one, and then we're just gonna get this every single time. And I feel like that rock solid mental is what's winning them these games, because despite them operating at 80 or 70% capacity, they still think that they're gonna win everything.
Yeah, definitely don't think it was 100%, right? Because I think on that second map, Q9 were the better team. I think they deserved to win it. Obviously, they didn't at the end of the day, but I think it was bailed out by the individuals. We saw the 1v2 coming through from ZQ. There was another round where they're going to the B side. It's a 4-on-2 in that post line. So it's completely blinded and still manages to recover and get a multi-kill. Like, it's just these individual moments that bailed them out rather than better team play.
It's crazy though, even if AGAL isn't at 100%, they're still beating the number 3 seed from CFPL season 28, which speaks volumes about who AGAL is as a roster. Now, switching kind of the narrative over to Q9. Yes, they lose this 2-0, but do you think they look strong enough to still be a dominant force in our tournament?
For sure. I think at least going into playoffs, as long as they're miles away from a Baisha matchup going into semis, or maybe an AG matchup into semis, but I feel like I'm pretty confident with kind of the rest of the bracket for the side of Q9, and maybe they can eke out maybe a playoff berth, but I wouldn't say that they're going to be dominating the group fully. But if they can kind of extract a bit more from you, and maybe if they can actually get with the opportunities here, just like what I said with Lin W, maybe they can get a more dominant kind of group stage run, but at the moment, this current form, it's not too convincing.
Yeah, I thought they had some really good moments. I mean, XMI was brilliant throughout. Yeah. Like, I think in the sniper head-to-head, Duo definitely stepped up on that second map for sure on those B-side holds, but you can kind of see here, I mean, XJ far at the top there, but you had some decent floor level coming out from Q9. It didn't really feel like there was absentees. They just kind of got classed out by the individuals on the other side. But I think when they go against some lesser teams in that lower bracket, they're going to be feasting.
Yeah, I think for me, the damage speaks volumes right onto the side of AGAL. I mean, across the board, their damage is definitely outdoing the side of Q9. Overall, Jay Way still doing incredibly well, 16 kills. He's the guy that I always look at to kind of be carrying the torch, if you will, for this roster. Although you've got F MVPs of ZQ, DOO as well. you can't really go wrong picking a side of AGL whenever it comes to a member. They're all going to perform decently well. And they did exactly that. What speaks volumes to me is their energy on stage, screaming, constantly getting hyped up and pumped up. That to me tells me they're feeling comfortable, they're feeling confident here, and again, that they came in to prove a point. I don't think Q9 had the energy necessary in order to take them down, and I'm hopefully they're going to have some of it, at least against their other counterparts. But you were saying you think at least from the region of China, that's kind of their only competition from Q9? I mean, obviously Stallions, but do you think anybody else regionally can battle against Q9, maybe in the lower bracket?
Maybe in the lower bracket. That means someone has to lose on the top side. I have a gut feeling that there is going to be a bit of a trip maybe from one of the top teams. Maybe it is going to be SDS, maybe randomly losing to one of the stronger teams. But, I feel like Q9, as much as, I would want to be confident about this team, my confidence on Q9 is definitely not as high as some of the other casters, some of the other analysts. Personally, I did prefer X-Rock to actually get into this tournament compared to Q9, but yeah, I feel like they can definitely make a lower bracket run happen, but it's not, high on the chances, let's just say. It's like 20-30%.
Speaking of bracket, let's take a look at Group A, where we were just at. We're about to hop into another Group A matchup here overall, but our opening matches have been quite exciting for sure. We've already moved a couple of teams forward, aka Team Stallions. They took down GK just a little bit earlier. We witnessed AGAL taking Q9. They'll push forward. But coming up next is going to be Team Vitality versus Evolution Power Gaming. Winner has to play AGAL.
Yeah, well, I think you definitely want to win this, even though you have to play AGL, because if you lose, it's against Q9, right? So I think no matter what, it's a really tricky situation. At least if you win in this series, you get a second chance in the lower bracket. Whereas if you drop here, especially for Team Vitality, that run is just so horrific for them.
That's it. And Salvatore's on the site. He's got ZY, and he wants to hear what he has to say. Let's listen in.
Amazing CrossFIRE brought to you by All Gamers AL. So I'm here joined by ZY. So congratulations for that amazing W, ZY. How do you feel?
ZY 首先恭喜你成功的获得了胜利，然后现在感觉怎么样呢？
现在感觉挺开心的吧，因为我们也是拿到了 EWC 第一次胜利。
Feeling pretty amazing right now. It's our first victory on the EWC stage. Pretty happy about that.
Yeah, definitely felt the happiness after that amazing celebration for AGAL. So you guys were brought to Mexico by Q9. You scrolled past through Eagle-Eye, but of course it was a shocker to everyone that New Mexico was picked by Q9. So what was the team's reaction and what approach did the team take for you guys to make the W?
其实就也是把你们带到了墨西哥那个图上，然后当时你们就是怎么在那张图上面去应对他们的呢？你们当时对讨论你们的战略是会是什么呢？
因为新沙丘这张地图我们在国内 PL 季后赛就输给他们了，然后我们回去也是研究了一下，讲一下自己的东西，然后今天也是打出来了。
Well, we have lost to them on that map before, so based on our losses, we went back review, we learned more about map, and we developed some of our own strategies as well, and we deployed them today, and clearly it was effective, so pretty happy.
Yeah, what a major adjustment for All Gamers to make the win. So last question here for ZY. What was the turning point, and when was the specific moment for AG that you guys felt like you were able to close out the series?
你觉得这场比赛的转折点会是什么呢？以及哪一个时刻你们当时就觉得我们应该拿下了？
没有哪个时刻我觉得我们应该拿下吧，因为比赛没结束，然后就全没有结束，不管什么比分，然后我们只需要打好每一分就可以了。
I wouldn't say that there's any turning point right now because even though we've got this victory on this series, there's still a lot more games to be played. Right now, we're just taking every single game, every single series as they come. So one step at a time.
Yeah, one step at a time indeed here for AGAL. Congratulations on that amazing win, ZY. Good luck on your next upcoming match. So we'll be sending it to the analyst desk for further breakdown of the game.
Thank you, Salvatore, for the great interview. Hearing from ZY from AGAL. You know, business as usual for them, at least in the first question. But the second question was interesting and ties into your research, Lucy. Again, going back to New Mexico, they realized they lost, but they made the adjustment. So that was heavy on their mind.
Yeah, no one beats AGL twice, right? That was the question in their mind. They were like, okay, no, we're not going to let this happen again. And they beat them comprehensively 2-0. And I love that interview because you get such calm confidence there, right? After how energetic they are in the server, right? Screaming their lungs out. But that's just the mentality of this team, right? They know that they are so intimidating on the stage. They have the aura about them. They were always confident they were going to take it, but they really wanted to make a show of it.
Absolutely, and they always make a show. That's why the fans love them for sure, and they got those super fans, I'm sure, showing up in a couple of days. But if they are doing research on maps they lost, Subbase, what's up with that? Because they ended up banning it out. Obviously, in this series, it wasn't important to them, but that is one I'm sure they're going to see in the future.
I mean, it's definitely an attempt to kind of hide whatever they have on Subbase, especially considering, you know, you're in the same bracket as the best Subbase team in the world, in the name of Stallions, right? And I feel like they really do not want to reveal anything as much as possible because, you know, I think it would not be, and this might be a prediction ahead of time, right? I don't think it is going to be banned in the series between AG and Stallions if ever they do meet. And that's probably going to be their attempt at surprising Stallions here. They're like, of course, Stallions is not going to expect that the enemy is going to be picking it, and they're going to expect like, all right, we're just going to be going Eagle Eye for map 2 and this is going to be free. But, you know, AG, they're a very cunning, cunning team, let's just say, a very intelligent, and they know how to make a game plan, especially against a team like Stallions. We saw that last year.
Yeah, they need to do that, right? Because they are the best team in the world. Every eye is upon them. Like, they're in the crosshairs of every other team here, the team to beat, especially for a team like Stallions, right? I think they've got some definite revenge on their minds, right? So, yeah, for AGL, they always have to be adapting, always have to be innovating, because if they let slip for a moment, if they just rest on their laurels, they got overtaken.
Vitality, Evolution Power Gaming coming up next, and that should be who Q9 is going to be playing, whoever ends up losing that. Both of them incredibly tough. How do you feel about that matchup, whether it's Vitality or EP against Q9?
Man, Vitality or EP against Q9. I mean, EP, I'm more of a believer in EP now as of recent, ever since they did make the swap with Mino. I mean, I love Mino, bro. He had one of the most generational runs in 2024 with Evolution Power being the 3rd seed, but obviously something had to change with Evolution Power. It wasn't the same EP that we were seeing, that they were as aggressive as it was before, but of course with the new changes, I feel like we're now seeing a revitalized Zay, we're seeing a revitalized YZK, and I feel like this is going to be, you know, quite the easy stomp here for the side of Evolution Power. This is not to offend, obviously, the side of Team Vitality. I still think they're the best team in West League, but, you know, if you have no competition in the West, then how do you know that you're good?
This is true. There's a lot of narratives to spin up, and we're going to continue to do so with our final series of the day. This is EWC, but if you haven't heard of CFS Grand Finals, let's fill you in. Coming up next is an excellent series. It's Vitality versus Evolution Power Gaming. But before they take the stage, apparently Vitality got into a fight with some baguettes.
برضه هنجرب حاجات المفروض هنعرف هي ايه وهنشوفها دلوقتي والمفروض ان احنا هنبدا رأينا فيها. افتح يا باشا.
عيش؟
باجيت؟
باجيت ده باجيت.
ده باجيت؟
Nossa, pai. Um pãozinho francês. Torrada, pô. Clássico, pai. Torradinha.
Ih, não dá nota negativa, sai jogar aí.
Nó bánh mì rồi. Này nó có tí sữa, sẽ đặt anh Thọ. Hả? Nó vừa ấy vừa anh à. É que isso aqui tá testando o dente, tá, pai?
Aí a pegadinha chegou.
Pegadinha.
يلا 1 2 3 هو ناشف قوي يا اسطى بس ده العادي صح؟ ما اعرفش بس ما عجبنيش
Tipo assim, a manteiguinha. No, I don't like it at all. It's hard and it's really hard to swallow. Not for me, this one.
Same. Very hard to eat.
Zero. Zero.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Vitality versus Evolution Power Gaming. They met last EWC, and it went 2-1 in favor of Evolution Power Gaming. A bit of a different roster, but pretty much the same as we'll see here. For Vitality, though, very talented. Coming from EU MENA, they ended up picking up the Rock roster, who finished 5th through 8th in the last EWC. First in EU MENA regional finals, an all-Egyptian team. So very talented. Lucy staying together. That's the big takeaway for Vitality. They come back in back-to-back years.
Yeah, consistency from this team, right? It's been the same five for a couple of years now, and they've always been the top of the West. And we kind of know the narrative for them. Can they break through? Can they show up against Chinese teams, particularly ones that are kind of like on the cusp of the top three, right? Evolution Power, I think, definitely a dark horse in this event, and a team that doesn't have that consistency, right? Rotating this fifth player a whole lot over the last year or so. They're finally settled. TWW comes back in, and yeah, we'll see if that's going to allow them to elevate.
Let's find out. Again, with the history, though, staying together, it might remain tricky playing against EP, who's already beat this very roster before.
Yeah, that's definitely what scares me about this series. Just thinking back to the final moments they had in their run in 2025. They had an amazing first map in that series. They won 10-6 on sub base, but then the next two maps, they lost 10-1. It was a brutal finish and a rough way to go out for these guys last year.
Yeah, for sure. But this year, maybe they're coming back with new confidence. Staying together, as far as I'm concerned, makes you stronger. You see it across all of esports. There's constant roster rotations. But in this case, not going to be, right? They stay together, which means to me only makes them stronger. Plus, now they're on home turf representing Vitality. Come on. They're going to have an extra buff here at the EWC in Paris. But when I say it, though, Vitality, one of the stronger teams out there, I mean it. And I think they're going to give EP a tremendous fight. Let's tune in with Salvador, who managed to pull Snake aside. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, here with the pregame interview, joined here by Snake from Team Vitality. So you guys will be facing up against Evolution Power Gaming, which was one of the brood rivalries way back in EWC 25. So I'm going to ask you, Snake, how's the team feeling heading into this specific matchup?
Actually, we are feeling excited because last year we played against EB. We almost won against them, but they won for some reason. We're ready to take the revenge against them.
And there it is. Revenge is here for Snake. So did you guys do anything specific in terms of preparation up against Evolution Power Gaming?
Yeah, we know that we're gonna play against EB, the Chinese teams. So we are practicing to play against their style. So I think we are ready for everything what they are doing.
There it is. Practice nonstop here for Snake. So last question here. So what can we expect when Snake plays inside of the stage for the West League champion? So is there anything particular that you think we can expect or see when Team Vitality takes center stage?
This year is different. We are working really hard from the beginning of the year. I think we are excited to play in front of the arena and in front of our fans here in Paris. So we are very excited to play.
All right, excitement is all over here at EWC Paris. So we have Team Vitality versus Evolution Power Gaming. Coming up next, we'll be sending it right back to the analyst desk.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Thank you, Salvatore, for the great interview. Nice to hear from Snake representing Vitality. Lucy, the big takeaway is obviously Salvatore brought up that rematch, or brought up the match from last year. They've clearly done their homework. They remember that, and they don't want it to end up the same way this year.
Yeah, revenge is definitely on the mind. I think this match also means a lot more for Vitality than it does Evolution Power. And I mean that in the sense that if they can beat Evolution Power, then it means that they have a chance here in this group of death, right? If you can't get past Evolution Power, what's your chance against AGL? What's your chance against Q9? What's your chance against Stallions, right? You need to be able to show up against a team like EP if you want to get out of this group.
Essentially zero is the answer, right? You'll have zero opportunity to take down those Titans if you can't take down EP, who is very, very respectable. Do not get me wrong. What do we know about the EU MENA region, though? I mean, obviously, they are first place in it. They're clearly the top dogs and represented. And also, their brethren, who was on B Stream, was doing incredibly well in their series. So this region seems pretty stacked.
Yeah, I feel like Sneaky did them a disjustice earlier in saying that there's not a lot of competition in that region because Nemesis, they just took a map off of Rock 10-1. So there's clearly some good competition coming out of that region. And if Vitality can consistently 3-0 a team like Nemesis, it gives me a lot of faith in what they'll be able to do here. And not only that, they're one of the longest standing rosters coming into this event, being a roster together almost 3 years. Not a lot of teams here can say that.
The difficulty is, right, like you can do as much prep as you want, like can you work out all the different setups, you can work out your executes. You actually have to get the experience playing against these teams, right? When you're just playing against teams from your region, which is so much weaker, right, on paper, you're not going to be able to know how good you are until you get here onto the stage.
Do they avoid Porte? Do they avoid Eagle Eye? Or do you think the homework made them less fearful if those two maps are in the pick and ban?
Yeah, it's an interesting veto coming up because last time it was actually EP that picked Subbase, which was the only map Vitality actually won in the series. So I actually think the map veto isn't going to be super decisive in how this one goes, just because these teams know each other so well at this point. It's going to come down to that individual firepower and Vitality coming in with that extra bit of confidence. We saw earlier in today how much confidence can come into play in controlling a match. Stallions did that in perfect form to kick off our day, and I think that's the Vitality difference we need to see here as well. They can't come in underestimating themselves.
Absolutely the case. Now, on the opposite side, Evolution Power Gaming, they are so incredibly strong. When we look at their achievements, third at last EWC, that is tremendous. To go top 3 is a massive accomplishment. They finished, I believe, top 4 over at CFS 2025 Grand Finals. And the narrative there was Mino, unfortunately, did not live up to expectations during that moment. He has now been replaced, however, in ZWW comes into play. And clearly they are taking a risk on him and saying he's our guy now. He's our Mino from the previous 2 years who's going to lead us to victory and maybe even to top 2 or number 1 this year. Salvatore had a chance to talk to Evolution Power Gaming's 2WW. Let's listen in.
Thank you so much there at the analyst desk, and I'm joined here by Evolution Power's 2WW. So it is going to be a marquee matchup against Team Vitality, and the last time you guys fought, it took Vitality home last year at EWC 2025. So how confident are you in this upcoming matchup that you will defeat Vitality?
上次你们对战Vitality 战队呢，你们直接把他们给送回家了。然后这次呢，你们又再重新回到这个舞台上面，然后要对战Vitality 战队，你们觉得有多少信心呢？而且你觉得这场对决会有什么样的一个结果呢？
其实对手还是比较就是厉害的，然后但是我们也有十足的信心去拿下这场比赛，就是把自己训练的东西发挥好就好，可以了吧？
I'll say that Team Vitality is definitely a very, very strong team, but we are very also fully confident in our ability to stand them home, well, to win in this series. And I just think that all we need to do is to make sure that we play out what we have all practiced, and we should be able to get the win.
After all, practice does make perfection here inside of EWC CROSSFIRE. So, do you have any player particular inside of the Vitality roster that you think you will be having a hard time dealing with?
那你前面说 Team Vitality 是一个比较强劲的一个战队，那他们有哪位选手可能会对你们来说是比较棘手、比较可能需要针对一下的呢？
其实他们每个人的个人能力都比较突出吧。其实没有特别针对的某一个人，主要是针对一下，可能会针对一下对面的整体会有哪些的小习惯吧。
I would say that every single player on Team Vitality is very individually skilled. There is no particular person that we would be targeting. I would say that our strategy would revolve more around just trying to play against some of the habitual plays and try to pick them off with some of their habitual weaknesses as well.
And there might be competitive spirit. There's still ample respect here for 2WW. Last question here for my friend. Do you have anything? Do you have anything to say for your opponents in Team Vitality? Do you have anything? Do you have a message to send to Team Vitality?
那你们在上场之前有什么话想跟 Vitality 战队说的吗？
希望我们能奉献一场精彩的比赛吧。然后上一次给你们送回家了，希望这次一样。
Well, I hope that we can deliver a good show, put on an absolute banger for the audience, for everyone to watch. And the last time we sent you guys home 3-0, and this time, well, we hope to do it again.
It will absolutely be a banger for this matchup. Team Vitality versus Evolution Power. And that is it for the pre-game interview. Good luck to you and to the rest of your comrades. We will be sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Nice to hear from the newcomer on Evolution Power Gaming, 2WW. Who is he as a player? What can we expect? Because he's filling in the big shoes of Mino.
Yeah, it's a tough role to fill, especially because Mino was such a veteran player, bringing a lot of knowledge to this lineup. But from what we've seen in CFPL, it's already a positive change to this team. They're looking a little bit stronger in the regional, but Vitality, as we can see here in the predictions, 82% from the community.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of fans showing up, right? We've seen that with a few of these regional teams, everyone knows. I mean, they're also the crowd favorites, right? Home team, you know, with Vitality here. So yeah, a lot of support behind them. The crowd, the votes have been a little bit off most of the time. AGL's the one time they got it right, but maybe they'll get it right here as well.
Let's find out if they do. It's going to be a fun matchup regardless. And look, we have to say for Vitality, they're going to have to go big. Let's do our veto process and see if Subbase Porte or Eagle Eye gets thrown into the mix. If it's a repeat from last year. So Subbase immediately is going to be banned out. EP says, we don't want this. They picked it last year, but Kyle, this year they said, let's not risk it.
Fair play here. I mean, they did lose it when they picked it last time they met at EWC. The other two maps in the series very one-sided in EP's favor. So now I'm curious to see which way Vitality is going to want this to go here. They're going to stick true to their same ban as the previous matchup here. So I think this is a smart one for them, Vitality. This is one of their weaker maps in the pool. They like to duel up close and personal. So I'm expecting for them to roll a map exactly like that.
Yes, I love the Subbase ban. It's completely caught them off guard, right? Because the two maps that Vitality were picking into so much during this season were Subbase and Porte. You don't want to go to Porte after you got 10-1 last time, right? And then Subbase gets taken away from you. So they go for New Mexico. That's the change-up.
That is the change-up. Eagle Eye 2.0. Vitality picks it. It ended 10-1 last year. EP took it. But New Mexico, for the second series in a row, is going to be map 2.
Yeah, I really like that pick from Vitality. They don't necessarily bring it out a lot in the regional league, but they're actually a really good team on this map, especially because it allows you to aim duel so quickly off the start of the round. And EP making that smart move, though, to get rid of Porte. It does leave New Compound on the table, though. I'm excited to see it go to potentially a map 3 there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at least Eagle Eye is going to be a repeat, but we get fresh maps. New Mexico and New Compound. Between these two, again, they've got history. They played last year. The series went 2-1 in favor of EP. EP would then go on to get top 3 at EWC 2025, a tremendous accomplishment. But this time around, Vitality, they've done their homework. They remember how last year went, and we heard during the interview, they are coming in with added energy.
And they've got to, right? Because Evolution Power are the team of consistency, right? We talk about so many playoff finishes, so many finals that they've reached. They had that online run where they beat like all of the top Chinese teams, right? They are the gatekeepers of the very top, and that consistency in playoffs, it'd be a disappointment if they got anything less than 4th in this group.
All right, well, it's going to be a tough one. It only gets harder from here. Winner moves forward to play against AGAL. So without further ado, Vitality, Evolution Power Gaming. This series is about to go down, and it's going to be a fun one for Vitality. Going with team chemistry, staying together for 3 years in a row. For EP, they bring out 2WW, replacing Mino from last year. Will it pay off? Let's find out as we head into our 4th series of the day. Vitality versus EP. Laz Valdez, take it away.
Thank Thank you so much, guys, for that extended breakdown there. Wonderful stuff from you all, as now we're jumping straight into the same map we had to begin the last series. And it was a fun one, at least, Laz, so hoping we get some more of that fun action.
Yeah, honestly, and like you said, I definitely got to give a lot of kudos for the desk. They were able to break it down really well. And, like, again, the veto, it feels like, for EP just to go right out the gate to say, nope, sub-base ain't happening. That is Vitality's map. So, honestly, I feel like a lot of wind can be out of the sails here, but this is where I'm going to have to be curious about what they're going to be able to bring, because that was my biggest criticism in the West League, is I was saying, like, look, you guys got to make your map pool a little bit more well-rounded. You can't just have this, like, one-and-done map. So this begs a lot of questions for me, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think we're going to have some questions answered in this series for sure. I mean, the fan vote was there. We saw that Vitality was heavily favored, but if we had the talent vote, I think it would be
the other way,
kind of the opposite. And, that's kind of the way it goes. Evolution Power Gaming is an extremely strong team. Vitality in their own right are as well, but I think when it comes to these international tournaments, they've struggled to put up as big of numbers and results as we've seen regionally. So looking forward to seeing if they can do it this time around. Always open to a good upset, and we'll see what they have prepared, as both teams did declare that they were, ready to go, very prepared for this matchup specifically, trying to get revenge. Vitality this time around, as it is once again a bit of slow play here at the beginning of the round. They have slow pushed up through the hotel and are looking to maybe hit this B site.
Yeah, they're definitely taking their time on this, aren't they? And I mean, this is where, again, they're just trying to, again, figure out what they want to do with this. The utility coming in from EP, but time is the essence now. XQQ is going to be able to find the first opening duel, and look at that. Finding himself another one as well. Horse does pick himself up that one kill. Snare does get to reply back. So now the sniper here from Vitality. This B is stinging a little bit. So all of a sudden, this big man advantage has been able to get squashed down to the 2v2. 14 seconds remaining. They still have to commit to the plant right away, which is going to put them in a bit of a bind. And now Snake by himself, and it's going to be all over. And EP, they show us a lot of power on this one.
Yeah, honestly, that push was pretty good from the side of Vitality. I really love the timing of the mid-push as well. Just kind of caught them off guard. Not sure who that was, but it really evens the playing field, made it that 2 versus 2. But again, this is the problem we always see teams run into when they push so late, is like, yeah, you set yourself up. You've got a great position now, but you only have 14 seconds.
Yeah.
Good luck. As we could see, they were forced to plant at a certain timing. They didn't have time to push out on some of these other angles and try to clear out before planting, so they didn't leave themselves a lot of time to work with, and that was the issue there in that first round. Started off pretty well for Evolution Power on the beginning of that push. It's very difficult to push up this very tight corridor here on the stairs. Snare got to start off with a snipe, and definitely going to expect more from him as this comes along.
Yeah, absolutely. And Snare's actually been able to get himself a little bit more reinvented. He's been playing really, really well, especially in the West League. He was able to put himself in better fashion, but we'll have to see if that's going to be effective so far. He's been able to do it, but he has to put up a little bit more. Vitality, though, do have themselves up with 4 players against the 3. And actually, it's going to be looking like EP are a little bit more of a bind in this situation. The HP is low from these players. Like, this is not great. Good, a little bit of a flank from Slayer. And Vitality now have themselves here with a bit of a silver plate, maybe. And they bounce right back into this, losing the casualty of only Snare. Man, they're going to take it. That was a great round from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's how that is meant to look, right? When you are going to go for a push like that, it's got to be a bit quicker, a bit more crisp. It starts off with a nice pickoff from Snare, which maybe Evolution Power are going to try to avoid from now on. Peeking that guy is always a death sentence for anyone. It doesn't matter who you are. And, you get that pickoff, nice push. They get the plant down early, and it gives them time to look for swing arounds, to look for flanks and stuff like that, like we saw out of Slayer. So, definitely a couple of rounds that look similar, but one better than the other. As now, a push coming in onto A. White gets the first kill. 2WW trying to hold down here. With XQQ up on top of the site. They're going to drop down and try to assassinate them. They will be able to do that. And YZK will finish it off with a couple of kills here. The snipe on the Snare, and then the pistol kill on the Slayer.
Yeah, honestly, the one thing that I do like about this too is the fact that we saw that opening round where Vitality were playing really slow, and I was kind of worried. I know it's only one round, but I was getting a little bit, curious if they were going to kind of play that style. I like that they mix it up. I like that they tried to, again, just see if they could catch EP a little bit off guard. It doesn't go their way, but at least it's just them, again, experimenting. They're just trying to keep EP a little bit on the guessing game. It's not a bad thing. It kind of backfires, obviously, but I think it's a good way for Vitality to just kind of mix the playbook. They're not becoming obvious. This is something we were giving a lot of criticism against Q9 on this map, where we said it felt like the BL side was a really obvious read. So the fact that Vitality are kind of, not reinventing the wheel, but they're just kind of making things going in motion, I'm all for it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a long map. There's a lot of rounds. You got to figure out how to pull it back, peel them apart, outside of using just one strategy. Here comes YH trying to push up a little bit on long. The rest of Vitality in the middle of the map as they are taking it slow once again after that fast push did not work this time around. YH doesn't see a whole lot, and it can be dangerous to push beyond that point if you don't have much information, which, to be honest, CP don't have too much information. They have a guy out in Hotel, but they're not really seeing anything right now. Bit of a push is coming in from Horus right down the middle of the map, as he might get some info. And there's another pickoff from Snare on the sniper battle. Takes out XQQ. Now they're isolating 2WW, but he lives for quite a long time. Gets one kill, make it two. Looking for Snare, he picks off another, and they are not able to root him out on the A site.
Yeah, that's really tough because, again, Snare, you could see he was able to find that opening duel. Then he was looking for the next player just on the side of the building there on the stairway. He just could not be able to find that shot. If he would have been able to find that, obviously, we have no idea what would have happened, but it could have given a little bit more room for Vitality to just get themselves in that site at least. But Snare missing that shot was a bit unfortunate. He's been doing great work so far. He is top ranking here with Slayer, but so far it's been looking like I talked about, Snare's really reinvented himself. I feel like last year he went in this bit of a slump. Now he's really just got himself out of it. So this is where I'm excited to see someone like him. He's arguably the best sniper player in CFWL. Good entry from Horus, and this is classic Horus. Now look at that. He's not going to mess around. He's just going to go right for it. They're going to try to get this site control immediately. I like it. They're trying to, again, just really catching EP off guard, and it seems like it's working.
Yeah, just going right down the front door, and it's just XQQ left up. He does get one. Looks to push through the smoke. There's tons of time, so trying to just make waves early doesn't work out. And Horus on that entry looking good. He caught one of the members of EP, just kind of in transition, had util in his hand, and it was a free kill on the entry, and then Zay was just isolated in the Hotel. So the timing was everything for the side of Vitality there. Just totally caught them off guard.
Yeah, the thing that's been really exciting about this Vitality team is they've really put in a lot of the work and the resources, and they're really trying to be that new team in the West League that is trying to get, another step in that international level. And I mean, Stray has really been able to bring a lot of, advancements to this group, and they've been really able to change their composition as a team. And this is a very different Vitality than what we've seen before, right? This is a little bit more thought in what they're doing for these duels, so I love it. And now they're going to slip through mid, and that's going to be where Horus is able to find himself some good entry, and Snake right there too. Look it out, easy. They're able to find it. They don't even take a speck of damage. That's a flawless round in full form.
Yeah, pretty awesome stuff. I mean, just pushing right down the middle, much faster than we saw. The beginning of this map was super slow, just calm, collected, and now they're like, you know what, this is working. Let's just continue to push them. You don't want to let guys like XQQ, like YZK, just sit there and set up on their angles. And the aggression is working out here, kind of taking a page out of AGAL's book from the Blacklist side at least. So pretty good stuff from them so far to tie things up. And, we expected AGAL Q9 to be the close series, but maybe this one is going to be, as Vitality giving us some fire already.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Horus. He's already putting himself at an 8-3. So, again, this is great to see from a player like him, because he's normally that first entry player, or he likes to be that secondary guy that can go into a site. The fact that he's already popping off in this kind of fashion is great. Just, again, it can be games where we get to see him pop off, and games where he's a little bit, unfortunately, on the back end, where it's just not really making as much contribution. But this game so far, he's been able to do it. They've been going toe-to-toe right now with EP. They already lose down to 2, so this is not a great position for Vitality, to say the least. But I mean, they do have, Snare still alive, so he can be able to find himself hopefully a pick with the sniper and leaving it just to Horus and Snake now to be able to do something. They got a little bit of that utility, and XQQ does take a little bit of damage against him, but actually feels like that EP kind of benefit out of this attacking position, and actually Horus gets caught down to half HP already.
Yeah, a bit rough this time around. It was just YZK holding the angle, and they tried to push through smoke against a sniper. They allow that first person to get picked off, and then they try to go for another peek and another death. So now very far behind in this round. Snare trying to do what Snare does best. He's up in the tower, just looking for a pick off. May have seen 2W. Yeah, it looks like he does have an angle here, and there it is.
Great.
I mean, that is a huge pick off for Snare to try to claw their way back in this round. Again, not too much time, though. They've already spent a lot of time over by the hotel, so they're going to regroup here on A long and try to go for a push.
Yeah, they got to go now, though, too. I mean, that utility, they got still 2 pieces remaining, but Horus able to land a shot like that. I mean, that creates some opening now, but they have to be prepared for YH, and they do! I can't believe they're able to find this. I was thinking EP had this dead to rights, but all of a sudden, Vitality able to buzz themselves into this site, and now just leaving it down to XQQ by himself. Not going to happen, and you can see how much passion is here from Vitality, and I cannot believe they were able to take a round like that away. I was thinking, again, they ran the clock a bit too low, but hey, they proved me wrong once again.
Yeah, it's a pretty gigantic round for them. You know, it still all starts with Snare, middle of the map, gets the 1 pick off. They move over towards A. The entry is clean. And this is definitely a good time for the tactical pause for Evolution Power. Yeah. As I think they were up 3-1, now it's 4-3 against them. And it has been looking a little bit rough. They're just getting bowled over by the aggression of Vitality, buzzing their way onto the site, as you mentioned. And, I mean, there's a lot of talent in this Vitality roster. We know what they're capable of. We've seen it so many times in West League. It's just that they have struggled a little bit to replicate that in internationals, but so far I'm happy with what I see. You know, this is definitely more of what we saw in terms of their dominance in their own region.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, for a lot of people that, the desk was able to capture it a lot, but just a quick recap is like the Vitality group, like in the West League, they really just, they are above everybody else. Like they are that next level in the West League. They don't really get challenged that much. They play Nemesis where they've been able to, make it really close contentions, and, other teams like, TEC that have been able to kind of push them a little bit, but really Vitality just seem to be this team that is wanting to get to that international level. They want to be the team that can just compete at the highest stakes, and they have been able to give us glimpses of good tournament runs and upsetting big teams, but we've also seen some of those tournaments where they got in their own heads, they weren't really fully prepared, and it kind of, essentially backstabbed them in some way. But right now, considering what we're seeing from them, it's been looking more than good right now to say.
Yeah, and I feel like, in terms of CROSSFIRE, it's a really big tournament, this EWC tournament. You want to come out here, you want to place highly, and really set yourself up for the rest of the year. And you talked about the preparation, Vitality looking much better so far. And we'll see if they can begin to stack up the rounds here. The Blacklist side has looked good. We've seen sometimes that after the swap, that the entire tide of everything can totally change and teams can look much worse on the other side. But I'm curious to see how that does go. So far, Vitality looking good. Evolution Power, if they don't get those snipes to start off the rounds, they haven't been having a lot of luck. They are still running the double sniper setup with XQQ and YZK. And you remember a lot of the rounds where they're winning, it's like, okay, we're holding down the top of A because we got that snipe first. And speaking of which, there's XQQ from the back of the site, picks up 1, 2WW gets another. And immediately that's a lot of power taken away, although Snare does trade 1 back.
Yeah, this is where now we're going to have to see somebody from Vitality again being able to pick up another big duel, but Snare gets caught a little bit with his pants down there, and the bomb is actually going to get dropped as well, so leaving just here for Snake and Totson. They're the 2 remaining here that are on a 2-on-4 with just under a minute remaining, and they're going to have to find multiple different angles. They have to find these duels. Snake might be able to find himself maybe a timing on something here, but he actually goes for the shot. I was wondering if he was going to let that one slip by, but he does create a little bit of noise. This rotate might be problematic potentially, but I think that EP should know the C4 is there. A good kill from Jay already, so Yeah, it's looking not the greatest here for Totson. He's somebody that can clutch, but again, I think the cards were a little bit against him on this one.
Yeah, good shots there from YH. And after the TAC timeout, they come in and they lock it down. Again, really coming down to some of those early pickoffs that we do see. This is how the round ended up. C4 was on the ground, YH was behind the box, and it was easy pickings for him. So now it's 4-4. Vitality, again, they looked great in the last 3 or 4 rounds, but still some work to do as they're going to push quickly. But this time, YZK was ready on the angle. Doesn't hit that shot, though. And now Zay is going to look for the flank. He's still in the hotel. Will they try to clear this out is the question, and the answer is absolutely, as here comes Team Vitality. Dodges the nade, but gets headshot down by Totson.
Yeah, I love this though too, right? Because we see Vitality try to get a little bit cheeky. They try to put a lot of bit of pressure, and then they actually just regroup, go back for the hotel control, realizing there probably is a player in there. So they take some good timing on isolating these duels, but now we get to see YZK. He actually finds himself a good isolating duel. So this thing is still not more for Vitality. It looked like it was running away with them for that round, but ooh, XQQ, I can't believe it. He actually catches a little bit of a kneecap, but can't seem to get the kill. Nade gonna get thrown, not gonna be able to land any damage. So still open for anybody right now in this round with 1 minute and 20 remaining. 2WW is going for the kill, but oh man, he can only get the one and done. Oh, YCK, I don't know how you're still alive, but now it's all down to XQQ, really, the full HP. He's gonna have to be the playmaker.
He does have the sniper. He's up in the tower. Doesn't get the shot on the snare. He gets his head taken off. He did not crouch low enough and look down to the ground. Here's YCK. He's going to see him jumping, but Snare, I think they have a pretty good idea of what angle he's coming from, and getting a flash to the face is going to really secure that in my mind. As now YZK, not a lot of time. 25 seconds, has to push forward. Slayer takes him down. So Vitality going to finish off the half in the lead. 5-4, though. Very close so far. Very back and forth in those last couple of rounds.
Yeah, but it's going back to the same point you brought up, right? I mean, it's the fact that EP were up 3-1. They take attack, and then they're only able to get one extra round, really, on their favor, right? Like, so it's good, but it's also like the fact that Vitality, they were able to kind of, you know, take it with a lot of force and get themselves the lead.
Yeah, let's see what this is going to look like as we do swap sides. Evolution Power going over to the Blacklist side. And can be not the most aggressive team in my mind. I mean, they have these two guys that are fantastic on the snipers, and they can certainly pick you apart that way, as speaking of which, they're going to get Snake right through the mid doors. And that's a nice little shot to begin with. But yeah, definitely a team that likes to pick and pull apart the team rather than just brute force it. And I mean, this is exactly how they like to begin. They get that one kill on a Snake. They're regrouping over towards the A site. Not going to waste too much time with this. A lot of util thrown over the top. No committal just yet, and that's another snipe here from XQQ. Gets Horus down.
Yeah, and you can see that Vitality, they're actually double equipped here with the snipers, but yeah, I don't know if it's going to last too long. Slayer, he's going to have to do something big. Oh my god, I can't believe it. And it's even now Snare by himself with low HP. It's a 1-on-2, 3 HP to be exact. And he's going to have to pop off and find these kills. He finds the one. I can't believe he's given that 1v1 duel. I don't know how he's going to be able to do this, but YZK is going to be able to get the plant. And now Snare, he's going to have to hit the perfect shot, and he lands it in Vitality. They survived this round, and I was thinking EP had it dead to rights, but it seems to be Vitality are the ones that are going to make all the certain plays in this one.
Yeah, really insane stuff.
Look at that little smirk. He knows it too.
Snare's like, hold on, let me defuse this bomb first. I'll give you the fist bump.
Yeah, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Just, you know, let me finish this one off. But yeah, as you mentioned, given the 1v1, and then, okay, so this is the first kill on XQQ. And from there, he did go up in the tower and catch a jumping member. He says, sit down.
Love it.
And, okay, gonna trade some snipes here. Slayer actually picking it up himself from the defensive side. As now they pushing at Totson, but Totson the one to get the kill. And finally they do clear him out, but this is looking great for Vitality. Snare as I'm saying that, it gets taken out by Zay. And all of a sudden, it's YZK who is alone and has the bomb. 2 members of Vitality still over by B, so maybe he gets a free plant onto A, but still not the easiest spot for him. And let's see how this one does play out, because they don't have Snare. Snare very clutch, as we know.
Yeah.
And he was able to clutch out that last round, but he was getting aggro over there in the hotel, and he did get taken out.
Yeah, it's really going to be about timing, right? Because you have both these players kind of playing different, the high and low angles, but they have to just make sure they don't play these 1v1s as much as they can. Like Snake right here, this is tough. I mean, this is good for his teammate to be able to come through the stairway, make that play. So the fact that YCK wasn't able to land that shot almost instantly, that was kind of the saving grace, I feel like, for Vitality, because if that kill would have happened, YCK could have had more time. He could have been able to go back and go for that one-on-one engagement. So count your lucky stars a little bit here, Vitality, but it's a good retake nonetheless. But EP, now they're getting their backs on the boards here. This is not what I was expecting, but Vitality are definitely coming in and trying to make a statement right here and now in the first opening map.
Yeah, a couple of big rounds, a couple of clutch rounds that go their way, and Evolution Power, they are a very strong team. I think they're better than what they're showing so far here on Eagle Eye. But big props so far to Vitality and what they've been able to do in terms of just controlling the tempo entirely. And speaking of controlling the tempo, Evolution Power looking to bring Vitality to them. Horus is definitely a guy that is willing to accept that challenge, but he's not going to overstep his bounds over in the hotel. And a bit of a rotation defensively coming over towards the A site. Horus moving towards mid. He's going to eat a nade. Not too much damage. But yeah, Evolution Power definitely taking this one a little bit slower after some of their rounds have not been going their way. It's now a trade of kills, but Horus is waiting with open arms for the follow-up push. And Snake hiding in the smoke picks up another one. And this push, I mean, this is slow from the side of Evolution Power, and they're just being rolled over. Not very close on this one. XQQ left alone against 3 members of Vitality.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Vitality. I know Stray's probably been doing a lot of homework, as the coach here for Vitality, and probably just been watching tons of demos and just kind of going back and watching every sort of game, every sort of movement here from the EP. And I love the fact that, Lucy made a good comment. EP, like you said too, is that they're a strong team, but they're kind of the gatekeepers in the region. So the fact that Vitality are pushing them this hard right now, it's XQQ. We know what he's able to do, but this is a 1-on-3 ask. And the fact that, Vitality have the numbers, this should be a done deal unless he can somehow win these duels. This is where Vitality have to maintain their cool. This is not good for them. All of a sudden, it's been down to the 1v1, but Slayer will save the day. It's a labored affair, but man, they get it done, but it ain't pretty. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think especially the first shot that he misses, after he misses that first shot, that's got to be cleared out. He can't be getting, a second shot, a third shot, even a fourth shot as they pushed into him. Shout out to XQQ for making it interesting.
Yeah.
Vitality got to be careful with this Slayer. He goes from the stairs to the jump, so didn't look like XQQ had the read on exactly, what angle he was going to come in from. So nicely done from him. And yeah, now 8-4. I mean, so far from the matches that you and I have commentated, the 10-5 was the most one-sided one for AGL over Q9. This one might even be more so, as it's 8-4, and a lot of momentum going to Vitality.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like that round for XQQ, if he was going to be able to find a 1-on-3, could you imagine the momentum shift there? Just winning a huge clutch like that? That's something they absolutely needed, but now they're going to have to figure out something different a little bit in this one. Jay's going to be able to get himself in this side hole. Not going to happen at all. But EP are actually winning the engagements here, but just by the 1, and there you go. Even though they don't get a clutch, they're able to pull up the following round here. So they're still alive. They still got a pulse, and they're still within this game. And that's where Vitality, this is where we've talked about them over and over about this, in past tournaments where they cannot get ahead of themselves. This is where we've seen them succeed, but this is where we've also seen them really crumble to the pressure when they're close to closing a game like this.
Yeah, just one more round. You're feeling very safe, comfortable. At least you go to extras if you need it. But this is oftentimes the wall for a lot of teams, not able to get over the hurdle of that 9th round. And it's scary when you're facing a team like Evolution Power, who can definitely begin to go on a roll. But based on what I've seen so far, I mean, Vitality is still the big favorites in this map. And Evolution Power, they get one map, or rather round. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're in the driver's seat. They need a lot more to get this momentum going. They look very deflated so far. You can even see it on the players' faces. Not big celebrations after, just one round win. And, there were a couple of rounds in the middle of this map where the one that Snare clutched, and then afterwards as well, they were able to string a bunch of rounds in a row. And I think once that happened, Vitality really felt like they were in total control.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the difference, right? Like, Vitality to me are such a passionate team, so they really bring the energy if they need to. But Totson, look at that. 1, 2, 3, make it 4 and a 5. I was thinking, okay, EP are going to finally get a kill somewhere. Nope, not going to happen. It's a cleanup down long A, and Vitality, they cleaned it up very, very quickly. Now we're talking map point. This is where we go back to our original point where we said, look, this is where it make or break teams. This is that pressure point. You're one round away from closing the first map out. Can they maintain it? Can they keep the form? Can they keep their composure? That is my biggest question right now.
Well, at least his first kill goes to 2WW, who has been putting up some big numbers. Our desk talked a lot about the swap of leaving behind and bringing in 2WW and how over time they've been developing well together. It feels like a good fit. And he's been pulling his weight, at least the new guy. So there's not really a lot you can say about that individually, but maybe strategically, maybe they don't feel as solid. But either way, that is long gone, as now they're trying to push in here once again. Slayer will go down as Snare jumps over the top, gets sniped close range by XQQ. And all of a sudden, a 2v1.
Ooh, Snake.
They saw him.
Yeah, they definitely did.
They know where he's at now, although Snake is able to spot the legs there. Goes up with the flash, goes up top, looking for the flank here. Does not win against XQQ.
Wow, I thought he had him.
Close.
I thought that was close. That was a good flash, actually. It landed. I was thinking, this isn't probably going to connect, and it actually did. And he had the high ground, so I was thinking he might be able to win this duel, but not going to happen. But EP do survive. The Band-Aid is still on. But can it heal things up? Can they get themselves back into overtime? You need 3 rounds in a row, so they're going to have to be perfect, like you said, to go to extended rounds. But Vitality, they just need the singular.
Yeah, I think again the momentum has just been so much in Vitality's favor that I do not expect EP to be able to overcome this hurdle. But we've seen crazier things before. So a very critical round here. If you can string 2 in a row when you've got your opponent at 9, then you begin to believe like, hey, we're getting some momentum. We're very close to catching up to them, actually. It hasn't been a total blowout so far. It's not like you have to win 8 rounds in a row. So Evolution Power still believing, still holding on to that small amount of hope. And once again, going to slow things down. Some util thrown over by Hotel, but that was about it. Since then, now they're just way back in the spawn here. YZK just looking to take the long angle into Hotel, see if Horus is going to poke his head out. But I really like the poise that Vitality has had. Even on that push onto A where they were trying to charge right up the middle, nobody showed it, and they all peaked at the same time. I feel like they're really playing well as a team and not really jumping the gun. And they've read EP like a book so far.
Yeah, they definitely have, and it feels like they're just kind of comfortable just maintaining their positions. They don't feel as antsy as what we've seen before. That's where, again, this pressure gets a little bit ahead of them, but good response back here from Vitality, able to find a duel with Slayer. So he's kind of that guy that plays the hybrid sniper when he needs to. Strong rifler, but he seems to be able to bring it when he needs to. But 2WW, like you said, the new guy, top fragging on this team of EP, gives him a little bit more of a small lifeline now. XQQ trying to get a little bit more of the hunt. Gets Snare right in the midair. Good shot. And now Vitality, they're getting picked apart here with only 2 players remaining and leave down to Slayer with minimal HP. So it feels like EP on the brink here to being able to find 7. And thankfully for them, that's, round by round, that's all they need to do. And if it's going to be a team, it's going to be like EP, really. I feel like that are going to make this climb back, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely one of those teams that have been through the trenches so many times, the gatekeepers, and they've been through a lot of close matches. You see that a timeout has been called, and Slayer took a little bit of time there at the end as well, just to discuss a little bit. And it's a good timing to do it. You know, you don't want this to go 8-9. You do not want it to go to extra rounds because that would mean you lost 4 in a row, just going straight into them. So.
It's kind of the meme in the West League is like, you know, Vitality, like I said, there's, you know, the few teams that have kind of pushed them. And it seems like sometimes, I don't know why, but they get themselves in positions where they have to go the absolute maximum rounds to getting a win. And you're just like, why do we do this? Like, and then the next following map, they'll just like, you know, 10-1 a team. And you're like, okay. So you just, you know, you never really know. And that's where I was kind of saying, like, I feel like last year at EWC, like we didn't get to see this team really perform the way that we were expecting them to. But then previous events before that, like they were causing a lot of upsets. They looked really dialed in. So I feel like now we're starting to see the, you know, kind of the 2 year ago Vitality, which was like really strong. But I am getting that little bit of nervousness still because, again, EP is climbing back into this game. And like you said, they've been through the thick and thin of it before. So it ain't nothing new for them.
You can see Stray it's like he's a professor who's angry that his students have not done the homework. They're like, guys, we've been over this. Come on, you got to do it. You got to check the boxes. You're better than this. And it certainly does give off that feeling of frustration of like, guys, come on. Like,
yeah.
Not again. We've been through this before. And I mean, that's how it finished off, and you can see that Slayer not too happy. But still a lot of room here for Vitality. You're still at 9 rounds. You take a timeout, slow it down, you know, gain back some of that memory of like, oh yeah, this is how we used to close things out.
Yeah.
And just begin to believe it doesn't have to go to extra rounds. It doesn't have to be 10-8. You can just dominantly win over EP. It is possible.
It is possible. But we'll have to see if Vitality want to follow that or not. But this is the thing. Like, again, for them just being that, you know, full Egyptian team that's just trying to make a landmark and a splash here in the international scene. So for them, I think they've always put a lot of pressure on themselves. So I'm hoping they've been able to work on that with like the coach and just kind of figuring out the resets and the mental and stuff like that. Because when you put all that pressure on you, it's just losing the silliest round can just tilt you, and then things just start to snowball. So you never want to see that. But definitely want to see that if you're EP fans, because XQQ gets himself a nice easy pick and Slayer goes down very early. So now Vitality once again in this position of 4 players alive only, but you still do have Snare, and he's the guy that's been top fragging, 17 and 10. And Horus again right behind him with 13. So this is where you still have arguably your statistically 2 best players are still alive on the server for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a very nice angle found by XQQ on the really long one through the hotel window. It's not one that Slayer is going to be expecting all too often to be picked off from. We've seen a lot of, you know, get the pick, rush into A, go for an A push. It does look like this time around, though, EP do want to push into the hotel. Snake waiting for it, expecting it. XQQ also going to find Snare in mid, just going for the rotation. They do eventually root out Horus, even though he gets 2 kills. But now still man advantage, only 30 seconds left. Still got that floating lurker in mid, and Y8's going to take down Snake. I think they're scrambling, trying to get some info, trying to rotate around them. And EP just holding their ground.
Yeah, and it's only 17 seconds too. So again, this is where they have to make the play. But yeah, now for XQQ, they have the full intel. They're going to be able to get this plant. They should be able to. Totson has to make a big play here. He goes swinging. Oh my goodness. 4 seconds remaining, but he gets down to the last 2. And EP find it. I was thinking there surely is no way he's going to be able to pull up a clutch like that. But man, it is close. But no cigar.
Yeah, it looks like Totson was a bit frustrated at the end of that one, even though he got very, very close to almost just ending it right there in their favor. But you have to imagine what happens if they don't go pushing and don't go looking and trying to rotate around the map, if they just kind of hold their ground.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance for Vitality to actually clean up that round. A lot of patience shown by Evolution Power. Maybe it's a read they had after the TAC timeout or something, but especially from the Blacklist side, it's no more big aggression. It's just looking for pickoffs and then going for the slow push. And it feels like Vitality maybe not comfortable with that pace because so far it's been pretty one-sided the last couple of rounds to Evolution Power.
Yeah, definitely has been. And that is kind of the linchpin that's kind of been the Achilles heel, I should say, here for Vitality, where they kind of put themselves in these really bad positions, like you said, and kind of going for the over-rotates and trying to make a bit of a play, and then they get caught off guard, and it's like you don't even need to do those things. So that's where I was kind of hoping we wouldn't see that from Vitality, but it kind of feels like old habits are starting to kind of break back in a little bit. But we'll have to see. This is the make it or break it round, really, because again, we see this, we go overtime. Otherwise, we see Vitality closing this thing out here on the first map, but so far, it feels like EP have been able to build all the momentum, but Vitality, they got themselves in the right position, but can they actually hold on? Can they handle all this pressure? That's the biggest question. It seems like EP are just winning all the duels, and Horus tries to make a play, but nope, it's going to overtime.
I can't believe we've actually made it all the way to overtime. Evolution Power just pushing them to their limit and forcing this to go in extra rounds. I mean, this is crazy. And there are so many times, even at the beginning of that round, it felt like they're just catching members of Vitality in transition. There's like one guy in the back of the site trying to run into position, trying to be ready for the push, but the push is already coming in.
Yeah.
Evolution Power just feels like they've got a chokehold on the timing and really understanding exactly when and where Vitality are going to be in certain places. So now we go into extra rounds, and it's anybody's map from here.
Yeah, it's a reset. Yeah, really.
Although I feel like, once again, you have to favor EP with the momentum that they have. But obviously we got some side swaps coming in, and hopefully Vitality have learned a lot from the last bunch of rounds.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like, again, like for Vitality's sake, like a lot of us like Wesley guys know that like their GR, the GR side can be pretty problematic. It doesn't feel like that's kind of the moneymaker anymore. It feels like the BL side is quite strong, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing, but their defense seems to get picked apart pretty easily, and that's where as soon as they lose that duel or something bad happens, like I said, that snowball gets bigger and bigger, and it just, it's causing a lot of destruction on the way down. So that's where it's unfortunate to see, but we'll have to see now. Like we said, full reset in this now with the overtime. First one, I think, here for the day, if I'm not mistaken. So, well, it is for us anyways. I'll claim that. I can confidently say that, so I'll have to double check. But either way, I think this is a great way of just seeing like a team like EP where, again, we talked a lot about them as like gatekeepers, but look at the experience on them, right? They were down by, 3-4 rounds? They brought it back round by round. They're in overtime. Like, this is not a new thing for them. Like, they are a team that can easily come back in any situation.
Yeah, it just feels like they have this never give up attitude, even from very far behind against really strong teams. Totson, though, is going to be able to clear out the hotel. Zay goes down. Totson very low. YH on the rotate from A. He catches Snake in transition, and now they're kind of up against the wall here. They do get in onto the B site, but some utility, some flashes still left available. Horus, big headshot, even while flashed, is able to pick that one up, and now Slayer in the corner gets position. Totson gets the one headshot onto YH as well on the rotation. And all of a sudden, like flies there, falling one by one. And Vitality finally get another round after so long, and Stray is pumped.
Yeah, Stray is definitely one of those animated guys, like you said, on the coaching side, so it's good to see. But he's done a lot of work, and you have to give a lot of kudos for someone like him. Like, he's worked immensely with this group, and that's where I was saying, like, the Vitality group was strong, but I feel like he's really pushed them that next level. So you just want to be able to see, and for his sake too, he wants to be able to see all that work is going to be a positive one, just for them to be able to find a win or a series win against a team like EP. But Vitality now, they're going to, do a little bit of a temperature check on this one, because they're going to try to see if they can go into A little bit quick, but it seems like 2WW, he's the one that's going to, again, just create a lot of havoc. And there's XQQ just going for easy picks. And now it seems like Vitality, a moth to a flame, and they are gone. And we're still back in this 10-10 affair.
Yeah, this is neck and neck at this point. I think that Horus going in, the instant he's looking to peek, he gets flashed and has to back away. You know, I thought they were just going to go for a straight up dry push, but it gets red, it gets shut down, and the utility usage not the best, perhaps. So we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. You mentioned the Blacklist side for this team. They would love to get one more round and then try to close it out from there. Snare, big pick off to start. Going to go up to 21 kills now in this extended map. And we've seen so many times on this map, if you can get that first pick off in the sniper duel or just as a sniper, you're going to feel fantastic as a team.
Yeah, it definitely goes and shows a lot of, you know, flying colors here for someone like Snare that's just putting up 21 and 14, right? I mean, like he's really had himself a field day of a performance so far. So you definitely, when you're in that kind of a position, you're like, okay, we really need the win because I really want all these efforts to go to a good note and a positive one. But they find these picks. They're finding EP one by one here. They're kind of going for a little bit of a wide swing on that, a little bit more of a risk that I feel like was needed. So now it puts, you know, a 4-on-2 situation, that advantage here for Vitality. And now it's XQQ and YH. They're going to have to make a play here if they want to be able to find themselves in this round. And YH, quick little shot, no kill, and there we go. That should be the site for free for grabs for Vitality. But now the question is for XQQ, he was close before. Maybe he can do it again.
Oh, he's going to be spotted here. Horus takes him down, and there's no hope for him. 4 members still alive for the side of Vitality as they move over to the Global Risk side. And once again, they find themselves in control. But can they close it out now, given a second chance as they move over to Global Risk? I'm not 100% sure. This round, very much came down to those initial pickoffs. It was a 5v3 for the majority of that. Here comes Slayer. They're going to play aggressors themselves from the Global Risk side. We haven't seen a lot of this so far in this map, so I like the mix-up. They get that first shot down. The headshot is big from Totsin. Now they're going to take down XQQ as his shot sails wide. And all of a sudden, some of this passivity from the side of EP of Blacklist side is coming back to bite them.
Yeah, and the one thing I love that you point out here, too, is the fact that we get to see, like, we're Vitality clearly the stronger BL-sided team, but this round, they're like, look, let's just put the GR side or the BL aspects into the GR round. Let's play aggressive. Let's just make a play. Let's be the offense, not the defense, and look at the position they're in. They almost have themselves a 5-on-2. You have YH critically low, so, I mean, it's a 5-on, 2 1/4, I guess we could say, right? But that's the thing where this is a really good round for them to maybe get themselves back on a map point. But this is where they have to be careful, not overextending the numbers. This is where they had 5 players. They still have the numbers, but they got to make sure they maintain that because EP, they are banking on just finding these little bit of individual duels. But so far, not happening yet.
Yeah, at least Snare able to take down YZK. And YH extremely low. YH was pushing back towards spawn, trying to get some information, but I mean, you're not really going to figure anything out from that. As the both of them are just going to push in towards B. Snare's watching, sees them both. And now Zay over the top here, maybe able to get the jump onto the squad, but Horus moves in. He gets taken down. YH gets another. Over the top goes Zay, but Totsin picks them both off. It gets close, but they're still able to win the round.
Okay, so we've been here before. We're here again. Vitality on the point. They just need the one, and they're done this map. But EP have proven that they can make a comeback. So we'll have to see now if they're going to be able to do it. If they still have the gas at the tank, so to speak, on this first map. And if they have to, I mean, they're going to have to push 2 rounds in a row, and we're talking golden rounds. So that'd be something.
Yeah. Well, it would be golden.
It would be golden, yeah.
Quite literally. It would be very cool to see here on our first day of EWC 2026 CROSSFIRE. And this time they don't get pushed. Evolution Power will have some time. Totsin, though, is out on long, quite far out there. And, I mean, this map should have been Vitality's a long time ago. It really does feel that way, that they've really given Evolution Power a way back into this. But nobody's going to care if Vitality at least gets a 1 on the scoreboard in the map score. And we can say, okay, well, there were some shenanigans, but they won in the end.
Yeah.
But if they get ahead this many times and they don't close it out, that's not great. they got to be able to close it out from here. Is what we're trying to say.
This is a regular occurrence in the West League. I'll tell you that right now. I'm sure the other commentators are like, "Yep, we've definitely seen this before. It ain't no thing." So we'll have to see. But the fact that Totson's still in this position, I mean, and he hasn't been taken down yet. He is just trying so hard to find a duel. He gets some damage, but there's no kill. It actually goes to the first kill duel here for EP. 2WW being gifted another one. So again, I feel like a bit of a misplay from Vitality. They were, blood in the water. They thought they could get it. They were seeing red, but unfortunately, it's just fade to black. And now we're talking a 5-on-2 advantage for EP, where Vitality, they were the ones that were making the plays.
Yeah, now they're able to push in. Zay cleans it up in mid, or rather, I think that was in spawn. And yeah, Horus is trying a little bit too hard to get the trade back. And if he goes down, the thing is, he really wants to trade it back and get it to 4-on-4 and try to maintain control from the defensive side. But if you go down, the round is almost certainly gone. So that's kind of what we saw there. And now 11-12, 1 round away from the golden one. Evolution Power are looking to make this interesting, and Vitality as well, I suppose. So they can't find a way to close it out. It's certainly frustrating for them, even more than it is for us. And let's see what Evolution Power have in the tank. It looks like a mid-push here. And there's a nice flash over the wall. Great peek. Takes out Totson, who has been going big in these later rounds. Horus goes for the push. He says, I need to trade it back. And unfortunately, once again, it's a 5-on-3.
Yeah, and this is, again, it's just like, it's such a hard thing to watch right now, just because, again, for any Vitality fans, they know these are, again, these poor tendencies that unfortunately the old bad habits that kind of creep back in, like I talked about. But now EP, they're just going to try to run into the safe site. Snare has to have a pop-off moment. He has to be the hero. He has to be the one that wears the cape. He has to be able to do something big. But it's now Slayer, and he can't even be able to find anything in the back lines. We are going to a golden round. It goes the maximum effort here for this first opening map in this series. Oh boy, this has been a tough one for both these teams, more so for Vitality's sake.
Yeah, it is just so grueling to go the entire distance to round 25, the golden round. And we call it that because if you win, it's over. It's just 1 round. It's essentially a best of 1 once you do make it to the end of the map. Best of 1 round, I should say. So who's going to win it from here? I mean, EP, they maintain Blacklist side. And it's looked good for them the last couple of rounds, so I'm sure that they're feeling pretty comfortable. You remember the 1 round that Vitality won from the Global Risk side was when they just pushed straight up the middle. And they didn't have to get into all these weird back and forth trading patterns where they get caught out and caught off guard and lose them. And we see here once again Vitality have not gone for the aggressive play, so I do wonder.
Yeah.
Can they get so close and come so far, but in the end have it not matter for the round? Zay is going to start off with the pickoff on a Slayer. At least this time, Horus is not swinging them, as Wage does go through the window. Totson picks up 2, and that's advantage to the side of Vitality.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need. Someone like Totson to be able to find a kill. And now he's actually trying to extend a little bit here, but XQQ, I don't know if he actually was able to hear that. I think he might have. Totson, oh my goodness, his back is fully exposed. I can't believe he survives as long as he did. But now all of a sudden, 2WW, the new player on this team, tasked here with a 1-on-2 situation. He's been able to pop off. He has himself 22 kills, looking to make it 24. With just a minute remaining on this, the C4 dropped in placement just on top of the stairs. And Vitality, they have to be absolutely perfect here for the 2-on-1. It's easy for him to be able to pick them apart. If he can get this plant down, that could create a lot of openings for him here.
Yeah, you see they're just trying to stick together 2 members, but unfortunately they leave the bomb for free. So that means we're going to get a plant from 2WW and an opportunity for him on the defense. He has no idea, though, where they're coming from, and he just backs straight into them. And Vitality, they make it interesting and close, but they still will take the map. As Horus is doing some breathing exercises after that one. Don't blame him. It's a close one. And like I said before, Laz, though, they're not going to care. The fans aren't going to care as long as they get a 1 in the map column. If they just win it, they say, okay, you made it interesting, win the distance, but you won, that's fine.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, Vitality, you know, the thick and thin of it, they had to go to the maximum effort, but that's okay. They at least get themselves the map win, but now they have to make sure they can still continue on with this map pool because, again, let's not forget, it's New Mexico. That's going to be the second map, which is, again, a bit of a, we talked about deja vu, but we're right back into it. So either way, big win for Vitality.
Yeah, pretty big. As guys, we are going to head to the desk in just a little bit, and we'll be right back.
And our first golden round of the tournament has concluded, and it's Vitality after a banger back and forth. I couldn't believe it. Vitality was knocking on the door of winning so many times, only for EP to then fight back, for Vitality to then go to golden round and win. Lucy, what was up with all the drama?
They just wanted to make it exciting, didn't they?
Clearly.
Right? Like, yeah, finally we get a bit of a close affair here on the main stage, but oh God, for Vitality, that is such a tricky game to play, right? You're up in such a commanding position, 9-5, you think you can just walk it in, but Evolution Power never gave up. The amount of opportunities that came through to close is what, six opportunities to close it,
returns to the
and
desk.
couldn't get it done until golden round.
That's right, golden round, absolute insanity. You know, I kept looking over at the stage, looking at Coach Stray for Vitality. I thought at one point he was going to break something and lose his mind. He was passionate. He's like, close it out, guys. Just get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, this one truly felt like they really wanted to just play all of the rounds through, but unfortunately, in the end, they just couldn't have EP in their way this time around to come through. So I feel like for Vitality, this is just a small step in the right direction, though, because we saw them last time win the first map of the series, but now the question is, can they fix these minor issues that almost actually cost them map number one?
Yeah, right. And there's a massive difference between winning 10-5 and winning a golden round, right? For your mentality. You walk away with this in a 10-5 position, you're feeling comfortable, you're feeling like you can just run them over. We saw the individuals absolutely phenomenal, especially in this first half. Snare was undeniable. That 1v3 play of the tournament so far, absolutely incredible. I'm gonna give props to Horus as well. I thought he was exceptional on that Blacklist side. So many great openings. His pathing onto that A site was dismantling them round and round again. But just felt like when the sides swapped, they kind of lost that momentum.
Yeah, definitely a huge performance from Snare on this map. Horus as well, stepping up in a massive way. But yeah, you look at that 9-5 scoreline, those 4 rounds in a row they lost, Snare didn't have a single kill, but the second they get back into overtime, he's able to mentally reset, get back into the picture. But for me, actually, the biggest miss in this one was Snake from the Vitality side. Even though they're able to squeeze by with the win, I think he only had 7 kills throughout the entire 25 rounds.
Yeah, and also throw in Slayer in there. I know Slayer had some high numbers towards the end, but a large majority of those kills came from the earlier rounds. You know, when they lost 4 in a row, I think his numbers only went up from 14 to 16. So like 2 kills across 4 different rounds. So he really started dropping the ball too. And when you got 2 out of your 5 players not playing well, you run into some trouble.
Yeah, there's just a lot of punishes coming through, right? Some of the slowdowns in those second halves where they're trying to get the rotations off. You can see them getting caught off moving from A side to B when they lose the player. They were feeling flustered, right? That was the thing. They stopped feeling like they were comfortable, they were in control, and they let the control slip to their opponents.
Yeah, not only that, you got to give the credit, I think, to EP as well in getting back into this match multiple times. A lot of credit to 2WW as well, that new player on the team, really elevating what they can do under those high-stakes moments, because most teams, you get to that 9-5 scoreline, they just kind of crumble under the pressure and let it slip away.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for him. He played that incredibly well at the end during the golden round. He checks the left side, gets the bomb down. He's obviously expected everybody to be in front of him. He doesn't check his backside because, you know, of course, with the crossfire timing, he already checked back, but if he just would have stayed there a couple more seconds, he would have saw his enemies.
It's all a game of timing, isn't it? It's just what it comes down to, especially when the pressure's on. But when it gets to those situations, overtime, golden round, all the rules go out the window. Like, you just never know what your opponents are going to do, and it's a real unfortunate way to go. But, I mean, considering the clutches that came throughout that series, anything could have happened, right? That 1v3 doesn't come through from Snare, and we're sitting here with Vitality losing that map.
That's right. Well, Vitality finally gets the job done. They lead 1-0, reminiscent of last year. But unlike last year, we get New Mexico, a new map in this rotation. What do we think about it?
I think this is a much better choice for Vitality. It's another close quarters map. We saw how well Eagle Eye worked for them in this pool, so I feel like they've done really well in setting up the veto in their favor, but they still can't afford to be too confident in their position just yet because, as we saw last year, in the last 2 maps combined, they only picked up 2 rounds, and it would be a shame to see a similar story today.
For sure. New Mexico, Vitality, if they close this out 2-0, that would be special. But we have to say it for certain, they've got a lot to work on, even if they continue to progress, because closing out seems to be not their strong suit. They get to that point, and then they crumble and they fall apart. I want to say we kind of seen that last year, but maybe, not as severe because, their sub-base ended 10-6. But closing out is so important. It's easy to get up to that point, but sometimes it's hard to get to the finish line.
I guess the difference between champions, right, and just the contenders, right? And you need to be able to close out their positions. At least in this one, it's their opponent's map pick, right? So it is a little bit tricky to get that over the line. I think they'll still have the confidence going into map 2. I think Stray just needs to maybe just chill with them for a second, just let them reset, because I think the blood's really pumping at the moment.
Yeah, Stray's a legend, absolute legend when it comes to CROSSFIRE. He's got all the experience, and clearly he did exactly what was needed to get his team across that finish line. One thing I did notice, though, is you look at the faces of the players, not necessarily now, but throughout that comeback and throughout, of course, trying to recover, going into the golden round, they still celebrated massively once they won. So their energy level, Kyle, I think is still going to remain very high. I think they're still in good spirits, despite that going very back and forth and nearly losing it. They got the job done. They won. So they're going into map 2 with some new energy.
Yeah, this is a team that's all about the vibes, so they really needed to close this one out and keep that energy high, because I feel like if they let this slip in that golden round situation, it surely would have been a 2-0 against them, but now they have that extra little bit of momentum to take into the rest of this series, and going into their pick, I think it puts them in a really solid position.
All right, well, we got one golden round. Will we get another? We head to New Mexico. It's Vitality versus EP.
Thank you very much, guys. As we're jumping into New Mexico, we had a fun one last time around with AGAL up against Q9. That did go the distance, so we'll have to wait and see what this one looks like. Based on what I've seen, Laz, out of Vitality, they do love to go the distance. Evolution Power as well, just seem very comfortable in this spot as well. So, yeah, maybe we get another golden round.
You know what? Maybe. Just because they want to get as many rounds as they can. There's a lot of, game time against the, international competition. They're like, hey, let's make the most of it. Let's make it as difficult as we can. Why make it easy with a 10-5 win that we could have had? Let's get a 13-12 instead.
Yeah, some of the best practice is just playing on stage with high pressure and just trying to perform under all of that pressure in those situations when there's a lot of expectations as well. So good practice for both of the teams. What can we say? We'll see what this one looks like. We saw a lot of, slow play as you would expect from New Mexico. This one actually a little bit faster of a push, I think, from Vitality into the middle of the map than we saw from our other 2 teams that did play this map. So moving on in, a little bit more of a classic New Mexico feel as they're going to push into the B site here as YZK just spots the head behind the box. And Thompson does trade one back. Zay on the back of the site trades 1 for 1. 2WW does pick up 1 and survives. So slight advantage here to EP.
Yeah, Vitality were not ready for that. They weren't expecting 2WW to just go for a swing like that quickly. So really good reaction from the new addition here of EP. But you can see, and now even YH is trying to get himself a little bit of a reposition as well. So this is a good spot to be, getting that little bit of a high ground. But Vitality, are they going to be prepared for it? Snare just below this, so now YH going to have to clear it. Slayer catches himself in the kneecap, and this should be an EP round, and indeed it is. So that retake looks nothing but easy. So Vitality, a pretty simple round where they just kind of pop through and go through the main door, but unfortunately they get pushed right on out, and now it's EP to put themselves in a lead.
Yeah, I think, they went for the push and some util was thrown over the top, but by the time they actually pushed through, YZK had a clear angle on exactly where they were coming in. So the information was given, okay, we're coming in from mid to B. Flashes went out. They didn't get flashed. Then they're slow peeking into a sniper. They lose 1 member, and unfortunately from there it was just kind of 1-for-1s until the plant, which can be very difficult to hold down, especially if you don't know where they're, which direction they're coming in from. So maybe just need to be a little bit more crisp. I say that as YCK starts us off with the first kill onto Totson.
Oh, YZK again. He might be able to find himself another position here just to get some more duels, but that smoke maybe. But now, oh, what? Oh my goodness. What? I can't even figure out what to say because I was thinking Snare should have been dead like 3 different times, but not going to be the case here at all. But it looks like maybe even Snake can't seem to find that kill with the player coming through the back lines, and now it just leaves it down to Slayer. But he's got the rifle in hand, but no, he gets bested here by YH and EP. It looked like there was an opening, a bit of a misplay or a misclick or something that happened, but nonetheless, doesn't seem to affect them.
Yeah, it was just kind of awkward timing, like he didn't expect him there. He spots him, and then he's like, oh, wait, I should try to shoot him. And then by the time he makes that decision, Snare just guns him down. So, looked a little awkward for sure.
Eyes deceiving him, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, either way, his teammates able to spare the blushes and get that second round for Evolution Power. And Vitality need to get back on the horse here just a little bit quicker, as especially, you know, this New Mexico, this 2.0, the changes we've seen over the course of time. I feel like it's not as one-sided as it used to be in terms of being able to push on this map. But so far, from what we've seen from them, it's been a little bit hesitant, and they haven't really been able to hit those timings as well as we saw some of our other teams do, as XQQ starts off with a snipe once again. Now they're going to re-peek them and gun them down, get some information, but Horus does get that kill back.
Yeah, it's a good trade back here from Horus. They really needed something like that, so losing Slayer already, but they take down XQQ, so that's one of the sniper players, which is good, but you still have YZK that has one in his hands as well. So, oh wow, that's actually another good kill that comes through from Snake, so not bad at all, but HP is getting pretty low on the department here for Vitality, but they still put themselves in a position that they can get themselves in this site potentially. You still have YZK posted up. Nade's going to just miss the timing, unfortunately. Vitality now getting ready for the pop. But they're going to have to use that utility, and now YH is actually just going really fast on the little bit of a flank on this, and Totson, he's got to stay alive. If he goes down, this is bad. This is just now ripping the Band-Aid off, and look at that, EP. They're going to be able to make a little bit of a sandwich potentially on this.
Yeah, YH doesn't waste any time on his entries, and he is now 4-0. Waiting for them here is Snare. Is YH going to spot that? No, he will not. He's running with his back turned. And now Snare just trying to get over to his teammate Horus, who has run all the way over to the A site and planted the bomb. Oh. And a very nice shot here from Snare to finish it off. So they are now on the board.
That was a great round, though, because, again, you see Snare like he was just playing the trigger discipline. He was waiting to see if both players are just going to swing out of the balcony. He goes for the easy kill, makes it seem like he's running away to be there with his teammate. Then he's like, you know what? I'm going to post up. I'm better. I'm going to be able to out-frag him. And he does. So a little risky, but I like it, though. You know, we need bold from Vitality right now, right?
Yeah.
Like we talk about, Kyle made a really good point. Like, this team is all about momentum. They're all about the good vibes. Those are the kind of things that's just going to add fuel to the fire, and that's going to make them roar even more.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see another push potentially towards B here. It has been, I feel like, a little bit faster paced than our first series we had on New Mexico. And I say that. Maybe they're going to peek down down the middle. I mean, we have seen a lot more peaks, a lot more aggression, it does feel like, at least before the 50-second mark. So that's been nice to see. Bit of a stack on A here from EP. We'll see if they're ready for this push that is coming right down the middle. 3 guys looking to peek, and XQQ, the timing is so unfortunate for him. They do have support. There are other guys here watching. Zay is going to get that shot down. The rotation is coming in, and they just wrap all the way around them. Totson gets the 1 kill on the stairs, but 2WW gets another one, and it's only Totson with 1 HP to try to get this down. As nades are flying at the same time, he just doesn't really have enough health, I think, as 1 pistol shot is going to take him down, and EP go 3-1.
Yeah, look, we know that we saw the clutch factor with the 3 HP, and I think those Snare, right, and, you know, putting up a 1v2 or 1v3 with that, asking a lot here for a 1 HP clutch, too. Like, we already saw, like, play of the tournament so far. I was like, we're not going to get another one, are we? But No, it's a good reaction from EP because, again, I feel like that timing from XQQ, we were both like, okay, hang on. Like, he might have just given up a ton of space here in real estate for these guys, but thankfully, like you said, they had themselves prepared for that, where he probably calmed, like, I'm moving, I'm rotating, just be aware, which they were. So really good coordination from a veteran team of EP like this. But now we get to see Vitality being able to find themselves another opener, put themselves the man advantage. Okay, they're just going in. They're not going to mess around. They're not going to wait anymore. They're going to pop out of Palace, and they get themselves in the site. Now that pace we were talking about, it is absolutely increased. And now EP have to find something big here with the 2 players remaining.
Yeah, they get onto the B site, and also they've kind of funneled EP over to the other side of the map, so they kind of know which direction they're coming in from. They've gotten some smokes down. They didn't use a whole lot to enter onto the site, as one flash is going to come down. YH, I mean, this is a hard ask from him to just try to push through there. Zay gets taken out. Snare picks up 2, and Vitality are back on the board. And this is pretty close. I mean, it started off very EP favored, but Vitality are right back in it.
Yeah, they are, and this is a good thing to see because I was kind of wondering about, like, in terms of the strategies, what Vitality are going to bring on this map, because what we saw in the West League is they kind of had, it really felt like they had 2 strats where, like, they had this really great execute into the B site from, like, essentially apartments or palace, and they had this, like, 1 A take that you could just kind of see them do over and over again in the West League, but I knew they must have been cooking something else up, but it is good to see them now kind of building up something. Still the round lead here for EP, but this is where EP, I feel like, you know, they know that Vitality have not really shown to be a strong GR-sided team, so I think if they can give themselves a lead and get themselves that advantage in this first half, that might just be enough for them to get this map done in their favor, and we go to compound.
Yeah, just got to play it slow and steady, round by round, as both of these teams have done. There haven't been massive swings. Either direction has been played pretty close so far. And Evolution Power, I mean, 2WW in his interview, he was like, well, we're just going to let the guns do the talking, essentially. We're going to put you down once again. We're going to knock you out. And so far, I mean, they got close, but they really need this New Mexico to make it more interesting. As Evolution Power, they would not feel good about dropping a 0-2 to Vitality. As YH here on the stairs picks up 2-2. WW gets another one. As now Horus, though, is on the site. They have pushed in. There's some window play here. Maybe Horus going to look for the peak, as he oftentimes does. Catches XQQ jumping. Will he actually push through here? Snare going to get another kill. Makes it a 2-on-2.
Yeah, you can see that Horus, again, I love that he was trying to go for that fight, but then he realized, okay, look, I'm just going to play this a bit more conservative. I'm not going to try to go for this. He knows he has to keep his life intact. He's still trying to. And now, I know, I'm like, look, he's making me my own words here. I was like, giving him a lot of praise, but he's still trying to go for it. And this is a bit of an awkward 2v2. Plant is going to go down. Horus, oh, he's fully exposed. He's not even looking through the window, and they just feed it. So, yeah, unfortunately for Horus, if he would have been able to find that kill initially, that could have, again, so much, room that they could have worked with. But unfortunately, the fact that, or good movement from EP kept them alive in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-2 in their favor, making the GR side look pretty strong once again. And I really liked those faster plays we saw from Team Vitality when they had a lot of confidence, but also they were checking all the boxes, pushing on the timing with the utility, not wasting any time, giving YZK chances to peek them. I think just go ahead and send a bit of a faster push this time if I'm trying to make the calls here for the squad, as things have not looked great in the last couple of rounds.
Ooh, nice nade, landed right on Snare. A little bit of damage. Down to 77. Ooh, so they've actually been able to cross in mid here a little bit, so this is interesting. So YZK gets caught. I was going to say, I don't know if he's really actually prepared for this, but Shay's going to be able to save them, and again, finds the double, but Totson, thankfully, there in time to be able to find some sort of a trade. But now they're going to try to, crunch this site as much as possible. Double player into apartments here. They're going to see what they can be able to find. But you still have XQQ close on by, holding the tight angle. This not good.
Totson is behind you. You didn't see him at all. Totson just walked in behind him, and XQQ was like, oh, site's clear.
Yeah.
I don't know where they are. This is weird.
I was looking on the mini-map. I was like, this might be bad. I was like, he's really hoping. Yeah. Oh, dear. A little bit of a miscall. But look, great work from Vitality being able to what now? I think this is 2 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, this is like, again, slowly and surely, round by round. This is kind of the EP effect that we talked about. But Vitality are now doing it. This is where the BL side is starting to show a little bit of true colors for these guys. That's their strongest side. So this is getting quite competitive considering it's on New Mexico.
Yeah, this is a close one. Don't know if we could have expected this, Laz. No, we definitely could have.
Yeah.
We knew this was going to happen. And I was a little bit worried after EP got off to a fiery start. But I'm glad we're back in our comfort zone. Just grueling, grindy CROSSFIRE, as you would expect from these two. And once again, just taking it slow here. Bit more of a spread out hold from the side of EP. They have XQQ up here. The smoke dissipates, and now they're going to try to peek this. Nice peek from the side of Snare. Wins the sniper duel. And the second you can get that first pick off, it's going to make this push so much more deadly as they look to go into the B site. YZK rather, is able to get the 1 kill, make it 2. As Zay on the bottom of the site is just holding his ground. And it's a total clear out here as only the first pick goes. And after that, they're not able to secure the site.
Well, I was really happy to see that Vitality were actually, like, you know, utilizing the utility and, like, trying to just make sure they don't allow, like, a sniper to just post up. Like, they had to make him kind of rotate a little bit, but really good repositions from EP. Like, you could just see right in that clip there, like, he was technically on the balcony, dropped down, then he played the lower ground. So really good movement for them to react to that situation. Vitality just could not get anything moving. Like, the rubber could not hit the road. So now we see EP have secured themselves this half. It's more of the question now, is it a 6-round buffer or is it a 1-round affair? This is where Vitality would absolutely love to be able to, again, we talk about them being a momentum-based team, getting this round, transitioning into that GR side. They're going to need everything possible if they want to be competitive for the second map to stay alive.
Yeah, we'll see what this final attack here on the Blacklist side looks like. Looks like a flash over the top. They take the stairs, and they're just going to continue on this. I mean, there's 2 guys on the site right now. Definitely a difficult push to go for. The flash timing is good, but 2W's on the point, holding it down with Zay, as they will clear out the aggression so far. Only a couple of members left, and the bomb is down on the floor as XQQ already in position at the window, just waiting for the push to come through. Now it's all up to Snake. As he is going to find XQQ swinging. That's a good start for him, but still 2 more kills for him to get on the board. And at least he's got a decent amount of time because they did go for this earlier push. The smoke comes down, and he's just going to wait for maybe more aggression out of EP. But I think they know the bomb is down here, and they can just hold on to this angle.
Yeah, and Snake is definitely one of those guys. Like, he can be pretty clutch, right? I mean, this is the IGL of the team. He's definitely been able to pull up some really magnificent rounds in his past. So, definitely not going to rule him out here. But I was going to say he has to be able to win this engagement right there. But 2WW, really being a new addition to this team, like, he looks like he's fitting well, right? Like, we talked about, like, that's always the biggest question with teams when they bring in a new player. You're like, okay, are they going to fit? Are they not? Matt, it feels like he's been here a long time. So, like, to be honest, like, it's already looking great for, like, you know, for EP to be able to have, like, somebody with big firepower like this. It's really created a lot more, you know, opportunity for them to be able to pick up good rounds like this.
Yeah, you can see he's pretty pumped after that one. Evolution Power move over to the Blacklist side. And what is this going to look like? We saw when they moved over to the Blacklist on Eagle Eye 2.0, it was a lot of, let's wait and see. Let's see if Vitality are the first ones to make the move. But will they do the same thing here on New Mexico? I'd say probably. EP, not really a team that played with the tempo all too much. You know, it wasn't like, okay, we're going to play passively a couple of times, then we're going to push you. It was more so, we're just going to wait, see what happens, see if you push into us, control the info, and then go for a solid execute on one of the sites.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like a map like this, and I actually really appreciate Kyle's point on this, is that he talked about like it's a close quarter engagement map, right? And I think that is something Vitality love. So I think for them being on the GR side, being a GR-sided favored map, not as heavy as it used to be like you talked about, but definitely I think that gives a team like Vitality a bit more of an edge, where I'm still wondering how the GR side is going to be, but this is a good moment for them to really showcase this, because the first map was not a good demonstration of their defense at all. So I'm hoping this will be a different affair, to be honest, just because they need to be able to find 3 for a tie, and they're going to have to be able to pull, essentially just 7 rounds if they want to get this thing closed out. So we'll see. But EP have proven that it doesn't matter what side they're on. They're still going to be able to be a threat no matter what.
Yeah, now we're down to 45 seconds, and it looks like Slayer is getting a little bored here on the back of the site. He's like, well, they're just not coming this direction. But props to them, because they haven't really jumped the gun, which we have seen a little bit out of Vitality when things get a little bit slower, especially if one of them gets picked off. We just know that Horus is right there. He's like, I'm gonna get it again. I'm gonna go for the peak. It's now waiting. In the wings here is Snake, but the push is coming right through the front door as they just push straight onto A. 15 seconds left. Should be able to get this plant down, and we'll have to wait and see what this retake looks like. I think the positioning here of EP is quite strong. They have control of the site. They have kind of the lurker 2WW in mid, who is going to be looking for those late pushes to come in, and that's exactly what happens. Slayer gets shot in the back.
Yeah, with just the 2 players remaining, too. This is not going to be easy for a retake because, again, you have the sniper picked up here for Snake, which you don't get to typically see him on. But Snare is still alive with a pistol, and there we go. Good cleanup here with the rifles. So EP, we're getting closer and closer to being able to push themselves to a 3rd and final map, maybe. But Vitality, they're going to have to really just exhaust all the options here if they want to put themselves back in this map. Otherwise, they might just need to prepare. I mean, the thing that's interesting, too, Valdez, is Compound was a strong map for Vitality back in the day. They have not been playing it. So that was the question we asked on the West, is these guys never want to play it. So I am wondering if they hate it or if they're keeping it as a secret weapon. So if we get there, it is, my curiosity is definitely really interested right now, just because it's the great unknown, I feel.
Yeah, it's always a cool thought, I think, especially when you make it into international tournaments where you're going to be facing other regions' teams who might have different preferences compared to the teams that you're facing off against. You can't always ban just the same map every single time, and eventually you will have to practice some of those maps that you were mentioning, like New Compound, where you just don't get to see a lot of stuff there. So I'm sure they have a lot prepared for it, especially to let it go until that final map that we do have, as Evolution Power really holding on to their angles once again and just waiting for the push. We have seen that Horus has pushed up pretty close to them here in mid.
This is really scary. Oh, Horus, he's just going to keep going. Wow, and he actually, he wins that fight, but that was really scary. That was a very labored duel. But look, they had to, and this was a great point you brought up on Eagle Eye. We were talking about, okay, what was the rounds that Vitality won on the GR side? It's when they were aggressive. It's when they were making the plays. They were the ones that were trying to control the round, and that's kind of what we're seeing here now, right? I mean, they realized, okay, look, we can't just hold positions. We have to make a play. And so far, it looks like they're in a prime position to be able to find a 4th, unless Totson, I don't know how he gets away with that. A little bit of a whiff over on the side of YZK, but my goodness, and now it's just down to YH here for the 1-on-4. With only 35 seconds remaining, does have the C4. But Totson, a little bit of a peekaboo, and Vitality, they are still harvesting some honey, it looks like.
Yeah, pretty interesting round there. I think it wasn't even just that aggression we saw into mid, but also pushing as far as they could possibly go. I think the call was, okay, we want to take over this part of the map, and then we're going to go for a push. Not just we're going to take, position here, delay the push, and then back away. It was like, no, we're going to push them. And once again, we do see, Horus is in the middle of the map once again. And it might not be as aggressive as a push, as we do see EP are ready for it this time. But they're still going to maintain a lot of control around the middle of the map here. So perhaps, a bit of a switch up in terms of the defaults for the Vitality side at the beginning of these rounds, just trying to get a better read on exactly where EP are coming in from.
Yeah, it is an interesting play, right? I mean, the fact that they're switching up this composition just a little bit, but that extra little bit of a detail, where like, again, where EP are going to have to go, okay, do we want to go and solve this problem, or do we want to just go somewhere else and we'll figure it out? So looking like they're exploring other options right here and now, but a little bit of a surprise attempt from Horus. He actually tries to push into Sewer. He gets annihilated, and even Snare takes some big damage against him as well. So EP putting themselves in a good position here with all 5 players still alive. This is where Vitality have to be very careful about what they want to make the next move on, because again, you could lose another player within an instant here of Snare.
Yeah, well, Snake is going to hold down the same angle and just hope for them to push down the stairs. He's maybe going to get one. I mean, XQQ looks to be the follow-up from here. As he does check it, just gets shot down. As now trying to back away as Snake does not get traded out. So good play from Snake to try to trade things up for the squad and get some information that, okay, they were pushing over towards the A side. That unleashes Slayer. He should have been ready for that, I think. He wasn't looking in that direction. Expected a waters push or something, but that's going to be the end of him.
Yeah, you still got 3 players alive, but again, your HP's low here from Snare. Snake's taking a bit of a brunt of damage on this one too, and these guys in EP, look at how grouped up they are on this. They're just playing the buddy system essentially, so they're just going to try to play that instant trade. And the utility, there is a little bit available here for Vitality. You still have the double piece of utility. Flash going to get thrown here from the EP side. Good kill here from EP, and they're just seeming to be able to find one by one. So there we go. That retake just gets disassembled very, very quickly, like a child's toy.
Yeah, I think the second that they get that free entry on the A and Slayer gets shot in the back, that's kind of the back-breaking moment of that round. As Evolution Power, they pushed him pretty quickly. I think Snake did a lot of work, individually over there, and he got information, he got the kill, he gets away. And yet, they're not able to build anything off of that as a team, Vitality. So Evolution Power definitely looking stronger here on New Mexico. Now only a couple of rounds away from bringing us to that new compound. And this is definitely getting pretty interesting. It's been fun so far. We had the golden round on the first map of Eagle Eye 2.0. You see it did go all the way to round number 25, which went the way of Vitality. But now over to New Mexico, it's been looking much more comfortable for Evolution Power.
Yeah, all they need is 2, and they're going to be done with this. And then we said, reset essentially is like a BO1, it feels like, right? So going to new compound where, yeah, I still feel like EP are in a great position. I don't know if there's like an obvious map that EP are just like not very good on. I feel like, I still put like the EPs and Baishas and AGs, like those guys are just well-rounded. Obviously, they have some maps that are more heavier favored, but I feel like their map pool is very, very strong considering versus some of these other teams, right? Where Vitality, that's been my biggest question is like what homework have they been doing and what other maps have they been preparing for? Because we knew Subbase was the obvious one, but that was kind of the guessing game on what was going to be followed up with it. So we'll wait and see. Maybe they've been cooking. Who knows? Maybe Stray has something, he's got a secret meal. He's got dessert ready. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to, like I mentioned before. Like, if you're coming in here up against some of the best teams in the world, if you did not do your homework, that would be a bit disappointing. And so far, I mean, they've looked very strong as a team, Vitality, even though they are behind here on this map. Waiting until 30 seconds left are Evolution Power. And this time, they're ready for it, it looks like. I say that, immediately 2 kills on the entry are good. Nice little one-tap from Totson. Make it 2, actually. 2 headshots from him. Only 18 seconds left, trying to hold down the site, essentially by himself. Finally gets taken down. Only 13 seconds left. Snake here, close by. They've got an angle from mid as well. They're just hiding behind the box, but now XQQ on the flank. And as they push in, Snake gets taken out. It's only Snare who has to go in the 1v3 as on the close swing, Wage comes in, and they move up to 9.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is you could see that I think it was Snake and also Totson. Like, Totson's running around, he's getting kills, he's doing his job, but then Snake's in the exact same position, and they run into each other, and then Totson's like, okay, I'm just going to go for a swing, I'm going to try to find that engagement. He knew the time was getting low. And that's where probably you didn't need to do it, right? You could have just waited things out. That could have actually probably buy them a little bit more of a stronger probability of winning that round. But that's where, again, Vitality make these split-second decisions that become a big nuisance for them and a big problem. And I feel like that's just a small example of that, right? Where it just the small little detail that could have gone in maybe an entirely different way. And now they're going to have to use this timeout to really just, recollect the thoughts, what they want to do, and how they're going to be able to call themselves back in this game if they can.
Yeah, tack pause, I should say, right when it hits 9 against you is pretty late, I'd say, but maybe Stray saw some stuff that he liked and said, well, let's let them cook. Let's see what they can get going by themselves. And now, before it goes to the end, might as well take a little bit of extra time to just have a bigger discussion about what went wrong, what they want to go for in the future rounds, and maybe they can try to tie things up. I mean, it did get tied up against them on Eagle Eye, so it's not impossible, but definitely 5 rounds in a row is difficult to say the least. As this gets later in this best of 3, the stress will continue to mount. And Snare definitely not enjoying this map as much as Eagle Eye.
Nope. Nah, he's not. It's been a little bit more quiet for him. I mean, he's still, relatively on the top here with Totson, but and this is where, unfortunately, Horus hasn't been able to really find his stride like we got to see before. I mean, let's not forget, there was a point, I think, on the first map, if I'm not mistaken, he was sitting himself at an 8-1 or 9-1, right? Like, he was just going beast mode, right? And that's where, again, his role can be so influential as well. And, that's the thing, he plays a very specific role in this team. So for him to just unfortunately fall off a little bit from what we saw in the first map's unfortunate. But I can't take that away. EP has been playing a very solid New Mexico. You can tell that everything they've been doing is very calculated. They've done a little bit of their homework as well, knowing Vitality's tendencies. And, I mean, they were the ones I believe they actually picked this. So, I mean, this is where, again, they clearly felt like this was a good little bit of an upset map.
Yeah, absolutely. It just hasn't gone that way so far for them. As, once again, Evolution Power going to take their time. We don't see any more fast aggression from Vitality. They do have Horus pretty close here in mid. But I do feel like EP's setup is pretty well designed to handle any pressure that comes through here. Just like it can be difficult to push into mid, it can be difficult to push out of mid towards where EP is. So just some util going to be thrown forward. As the smoke goes off the map, it looks like, but that's fine. And we do have Totson pretty close here. He's going to remain in this spot behind the smoke and maybe try to catch them as they push.
Yeah, I like this position, actually, because, again, they know that Horus is playing close. He can only find the one, so now Totson should be able to find that double. There it is. That's a perfect little bit of a bait and switch right there, getting that C4 dropped. So Vitality still showing signs of life. They seem to have a little bit of coordination, and that timeout looks like that was something they wanted to get done, and they do. But now you can see 2 WW. Wow, he gets away with that one with 2 HP to spare. Still going for the hunt. 14 seconds remaining. This should be a Vitality round, but again, this is where Vitality have to be very, very careful to get the cleanup done as well. So, yeah, they will live on for another day, but they have to get 4 more in a row if we're going to go maximum rounds again, which we've done before.
Yeah, that has been the vibe so far of this match. As we did see on the first one, as now it's going to be Evolution Power's turn to take their attack pause. Both teams saving it until the very last moment. They don't want to give Vitality any chance to get any kind of snowball rolling. So this is definitely a smart call, just to call it pretty early and figure out what you're going to do. I think that was a bit of a gambit that they went for, right? Controlling mid, a lot of smokes in the face of EP. And EP is giving a lot of room in mid to allow them to set up. So I think it's a good call, but I also do think it's something that you can't utilize 4 rounds in a row, right? They're not going to be able to just do that every time or do something similar and say, okay, we're going to fool EP every single time. So I think they do need to have a little bit more depth from their GR side if they do want to win this map.
Yeah, and it's like you said, going just off that point too, is the fact of just like when they be aggressive and they, made that aggression down mid, that was really nice. But there's other ways that they can do it on the GR side as well. Like you can try to push down the long A stairs, you could try to fight for water control, you could try to do like many different things that they could just get any sort of like a man advantage and then just pull back. Like it doesn't mean you need to commit to it. Like find the kill, get the heck out of there, right? Like, I mean, just giving yourself any sort of an early advantage could go a long way for a team like Vitality. So we'll see what the conversation is going to unfold for both these teams, because again, that was going to be EP's tack that they wanted to use. And no more tacticals will be remaining here for this secondary map, but we'll see if there's been any good words of wisdom to be able to be imparted to both these squads to extend this map or not.
I'm still feeling the EP victory. Easy to say at the current score of 9-5. But I do think they've had a much better read on this map, and Vitality's GR side has not looked very strong today, so I think it's pretty difficult for them to close it out from here. But would be glad to be surprised, and that would certainly make this a bit more interesting if they could try to tie things up from here. But Evolution Power continued to just sit back, wait for Vitality to set up or do any kind of shenanigans, and then go for their push.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to... I definitely agree with you. I feel like this is an EP map. Just it feels like they've really been in full control the whole time. So this would have to be a big clutch factor here for Vitality to bring it back, like I said, to find 4 more rounds in a row, which it's been a bit strangly here for them to be able to do it. But look, Slayer gets that first opening duel. He's going to take down 2WW right away. And it's not even the cost of too much HP as well. So I talked about Vitality getting the man advantage and then resetting. That's exactly what they need. And I like this little bit of a composition they've created. This makes it more problematic for EP. They now have to be the ones with way more pressure to make a play than what they were before. But it's more the question of what do you want to do now with this remaining 44 seconds?
Yeah, looks like they want to maintain control of mid for now. There is currently nobody on the B site, but there is Totson looking in that direction just in case they do get this push off. We do have Slayer on the big flank as well. The timing of this, though, 20 seconds, they will be pushing onto the site. Should be Totson who gets first contact, but he's not able to get any shots down. So EP do get this bomb planted, and they have a decent amount of control, though Slayer is able to wrap all the way around and pick up a first kill. And now 5 against 3. Vitality looking for the retake. Again, this should be their round to take as long as this retake looks clean.
Yeah, the flash comes in, and now they're just going to use the numbers. They're just going to try to funnel out like a clown car, but oh man, EP, they're responding. But man, I thought that was going to be a little bit closer, or I thought it came a little bit closer than I thought it was going to, but Snare to save the day, 9-6. So Vitality, again, like I talked about, you get that man advantage, look at the world of a difference it just made there. If they would have been down 4 players in the beginning, that could have been an EP round, and we would have been moving to a new compound.
Yeah, not meant to be just yet. And yeah, I like that difference in aggression, the different angle he takes, just going under the water. We haven't seen too much action down there. And this time it looks like it will be Snare that holds the angle. No push from Slayer down there just yet. And we do see the guys hanging around down there, so let's see if they decide to peek in the Snare. Snare is holding such a thin angle that you can't really expect him to hit the first shot, as the timing is so unfortunate for him. The second he moves, Zay shoots him down. And of course, EP, they've been playing so passive from Blacklist. Finally, this time where they push in, it just catches Snare totally off guard. They get that pick and they move back right away.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Like, that's the same thing I was saying the previous on the GR. It's like, get that duel, fall back, reset on your defensive setups, and now EP are like, okay, well, we got the man advantage. Now we can just reset, because now we know Vitality, they might be desperate enough to try to make it a re-aggression to put down the numbers, right? So this is a very smart play from EP, because they have themselves in a prime position here. They can almost use an extra, or one of their players is just kind of that sacrificial lamb in some regards, and then just creating more space, but you can see that Vitality were trying to get creative about getting some map control. They were trying to just explore any sort of a duel. Not going to happen at all. So this is where Vitality have struggled. These mid-round and late-round situations that seem to be a little bit problematic. But this is where we're going to have to see Totson in a very interesting position. Joined here by Snake. I wonder if they'll be able to find this. EP, are they going to clear the angles? Nope, they're not. But Totson gets it. Can he be able to find himself out of this position? It's actually Horse that goes down, but look at that. EP find the two guys in mid and leaves it all just down to one.
And now Snake scrambling. He knows the rotation's coming into B. Wants to catch YCK. And YCK a little bit pinned. They're going to have to try to take the 2v1 here. And yeah, they just get him as he's moving away. 10-6, Evolution Power are on the board. And they will bring us to New Compound for our third map.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that that last round is the fact that Snare, like you said, he got caught off guard. Like he just was posted up, he was holding a very tight angle, and then all it took was for him to just pull out a nade, he was repositioning, and then EP go for a mega swing. And that just created them to be able to find themselves getting the job done here for New Mexico. So not bad at all.
Not bad at all, and now we have a much more interesting tied-up series. We will go to New Compound in just a moment after we come back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hand going to Game 3 for the first time today on Stream A on that very stage. We head into New Compound. After New Mexico ends 10-6, CP ties up the series. Very well done from them. Now, from the side of Vitality, they put up a fight. However, it simply was not enough. EP were in full control the entire time. They let a couple of rounds go, but make no mistake about it, they looked incredible. Now, Lucy, when we talk about players who underperformed on Vitality, who are we looking at?
Well, I mean, obviously there was a few discrepancies there. I think you had 3 players that had 5 or 6 kills at the end of that map, which is just not a great showing. Snake and Slayer both had their struggles in the first map. Snake that continued here, right? Similar performance. But I think the real discrepancy was Horus, right? Because he was so solid on that first map, right? Had 20 plus kills, I think, towards the end, particularly on that Blacklist side. He was so impactful in finding the openers. I think that was missing here for them. They were really struggling to get anything going early in these rounds.
Yeah, Kyle, one of the things you mentioned is you going into New Mexico, you actually thought Vitality was going to have a better chance, right? That this map would favor them, but it seems like they fall flat against EP.
Yeah, for me, the deal breaker was it felt like Horus had that extra confidence from the first map, but it cost him by over-peaking so much in the second map. You think to the GR rounds where he's just pushing mid by himself and the team's almost having to stall back in behind him to make up that effort and try and get something out of it. But I feel like it was just a bit of a misstep, I think, from Horus in this one and a bit of overconfidence that cost them a lot of rounds.
And there was some close moments, right? There was this 2v4 that was coming through in that first half where it really felt like Horus is going to put that into a great position. They get it back into the 2-on-2. He knows he's got this player locked in towards the window, but they just can't find the confidence to find that fight. They get picked apart, and I think that was kind of the moment that first half started to slip away from them.
Yeah, not only that, you've got to give EP a lot of credit in the adaptations they made in this map in particular as well. 2WW, you can tell the mid-rounding is phenomenal from EP in these clutch situations. You can tell where Vitality is impatient, EP is a lot more calm and composed under the pressure.
Yeah, it actually kind of felt like, when we saw this video, I think that sub-base ban was really intentional. I think they expected this New Mexico to come out, and they've been prepped for it because they completely made Vitality look like they were the ones that were out of their comfort zone. And, particularly on that GR side, they got 3 rounds in total. That's not the sort of haul you need on that side.
Looking at the stats here as we see 2WW, one of the newcomers to this EP roster, doing incredibly well. 1,400 damage, 16 kills in total, met by YH, who also had 16 himself, and Zay at 15. You really start to see the picture of how, at least poorly, Vitality did here. 3 players, Slayer, Snake, Horus, with 7, 7, and 5. Now, Snare, Todson were pulling their weight, but if you have 3 out of your 5 players not doing the same, you run into some issues. And arguably, if those 3 players, or maybe even 2 of them, were doing a lot better, matching the energy of their previous 2 teammates, well, maybe they would have had a better chance, but ultimately they just simply did not. Now, the confidence, wonder what it's going to look like going into New Compound, because I was seeing the player reactions on the stage, and they looked like they were stressing in terms of Vitality.
I think they're going to be very stressed. We think about the maps we've seen so far being very close quarters. That's Vitality's home where they want to play. New Compound is all long lanes. It's all about that long-range aim duel, and that is where they don't necessarily excel in this matchup.
So who are we looking at for the long-range duels then from the side of EP versus the side of Vitality?
I think it's going to come down to the snipers. XQQ hasn't quite had his moment in this series, but this is really that moment to show what he can do toe-to-toe against Snare.
That's the question, right? Currently, the series is tied up 1-1. The question is, who's going to take game number 3?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back to Stream A. We've had some great matches about to head to Game 3, but over on Stream B, they've also had some exciting series. They just finished up their 3rd one, and I'm curious who ended up taking it.
We wrap up today's matches at Stream B with a strong, dominating performance from the Cavalry of Brazil, Team Liquid, taking it home 2-0 up against Execration. We were treated by an amazing Black Widow performance from both Execration and Team Liquid, but with an amazing 32-kill performance from 7-7 was just too much for the Execration squad, finishing it 13-10. To follow it up inside of Porte, we thought it was close, but man, Team Liquid was just on a whole nother level, finishing it 10-2 with another performance from Goken NY, combining with 34 kills on the board. And that is it for the 3rd series of today. We were treated with an amazing game from Na'Vi, taking it 2-0 up against Team Falcons, but the most memorable one was definitely the 32 kills from 7-7, and definitely that 110 from Nemesis up against Rock Esports is something that you would not forget. And that is it here for Stream B. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more matches here at EWC.
Thank you very much, Salvatore, for the update. Team Liquid, they move forward. Doesn't guarantee them the next stage, but at least right now they're looking good. For Execration, still, they lose the series, but they looked great during it. Let's see what they can do down in the lower bracket. We take a look at the players on stage and getting the last-minute adjustments, last discussions before they head into New Compounds. And for Vitality, they need to win this. Same thing for EP. It comes down to Game 3.
Yeah, this map is one of their best in the West League, so I still have a lot of confidence that Vitality has that ability to bounce back here. The big worry, though, is this is a pretty GR-sided map, and we know they're a Blacklist-sided team, so they really need to do something big here on that GR half.
At least they have a 3rd map. They got Eagle over the line. Snare's playing well, and I think it can be the difference here.
That's it. At least they got it over the line, but can they get over the finish line? Right now, Vitality, they had a tough go at Eagle Eye, went down to the golden round, but they pulled through. New Mexico was rough, but New Compound could be a new opportunity to move forward. Laz Valdez, let's close the series out.
Thank you very much, guys, as we are back here for game number 3, map 3, New Compound. And always a fun one here. And I think Team Vitality, I love the point from Kyle just saying, well, you guys got to figure it out here. Very early on, you have not had a lot of luck on the GR side, but this time you absolutely have to on a map like this. I mean, maybe Vitality can start off strong from Blacklist and try to get some rounds under their belt and try to use that momentum into the second half. Otherwise, for me, EP have been the more consistent team, and had that golden round been a little bit different, maybe they would have just ended it after 2. A very close eagle eye that could have gone either way. And Vitality have bought themselves a third map, as Lucy was saying. So let's see what this third map looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be, a lot of big questions here, right? Because again, like I was kind of just briefly mentioning in the second map, is that Vitality, this used to be the bread and butter. This was their map that they were making the international splash on. They were just upsetting every team on this map, but then all of a sudden they just stopped playing it entirely. And for EP, I mean, they haven't been able to have a victory on this map since, for the playoffs, since the FPL. So that was back in July, and that was against E-Star. So, I mean, it's been some time so that EP haven't really been able to get themselves a victory on this map. So that is kind of, a little bit of an interesting take, I guess, from the EP side. But again, I still feel like EP have really shown that they've been in a lot of control so far in this series, despite what happened with that 13-12.
Very nice opening shot here of the map from XQQ in the smoke. Gets the kill on a Horus, who's trying to entry right outside B. And this map can be pretty difficult to take this site. And once you do have it, it's pretty easy to hold on to it. Although, obviously, with new compound, we have seen some big changes in that way, just opening up some more angles. But so far, that is going to be the first kill from the GR side here to EP. There's now even more utility being thrown in here. Snare, he is going to be peaked by XQQ, and Snare does win those. So a kill opportunity here. Some smoke, some flash being thrown in. They have not cleared out this corner, though. 2WW able to hold it down. He's got YH nearby. He goes for the swing into 2, and Snare gets the pick off on a YH. This is looking good here for Vitality to take down round number 1.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this just goes right back to what Lucy was saying, too, is like, look, Snare's playing well, and I mean, this is a great demonstration of it, right? He picks up 2 kills. I think he was able to inflict even some damage on a third, so he is putting up some big lifting right now, and that's where we talk about any team with having your sniper player. Like, they have to be, impactful. They have to make the influence, and that's exactly what he's doing right now for Vitality. And then it just begs the question, can his teammates be able to put up the bootstraps and kind of get themselves in this as well, right? I mean, just joining him, being able to put up that firepower, that's going to be the lasting question here on this last map of the day. So either way, Vitality, they do squeeze themselves out here on that first opening round.
Yeah, it felt pretty good as well. I mean, they didn't really do a whole lot of, it wasn't very complex. They just kind of slowly pushed in through B main, cleared out room by room, and then their push was pretty solid. And getting those pickoffs from Snare, as you mentioned, are the key. They have been the key for this entire best of 3, and I feel like for a lot of Vitality's games, just in general, is allow Snare to get in, get a pickoff, and go from there. And if you're EP, maybe that's part of why they're playing so passively, just saying, well, we don't want to peek this guy. And as long as we don't, we could probably win these rounds. As now that it's going to be the kill from XQQ, and we do have the rest of them pushing in onto the B site. And it does look pretty good for the rest of the squad as well. I was hyping Snare, but the rest of them at least able to do the work this time.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, where, like, Slayer right now, he's sitting at a 4-0, and, like, I actually remember when I first came into CROSSFIRE watching him on a totally different team, and he just ran around this map and just went absolutely ham. Like, he was the guy that was dropping bombs. He was just running around, just putting that rifle to full work. So seeing him on the rifle on this map is great to see because it just kind of brings it back to see can he be able to showcase that a little bit here. But right now, Leave is for EP on a bit of a tight bind. Let's not forget, that's a difficult site to retake on. Even with the new adjustments to this map, which I do like, it is still a very, very difficult site to get yourself back into once you lose that control. So I love the fact that Vitality now have taken this twice in a row, realizing, look, if we can just get these kills, we get in this site, this should be a done deal. Like, we can lock this down enough that EP are going to struggle to get some breathing room.
Yeah, it's very true. And that's just been the game plan for Vitality. Just keep it simple. Don't mix it up all too much. And I feel like that's kind of from the GR side where they can get bogged down when there's a lot of transitioning, a lot of moving around the map. But if they can kind of just stay still and plant their guys like a turret, Snares there behind them as they all push in, then you're going to have some luck here as I do believe we have jumped into some kind of tack pause, and we'll see where it goes from there, as it's 2-0 for Team Vitality. Evolution Power was the team we expected to take this match down, but it's been very, very close. I think really a lot of credit has to be given over to Team Vitality, even though there have been some iffy moments. The fact that they're playing EP this close is a good sign.
It is, yeah, and that was always us, a bunch of us guys, like, we were just begging the question about what kind of preparation Vitality's been doing. Like, we knew that they've been steamrolling the West League. Like, they're like a team that has been consecutively winning it over and over. There was a time where they weren't even losing matches anymore, or maps at all. Like, they were just clean sweeping them. So it's really been where they don't even taste defeat. So that's where I was saying, like, they've been really prepping hard to getting themselves in this position to be able to fight and go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the world. So it's great to see Vitality. I think a lot of us were saying, like, that percentage in favor from the fans was probably a little different than how we looked at it, but it seems to be a little bit of a truth to it to some degree. Vitality have really been able to push EP, and I think EP are getting a bit of a reality check going, okay, hang on. Like, these guys are not going to give up without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that Vitality always had a chance in this best of 3. I do think that the 86% or whatever it was a little bit over the top, but that's okay. Fan favorites and all. And
I'm with it.
If they win, I mean, at the end of the day, those guys were right. So.
Yeah, that's true. They were wrong, right?
So all that matters, really, is that you're right at the end of the day. A 2-1 win is still a win. And now it does look like Vitality actually, after 2 rounds of pushes into B, are looking to mix it up a little bit in the middle of the map. There is some smoke down. And, I mean, they still have 4 guys here in the middle of the map. Snare looking to push down long as YH, unfortunate timing for him as they push through the smoke. And now YZK, Horus, great on the entry, gets the 1. 2 kills to YZK, but the A side is opened up here. Nice little shot down from 2WW, as it did look like Slayer was trying to clear out the room. And it did not go his way. But Snare, always clutch, always pulling the team back up. And gets it in their favor once again. Snare, pistol into the window, takes down 2WW. And that is 3-0 to Vitality. 3 very solid, convincing wins.
Yeah, it is. And that's the thing where, I was just mentioning, like, okay, the 2 rounds, they've been able to take that B site. Now they kind of mix things up, and it has been convincing. EP are getting a little bit caught off guard. They seem like their gas tank might not be as refilled as I thought it was going to be. Like, they had a few minutes to kind of getting themselves in fighting form here for the last remaining map of the day, but it's kind of feeling like they're a little flat right now. So they're going to have to do something a little bit different, or they're going to have to figure out, what they can do, kind of like how fast this game is going. But this is the other thing too. We talked about Vitality in these positions where they get a lead and then that lead starts to dwindle very, very quickly. But nonetheless, EP now starting to win some gunfights in their favor with only the cost of 1. And Vitality now with a little bit of a reset. You have a player that's already deep onto the one side of the map. You have another player that's just exploring their options as well. This could be a bit of a pinch attempt. I don't mind this at all, considering the position of their players right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to keep an eye on Horus in the middle of the map here, because he has pushed past the smoke that they had in the A doors. And if he can win that, the non-duel and just push in quickly enough, he can get so much room for the squad. XQQ is only looking in at B main, and now he's getting shot down by Horus. Like I mentioned, it's so key. He gets the kill, gets traded out by 2WW, but now they're able to swarm in onto the site. The rest of the squad, though, for EP has rotated over, and YZK gets the snipe down through the doors. And that will be the cleanup here as EP get over in time and pick up their first round.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I think it was a good position, like you said, for Horus. Like, he pushed himself all the way through mid, and, like, honestly, if he could have been able to get that kill a little bit faster, could have been a different effect, right? I mean, could have been a very different state of that round, but the fact that he kind of missed that first couple shots, that's where you have to reset the rifle recoil and making sure you can get it back into your favor. But he got the 1 kill, but it cost him his life very quickly after that engagement. So EP react very well to that threat. And now they finally get the goose egg removed off the scoreboard. They got themselves back on the game. Still down by 2. A little bit of a pop flash here from Snare. Oh, and Vitality look like they might just try to, again, just go a little bit quick on this. They want to make it spicy.
Yeah, they push in, they go into the spawn. Slayer at least able to get that 1 win for the squad. and tie things up a little bit in terms of manpower. Now they just move into B, as that is going to be a big headshot from Slayer. Clears out the servers, gets them position on the B site. And that's really been the main spot here for Vitality. They just want to plant it on B over and over and over with many different angles, and they do so. Slayer having a huge round here, already up to 9 kills in this map, and he's looking to stack up maybe even another one.
I love it. This is what I was talking about, right? This is a map where I feel like Slayer, like if, you know, Stray's just like, look, Slayer, you're off the leash. Do what you need to do. Go kill. Like, it is going to work. And right now, he's sitting at a 9-2. You have Snake that's sitting there with a 5-1 as well. But this is a map where Slayer, I feel like he is above everybody on his team just because he's such a strong rifler. The HK is so rewarding for him, and he's just one of those guys that's had magnificent, you know, recoil control. So it's good to see. This is what I was kind of hoping for, but again, this is where I don't want to get ahead of myself. You know, Vitality, they're getting themselves a very convincing BL side right now. They're getting closer and closer to the end point of this, but what is it, a 4-1 right now? I mean, if they could be able to find the half in a more convincing way, like, boy, that's going to feel so good going on that GR side.
Yeah, that's exactly what Kyle was talking about. Just get some big momentum from Blacklist. Move over to the opposite side. Just enable yourself to get it within arm's reach first so that you can feel confident from that side. Although we've seen Vitality get there and then kind of slow up. So I am curious if that does happen again, if they do get very close to winning once again. Although I do love the way they are playing out this map. It's really not trying to be too fancy, not trying to do anything crazy. They're throwing in some small mix-ups, but not anything huge, not anything crazy. Playing with the tempo. We do have a nice lockdown here, but Totson going to get that headshot on the XQQ, and now it's open wide as 2WW gets traded out. And all of a sudden, it's just YH in the servers trying to hold down against 3. As we got a 1v1 over here. Slayer was just lurking over on the other side of the map. He wins that one. And all of a sudden, big advantage, Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even committed to this yet either. I mean, you still have 1:15 remaining, so they could just pull back on this and reset if they want. Like, that's why you could see EP in the position they're in. They're doing a 1-on-1 split. They have no idea. So they're not even going to gamble the double player at B. So YH, now he's going to be communicating, but if he goes down like he did just there, Vitality have the site up for grabs. Now all they have to do is they got to make sure they're not overextending like this from Slayer, but that's what I mean. He is really off the leash, and he's just barking.
Yeah, and you get a shot of Snake, and he's cool as a cucumber. He's like, no, there's still a lot of work to be done, guys. 5-1 on BL is not enough, okay? As this is the end of that one, Slayer, really nice final shot there. As Totson, he's been the most vocal, it feels like the most excitable on their side, really trying to keep the hype rolling for the squad. And it has been working here on New Compound. They have kept it hidden for quite a while, and all of a sudden against EP, it's like they're right back into their zone. As now they are going to push into A room once again. This did not work out the last time. And this time it will. Snare able to get the headshot with the sniper. Close range, picks up a second one on a YZK. And all of a sudden, quick and A, they go.
Yeah, look at EP. They had a full B setup on this time, too. They were like, okay, enough's enough. They keep taking the B site. Let's just put bodies into it. And now Vitality are like, well, joke's on you. We're actually going to go for fights on A now. And now EP just getting pulled apart here like a pulled pork sandwich. And now it just seems like Vitality, all 5 players alive. You have Snare still sitting at low HP, but EP, like, what do you do in this position? YH, again, he's just going to hope that he can find a kill. Not going to happen. Vitality, out of nowhere, putting themselves at a 6-1 scoreline on the 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost becoming insurmountable for the opponents as YH just gets pre-fired down. They know where he is. Snake finally showing some emotion, just a little smile there. He knows there's still work to be done, but he can already taste the victory. Just don't taste it too early, guys. There's always that warning. But yeah, everybody's really firing on all cylinders. Horus and Tots and the entry guys don't have above 1 KD, but that doesn't really matter. They're doing their job, and everybody is playing well together. Vitality, I mean, a chance now, you know, you rack up a couple more rounds. Even if you only get 6, I mean, that's a fantastic blacklist side on new compound. And it has not been, I mean, EP got the 1 round, and I think that one was also kind of close. So a little bit of a retake on B that they had. The plant still got down. They just haven't been winning these initial firefights that we've been having. Vitality almost always seem to have the man advantage.
Yeah, they always seem to be just the firepower just seems to be a way more heavier favored on the Vitality side. So you can see that EP now, like, look at the lean they put on this B site. Like, they are so worried about it. They are putting hyper focus on it, leaving it just kind of like splitting one player in long, one player in that site. And that's the mind games that I was talking about that EP were doing, but now it seems Vitality have gotten in EP's head a little bit. So XQQ now has to kind of reposition himself because he's kind of in a tight corridor. Smoke's going to be blocking things off here for Totson, but Slayer, look at that, peekaboo, and then he's just looking for duels, and that's what I mean, man. The marksman hitting every single shot possible, and he ain't done yet. He's still looking for more blood, and EP, they are going down. And there's Totson being able to find the head of one more, and now it just leaves it down to the new addition to this team by himself on a 1-on-4 task. And this is looking like there is no hope that he's going to be able to find it. A nice little bit of a cheeky kill through the smoke, but he's going to need a lot more juice than that, and it is starting to cook a little bit. This is looking bad now. Oh, I can't believe that Vitality might be just giving this round away. And 2WW is just hunting for it as much as he can, and he gets it. Vitality let the lead slip away between their fingers.
I don't know how they let that happen. We had a huge flank coming in. The timing was perfect. And he was getting right up to that guy. Was he going for the knife or something? Because I think it was just like he was kind of in the smoke and he was at the angle, but I think that was just an easy shot in the back. As we finally see the shots come in, and Snare maybe just waiting to get a little bit too close, and yeah, pretty unfortunate that they are not able to close that one out in the 4v1 situation.
Crazy. That's where, like, I made that comment in the very beginning where I was like, hey, I want Vitality not to, like, get in their heads and get overconfident. Like, I don't know if that's it. I don't want to take that away from 2WW. Like, that was really nice clutch, but he got fed. Like, they just peaked him one by one, and he was just swinging around winning duels. And he's been... Look at him. He's 11-6 right now. Like, he has been the guy on the team that's put up all the numbers. Not even just this map, but all the maps combined, right? So if it's anybody like that, I feel like you wanted to play that differently for Vitality's sake, but maybe they were starting to get in, like, cruise control where they thought, we're just going to win it anyways. Who cares?
Yeah, that can happen. I mean, it's a very unforgiving game if you don't just close it out. One guy can absolutely 1v4 you. Snare sits Zay down, who was just trying to spam through the window. And unfortunately for him, Snare was there that time. And no headshot came through on a Snare. So they had a couple of guys here watching B main. As now we're going to have some util thrown forward, but that's just in the window. 2WW on the angle, though, is fantastic. Picks up 2 already. Does finally get traded out. As now Totson moves in, picks up 2 himself. YZK, though, quick on the rotation. The bomb is behind them. Snare still in mid. As a couple of guys still towards spawn, and Snare maybe trying to catch them in rotation. This is perfect. This time he's just got to take the shot, and he will pick up the 1. Does a bit of damage to YZK at the same time. Nade might get the job done, but no. They just rotate away from them. And YZK just waiting, and he's getting flanked at the same time. Couple shots come in from Snare, and it's 7-2, advantage Vitality.
I love that, right? I mean, this is where they learn their lesson quickly. Snare, you could see he made the biggest play. Like, he has been the highlight player, I feel like, for day number 1, in my opinion. Like, he has been able to create so much space. He's been clutch. He's been putting up frags. He has just been loading the kill feed. He's been doing everything he needs to do. And the fact that last round he goes for the duel, pulls back, plays some mind games, playing with his food a little bit, like, that was picture perfect in my books.
And now they just got to figure it out from the global risk side.
They got to close.
All right, Slayer trades 1 for 1 in mid. That's a good start. Always would love to chip down on the members early on in this one. So where is Snare going to be playing is really my first question. He's here on A, and actually XQQ is up in the tower, but they're not going to have any duels just yet. So not going to be holding B himself. We saw YZK was holding down A also. So pretty standard. As now we have EP spreading out a little bit. We had 2WW just holding down pillars. And maybe just waiting for a little bit of a push from Vitality that is not coming through.
Yeah, really tough position for Horus to be in too, because again, he has no one there to help him. So for him to be in this spot, has to pop off. Needs minimum 2 to fulfill this role. If you're not going to have any support, you're going to play this like one-man army position. Oh, man, he does get one at least, but I was going to say that pop flash looked good. I didn't think that was going to work out for him. Totson now on a little bit of a rotate through GR spawn. C4 is dropped with still that minute remaining. It's going to get picked up. But how do they want to play this? Because again, you still have Snake that's close on by in this B site. He's kind of just, again, toying the idea of like maybe somebody will be here, maybe not. But EP, their eyes are set on this. They're licking their lips. They want to go for this, but Snake just needs to be able to find this kill. He has to solve something! Oh my gosh! He does all the damage in the world. He just can't seem to find the kill. And now EP, they got a shot on this one.
Yeah, they definitely do. They have held down the site. As Totson, though, is going to get that first kill, and Snare comes in at the same time and shoots him in the back. 8 rounds for Vitality, and just one more to get across the line to 9. And from there, I think it's pretty much a done deal. You know, you've really gotten into my head that they can't be trusted, but I don't know. This looks really trustworthy, Laz.
I'm trying not to give any biasness at all. I feel like I love the Vitality guys. I just feel like I've seen it, and I'm like, guys, like I feel like I'm partly stray at times. I'm like, we just got to close this thing out, but yeah, just making it harder for themselves at times. But this has been a magnificent third map. This is not the way I thought it was going to go. EP look like they have, in my opinion, like they look very flat. It doesn't look like they have anything left, and I don't know what it is. I was thinking like they've been actually a little bit more experienced on this map more recently, playing officials and playing some decent level in their league, but I think Vitality, they must have been doing some really good cooking in the kitchen, because to be in an 8-2 position like this, and honestly, one round that should have probably not been lost, like they should be on 9, that's really painting a really beautiful picture.
Yeah, it feels great for Vitality. We're on a big roll. They start off once again with the first kill. I mean, this is, I think it's almost every single round.
Yeah, I think it has been, yeah.
Like almost every single round.
Out of 11
maybe
rounds.
Every single one.
I think it's like pretty much like 10 out of 11 rounds they've been able to find that.
It's just crazy. And that gives you so much momentum to be able to close these out outside of that 1 4-for-1 that they still thinking about that as well. As you did just mention it, but
I know.
Let's see what this looks like. I mean, Totson, pretty interesting angle for him. On the railing, just trying to hold 2 angles here. He's going to spot XQQ and say, whoops. Slayer does get the 1 kill in mid, trades that down. And now the reswing here from Horus. They're not going to expect that, and they're just all firing so well. They can't miss, it feels like, the guys on Vitality. So they go for these aggressive swings, but it's working out. I say that as XQQ is going to get the kill on the Snare, and the A side is open.
Yeah, a little bit of a, again, Snare just being in this position where he gets himself in the wrong place, the wrong time. So that 3-on-2 is now turned into a 2v2. HP very low, though, for YZK. So, again, he might have to be the first person to go for the fight just to kind of be the bait. If he can be able to find a kill, absolutely huge. But Vitality right now, no more utility to burn except for 1 piece. They're going to throw it right now, jumping in, and look at that, blink of an eye, and they find the kills. Now we're talking about match and series point, Valdez. Can they do it? They got a lot of room to work with. Can they actually finally get it done?
I think at this point, you know, all of the issues we've had with closing out, I don't think it's going to be a thing this time. As you mentioned, I think Vitality are just firing on all cylinders. Everybody's playing really well, and the opposite side, EP, have not hit the mark here on this 3rd and final map. As now just going straight down the middle. Here comes Slayer, going to find himself head-to-head with XQQ, shoots him down. And that's pretty common, you know, when you hit 9, just go for a fast round, see if you can just end it right there and then. but EP are unshaken, just holding their ground.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Like they're just trying to see if they can win some duels, but it's just, again, that overextension probably not needed, but nonetheless, it's only one player, so for Vitality's sake, they still have the 4. And now EP, they got themselves a little bit of mid-control here, but again, they're getting stopped here by the utility of that smoke, so the question, do they want to disobey it? They will. So actually, YH is just going to take it. Ooh, this might catch Vitality off guard. They might not be expecting this quick an aggression onto this. Because again, you still have your one player that's kind of lurking on the GR, just on the outside of GR spawn. And EP now just deciding, okay, well, where do we want to go? And now Horus does get himself behind lines. I don't know how he's still in this fight. And XQQ can't seem to get the kill. Oh, man.
Yeah, making it pretty interesting. Now the reswing here from Snake into spawn is going to catch one. And all of a sudden, we got kind of an even round. It was getting messy early on. We got 2WW, though, still alive. He has been so big for the squad. Really the only guy that is still doing something for Evolution Power. As now they are going to rotate out pretty quickly here towards the A main door. They push through the smoke. They do get in. As now 2WW, though, is there unseen in the spawn. Snake gets one, though, as it is very close. He's just going to go for the hold, I think, here, as it is getting close. But now the swing, and he's gone all the way around. 2WW catches Snake off guard and gets the kill.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even mind that. Like, I mean, I feel like you're kind of in that tight position where, like, it's just a coin toss. You're like, okay, do I just try to be a little bit of a cheeky double, just go for the, the ninja, essentially, and just see if I can get away with it? They have been able to do that before. So, I mean, EP easily could have just been like, nah, they're going to fake it. I'm just going to make noise. But no, good work from them to be able to react to it and go, nope, he's probably just going to try to stick it given the plant position. But now we see Vitality one more time. They're just going for a shooting gallery in mid. And EP, they've missed that memo a little bit because now they've lost 2 players very quickly. You still have 2WW alive. Just kidding, he's not there. Full face of lead for him. And now Vitality on the brink to getting this thing done. Bomb all the way in the back into BL spawn. And Vitality, all they have to do is find 2 kills, and they find themselves a massive W here today for the opening matches.
Yeah, 10-3 on New Compound is going to be a huge score as Snake pulls down one more, and YH, who started off with like 0-8, 0-9 on the scoreboard, he has pulled himself up to 5-12, but that is not what you were looking for out of YH. And he's got it all to do here, 1v3. Not easy pickings for him, as he might run straight into Snake, who is going to spot him and back away. That is smart from Snake. Don't take the 1v1. You can expect that from the IGL. Now he's going to swing. A Snare comes in. Snare not going to hit the shot, but he does get the follow-up with the headshot of the pistol, and he tells him to sit down and barks at them. As Vitality does pick up the 2-1, a huge victory in the series.
Yeah, I think that's got to be one of the biggest upsets here for today, right? Like we talked about Vitality. We knew like their group was really difficult, but I didn't know if EP was going to be the team that they were going to be able to beat. I was thinking it was going to be somebody else, but what a great amount of work. All the preparation they did. They saved, cool, calm, and collected. Still a bunch of mistakes that we're still seeing from them, but the fact that they were able to rebound and make themselves into the winning category, that's what matters at the end of the day. So a massive congratulations for Vitality to be able to get themselves the W here to end the day. But sigh of relief, you can see Horus excited, and EP now, they're going to have to figure out and collect their thoughts.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Well, guys, we are done here for the series, and we'll throw it over right now.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And just like that, history has been made. Vitality take down Evolution Power Gaming, a team that haunted them all year long, taking them out at EWC last year. But this time, they get revenge. But most importantly, a Western team takes down a Chinese team. And Kyle, since when has that ever happened?
I believe last time was 2018, and funny enough, it was Stray in that seat as well against All Gamers in the quarterfinals of CFS 2018. And ironically, All Gamers now their next opponent.
Now their next opponent. Guys, we could be looking at a generational run from Team Vitality. AGAL, though, is going to be a big talking point tomorrow when they go against them. But I mean, since 2018, a Western team hasn't beat a Chinese roster, yet it just happened at EWC 2026.
And the fashion in which it happened too, right? Golden round on our first map, right? Into a wipeout on map 2, right? Couldn't get anything started. Huge bounce back. They were completely in control on that final map, just like they could do no wrong. It felt like when rushing didn't work, they just rushed harder, and there was just nothing that they could do on the Everpower side.
That's right. This was a weird series, to tell you the truth. That golden round was crazy, right? Going down to the end of it. Vitality arguably should have closed out game number 1 much earlier than they officially did. But game 2, New Mexico, 10-6. Vitality fell very flat. But the same thing can be said for EP on New Compound. Now, Kyle, you brought up the fact that when it comes to New Compound, Vitality, Western teams in general, like Vitality owns this map.
It's a huge map for them, especially because their IGL Snake is always able to come online on this map. On top of that, Slayer as well, always a star performer here, and he showed it again today.
Yeah, he was absolutely undeniable, right? Living up to his namesake, he was unstoppable. I think 14 for 3 as at the end of that first half with. Like, he could do no wrong. And the only kind of slip up they even had in that first half was when they let WW have that 1v4, because it kind of gave him some opportunities there. But outside of that, a flawless sheet, and just the individuals. We got Slayer online, Snare, which is throughout every single map as well, so consistent. This is a sight to behold for Vitality.
Yeah, and I want to give credit where credit is due. 2WW was out of this world. Unbelievable. The new addition to this EP roster, we talked about him replacing Mino from last year. And I must say, he played incredibly well, even if the rest of the team fell flat. We take a look at the stats. I mean, come on, dwarfing everyone. 16 total kills, the most damage in the lobby, at least when it comes to Evolution Power. But a couple of names were brought up just a second ago by Lucy and Kyle. I mean, Slayer, 18 kills, Snare with 14. Shout out to Vitality, the home team, throw it down.
Yeah, honestly, just everybody stepping up across the board here on this team. But not only that, EP having some of their peak lows in this as well. I think back to YH, who was at 1.0-8 in this final map. Not what you'd expect at all from EP.
Yeah, I said coming into this series, this is a litmus test for the side of Vitality, right? To show that teams in the West can actually triumph over the Chinese Titans, right? We've seen this done by Stallions in Southeast Asia, but now we've had Vitality come through from the Western side. And I think it just shows that, you know, China's not untouchable.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think we've started to realize that over the past couple of years, not only EWC with Stallions, CFS with Stallions, right? There is going to come a point where certain regions are going to rise up and take down some of the Chinese teams. But I must say for the West, this is a massive win. And it comes to show you, Kyle, you know, this roster staying together, what I think you said 3 years, 2 years guaranteed, seems to have finally paid off in a big way.
Yeah, you can tell just that synergy between Snake and the IGL role and Stray. They've been able to develop and put themselves at a whole new level coming into this year. And I think it's only going to get better for these guys moving forward.
You got to give so much credit to Stray. I think just, you know, what he provides in that coaching role. Mentioned, you know, he was part of that roster all those years ago that was able to pull off this similar sort of feat. And yeah, I think he provides a lot of support to this squad who you could tell were getting very stressed, right, when that Eagle Eye map, like they were very flustered. They felt like they were losing control. They're getting stomped out in map 2. But the resilience to bounce back, I think you got to give a lot of credit to the team and the player behind them.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate, when it comes to EP, third last year at EWC, that is a massive accomplishment, a lot of money for that roster. So that Vitality winning, beating out EP, knocking them down is a tremendous talking point and something that we have to celebrate for sure. Revolution Power, though, the struggles continue, whether it was Mino before or now, who knows what's happening. They're going to have to fight back in a big way, but I do believe they're going to have to play going at Q9 down in the bottom right. It's a familiar face, but a tough matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit brutal, I think, for EP, because now guaranteed the first team going out in that side of the bracket is going to be from the CFPL region.
Yeah, I think you had to kind of win this game, right, to at least have a survivable bracket. Sure, you got AGAL now if you're side of Vitality, but you dodge a Chinese team in the lower bracket. I think Everpower are in a difficult position.
For sure, difficult position indeed. But let's talk the next matchup for Vitality, AGAL. Now, that's on a different level. Now, make no mistake about it, Evolution Power is an incredibly strong and dominant team. But AGAL is going to be a step above. But for sometimes they've got to win a championship to then win more after that, right? Because you can get to that finish line, kind of like they did with the Golden Round. Getting over that finish line is very hard. Now that they beat Evolution Power Gaming, a team that we could consider the boogeyman for Vitality, right? Now that they took them down, how well do you think they can go against AGAL? I'm not saying win, but how well do you think they can play against them now?
I actually think they can win. Stray has a lot of info he can bring to the table. And actually thinking back to that 2018 match, ZQ and ZY were in that match against Stray. So he knows how to dismantle one of the best duos in the game. And I'm actually going to throw my hat in the ring right now. I think Vitality will take them down.
I may not be as 100% confident as you, but I don't disagree because the AGAL we saw earlier, that was not 100% AGAL. They looked beatable. And I think Vitality in the form that they showed today, if they can do that again, I think it's definitely an opportunity.
I felt the earth shake as you said that. That is absolutely unreal. But the reality is Vitality, they are now in uncharted territory at this point, and they are looking incredible. Now, when we talk about Vitality, one of the key players was Snake, and Salvatore had a chance to catch up with them.
A rivalry is brewing here at EWC CROSSFIRE as Vitality enact their revenge against Evolution Power Gaming. They settled the score inside of U Compound with an emphatic win, 10-3. Congratulations to Snake and the rest of his comrades. Take us through, give us an insight on what happened in Eagle Eye first, because it was a 9-5 until it wasn't. Evolution Power forced both overtime and then Golden Round, but you guys managed to escape the win. So can you give us an insight, the reaction of the team, and how did you guys overcome the possible comeback of Evolution Power?
First of all, alhamdulillah for the win. And second, for Eagle Eye, we just did a lot of mistakes after we did a 9-5 or 9-4. We did a lot of mistakes. That's the point why we lost this game. We lost because we did mistakes, because not they are good. We know how they are playing.
It's a good thing that those mistakes were recovered here by Snake that got them the W. So were there any particular weaknesses from Evolution Power that you guys exposed? That's why you got the whole series?
No, just we know that they are weakest team in China, so that's the point. We know that they won us last year because of the flashback, and this year we won them very easy because there is a wall. I hope you can respect us next time, guys.
The hottest take of the day is Evolution Power is the weakest team from the CFPO region. Last here for Snake. AGAL awaits you in the next round. Undoubtedly the #1 team and the defending champions of EWC CROSSFIRE. Do you have anything to say, or what can we expect from that matchup, Snake?
We really respect AG. We know they are a good team. They are a title defender. But we always play. We don't care who are playing. We just play our game and we play good. It doesn't matter who are playing. We just play our game.
Whatever you are, Vitality awaits for that position. Thank you so much, Snake, for your time. Congratulations for Team Vitality. We'll be sending it back to the analyst desk.
We're now in week 7 of the Esports World Cup, and it has been a wonderful run. But if you want to catch up on everything EWC, check out Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Level Up Season 2, a great series out there. You guys got to check it out for sure. All the coverage EWC has is, well, on Level Up. It's a great series. Hey, check it out. Let's take a look at our Group A, man. It's been an exciting day for sure, and things are shaking up nicely. Tomorrow, we crush 4 keys, so everyone in those decider matches need to be on high alert because they could be going home early.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the results, I'd say obviously the most unexpected one is what we just saw. But on that top bracket, I think a lot of people are eager to see Stallions taking on Liquid. I think that's going to be a fun one. And of course, we're going to have Vitality and AGAL. But I also have to look at that lower bracket as well. That EP-Q9 matchup, that could be one of the first teams to go home here. And that is a crazy matchup on their hands.
Yeah, crazy matchup indeed. GK Esports also going against Execration, who just fell down because of Team Liquid, but they put up a tremendous fight. Those decider matches are going to be crazy. One key is going to be crushed, or excuse me, from each one of them. Therefore, 2 in total there, but 2 more coming out of Group B, which was equally as exciting today, not only on Stream A, but also Stream B.
Yeah, I think we had, again, some expected outcomes in a lot of these series. You know, I think the most surprising here was that Falcons kind of getting walked over by Na'Vi. I thought that would be a little bit closer. Rock vs Nemesis also pretty close, right? I think Nemesis are a team that maybe are a little bit underrated, considering they've actually been playing some really good regional CROSSFIRE against Vitality, and a team you don't want to count out, and a team that I think Falcons might have some difficulties against.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, looking at the results here, I feel like Rock a little bit shakier than people would have expected, but honestly, CFVL, the Vietnamese region, really underperforming as a whole on today as well. It's crazy to think all of the West teams we've seen so far walked away with at least a map, and actually looking ahead to see Anubis play for the first time, I'm hopeful now what they might be able to accomplish in that lower bracket run.
Yeah, we'll find out. Play against the Vicious, and then the one below them, Falcons and Co. They're going to be playing in another elimination match. 4 keys crushed tomorrow, 4 chances and hearts broken. That's just the reality of the Esports World Cup. Let's take a look at our schedule and how it's going to end up unfolding. Again, we have 2 streams. We take a look at A, Baisha versus King Zero. Vitality goes against AGAL, EP versus Q9, and then Falcons versus Nemesis. Any of those making you excited, Lucy?
I think they're all pretty spicy, to be honest. But kicking off with Baisha vs KZ, I think it's going to be really, really fun. I hope Vitality can show up. You know, we've kind of hyped them up. I do think it's going to be very difficult. As I mentioned, I'm actually quite interested in that final game of the day. There's a lot on the line for Falcons for the club championship, right? So they've got their backs against the wall.
Yeah, Falcons Nemesis definitely going to be a banger matchup. But it's not just A stream. We also have B stream taking place, and another 4 great matches will be underway. Stallions return to play against Team Liquid. Na'Vi versus Rock, GK Esports versus Execration, and then Anubis versus Vicious.
Yeah, I think I'm most excited for this Na'Vi Rock matchup. Both Brazilian teams have looked strong, but Na'Vi especially, I'm ready to see Juan and what he can do, because I feel like last year we only got a taste of what this guy's made of.
Yeah, for sure, and he was a major talking point last year. He's going to be just as much of a talking point this year for sure. 2 streams, A and B, but at least when it comes to today's competition, it has come to an end. Luckily, no keys were crushed, right? Everybody is still in the competition, but all that changes tomorrow. 4 teams will leave and have their keys crushed, their hopes and dreams of lifting the trophy extinguished. That's just the reality of EWC. But when it comes to day 1 of CROSSFIRE, it's officially come to an end. But make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe button wherever you're watching, because we return tomorrow with day number 2.